Round one. Let's go.
Adrenaline. The streets like so win. I walk the line where the chaos live. Still no restraint. The hardest year. My heart beats down, but my hands stay calm. Cause the aftermath long. Seen black burn. From a single choice. Heard those speak with familiar voice. Tonight explode. History right. City on the shore. Fuse every night. Short fuse. Don't blink now. Cry too loud. Everybody tense now. One bad look, turn the night uncool. City on short fuse, no. City on the
Round 2. Here we go. Round 2. Here we go. Fight day, y'all.
From nothing, no map, no guide. Just hunger talking in my quiet mind.
Round 2.
Cold nights taught me how to stand. When you back on the wall, you learn who you ain't. I know rush moves, I calculate. Seen dreams die from people who wait. Every star like a barcode. Price I paid just to walk this road. Built from nothing, still I ride. Same street soul. If you view my eyes, no handouts. This is not my favorite. If I fall, I get up in my own way. Built from nothing, I stay cold on blood. But my story, all from the dirt. Where the real ones blood. Built from nothing, still here today. Try to take in like my patience. Too many smiles crown with the rain. I don't brag wins, I let them echo. Success loud when you move real mellow. Every dollar got a memo. Every loss they remember me. I stay solid when the lights fade. Same code, strong when the price paid. Feel from nothing, still I ride. Same street so. If you view my eyes, don't head out. I design my fate. If I fall, I get up in my own way. Feel from nothing, I stay cold. But my story, all from the dirt. Where the real ones blood, over nothing. Still here today. Freedom costs more than money do. You take your sleep and you cover too. I make peace. The things I lost to sit at the table with a boss is tough. I don't chase crowds, I move along. Build my name when the lights was gone. Come on. Never come for me, I live true. No apologies, street right. Can't train me. Dark day, reshape. From the night to the morning sun, I ain't loving. Shows on feel from nothing, still I ride. Same street so. If you view my eye, oh hand out. I design my feet. If I fall, I get up in my own way. Feel from nothing, I stay cold, young blood. But my story, all from the dirt. Where the real ones blood, feel from nothing. Still here today. Still standing. my spots, but not my time. I kept it solid, you kept score. Count on my steps like an open door. When it was slow, let it ride. Watch my name drown, stay quiet. I heard more than words of fists. Silence loud when loyalty missed. Snake in the sun, I didn't see. Close as blood, turned enemy. I stay real, you chose the game. Snake in the sun, remember the name. Loyalty tested by money, hey. I move slow, my eyes more wide. Snake in the circle, no more surprise. The trail don't scream, it whisper right next to you. I don't seek revenge, I seek distance. Cut ties clean, that's resistance. I learned peace, don't need applause. Just strong boundaries and clear laws. If my circle small, that's by design. I'd rather be alone than fake a line. You show me who not to trust. Snake in the circle, turn me dust proof. Snake in the circle, I didn't see. Close as blood, turn enemy. I stay real, you chose the game. Snake in the circle, remember the name. Snake in the circle, lesson learned. Trust get caught, bridges burn. I walk alone, but my path precise. Snake in the circle.
Okay, round number 3 coming up. Round number 3.
Strong before words spoken. Night remembers everything. Yeah. Lines in the concrete, colors.
Round 3.
Same block tension, everybody feel it crawl. Eyes locked tight when the night fall. Oh, wait, when the sirens call. Grew up close, now we pass cold. Same streets, places now private. No shots yet, but the air feel wrong. Silence loud like an unplayed song. Lines in the concrete, won't cross that. Most cars talk through the sun fade. We stand 10 toes, where we claim our name. Street values, yeah, the price stay. Lines in the concrete, attention stay lit. One wrong move, make the night move. Keep it calm, but my heart stay ready. Lines in the concrete, heavy and steady. OG told me cool heads like young blood, eat about close to the planet. Every state feel like a test. Every corner hold a breath in his chest. I don't cheer war, I respect survival. I respect clash when the flags go right. I'm a great beast, black break strength. Both know how both come at a length. Lines in the concrete, sun fade. We stand 10 toes, where we claim our name. Street got rules, yeah, the price stay blind. Attention stay lit. One wrong move, make the night move. I keep it calm, but my heart stay ready. Lines in the concrete, heavy and steady. Ain't about hate, Santos. Every move, every like sidewalk chop. Fake love with real smile. Same hands clap. 5 try. No apologies for the man I became. Had a burn a few bridges just to light my way. Cold heart steady. Fear my life. If I lose it all, I do it again. No apologies. This life chose me. Still stand tall when the world get lonely. From the night where the wounds all play. No apologies. Yeah, I'm built this way. Diamonds out of my scars. Late night staring out tenant cars. I don't chase hype, I do respect. Talk cheap, silence on the check. Every handshake come with a text. That's hot, not a threat. Keep God close, enemies closer. Learn young, got a game get colder. No apology, but I'm never became. Let a perfume, bridges just to light my own. Cold heart steady, ain't no fear in my life. If I lose it all, I do it again. No apology, this life chose me. Still stand tall when the world get lonely. From the night when the wolves all play. No apology, yeah, I'm built this real cost blood, sweat and time. I paid my dues and sleepless nights. If you had to judge me for the past I own, tell them the streets, raise the strong. I don't bad luck, I'm more precise. No wrong step, cost your life. I seen kings fall over pride, so I'm proud of nothing. I ain't wise, still young, on my soul antique. Heavy crown on my heartbeat. If it's still over years tonight, I live free, never hit my fight. My man, I'm a cat. Had to burn a few bridges just to light my way. Ain't no fear in my life. If I lose it all, I do it again. No apology, this life chose me. Still stand tall when the world get lonely. From the night when the wolves all play. No apology, yeah, I'm built this way. Yeah, no apologies. Still standing.
Wait, what's going on?
I'm getting a hand from LegalZoom for our will.
Round 4. Round 4, here we go. Round 4.
Go from nothing, no map, no guide. I'm talking in my quiet mind. Cold nights taught me how to stand. When you're back on the wall, you know who you at. I know what's moves, I calculate. Seen dreams die for people who wait. Every star like a barcode. Price I pay just to walk this road. I feel from nothing, still I rap. Same street, so if you in my eye, no handout. Design my fate. If I fall, I get up in my own way. Feel from nothing, I stay cold. Young blood, but my story all from the past. Where the real ones blood, if I'm never still here today. Trust can't dance my patience. Too many smiles come with a rain. I don't brag wins, I let it echo. It says loud when you move real mellow. Every dollar got a memo. Every loss still remember me. I stay solid when the lights fade. Same code, strong when the price paid. Feel from nothing, still I ride. Same street, so if you're my eye, don't hand out. Cause I'm my free. If I fall, I get up to my own way. Feel from nothing, I stay cold. Young blood, but my story from the dirt. Where the real ones play, go from nothing. Still here today. Freedom costs more than money do. You take your sleep and your cup too. I made peace. The things I lost just to sit at the table with the boss is tough. I don't just cry, I move alone. Build my name when the lights were gone. No come for me, I live the truth. No apology, street raised. Pain train me. Every dark day, reshape me. From the night to the morning sun, I ain't lucky. I'm chosen one. Feel from nothing, still I ride. So, if you in my eye, don't hand out. Design my fate. If I love. Yeah. Snake in a circle, smile too clean, same hand that me. Talk behind the city. We shared cold nights, split one drink. Didn't know every high that was. I fed you trust when my play was thick. Watch close, learn all my seconds. Same joke, same laugh, same pain. Put your heart, switch lanes for the fame. Snake in a circle, I didn't see. Close as blood, enemy. I stay real. You chose the game. Snake in a circle. Remember the name. Snake in a circle. Truth come later. Loyalty tested by money and hate. I move slow. My eyes more wide. Snake in a circle. No more surprise. Oh, you wanna shine? Grind. One in my spot, but not my time. I kept it solid. You kept score. Count on my steps like an open door. When rumors flew, you let it ride. Watch my name drown, stay quiet. That hurt more than words of fist. Silence loud when loyalty missed. Snake in the circle, I didn't sleep. Close as blood, enemy. I stay real, chose the game. Snake in the circle, the name. Snake in the circle, truth come late. Loyalty tested by money and hate. I move slow, my eyes more wide. Snake in the circle, no more surprise. Betrayals. Right next to you. I don't seek revenge, I seek distance. Ties clean, that's resistance. I wear peace, don't need applause. Just strong boundaries and clear lines. Circle small, that's by design. I'd rather belong than fake a line. You show me who not to trust. Snake in the circle, turn me dust proof. Snake in the circle, I did see. Close as blood, turn enemy. I stay real, chose the game. Snake in the circle, remember the name. Snake in the circle, lesson learned. Trust get caught, bridges burn. I walk alone, but my back is ice. Snake in the circle, paid the price. Yeah, eyes open, circle tight. Ship knows that no order is ordinary.
Round 5.
When you order produce, Ship sees the meals and memories you'll produce with it. Not just soap in your cart. It's with what? Yeah. City on the short view. One spot. Everybody fit. City on the short view. Night so loud. Eyes bloodshot. Attention in the crowd. I'm so connected in the truth move. Every black arm with an attitude. Flex me heavy in the summer heat. Sound off whisper who ain't welcome here. I feel the pulse in the concrete shake. Like the whole damn town by the break. City on the short view. Don't blink now. Cry too loud. Everybody tense now. Well, bad luck turning out. Cool. City on the short view. Don't rule. City on the short view. Red bow tight. We step from to the night tonight. I move wild on my head. Stay ready. City on the short view. Yeah. The wolf dog. Old last day. Both sides take day right in my head. It gon' crash like steel on steel. Nobody hands bottom on his feet. Silence not here, but they feel close. Everybody tense like a final note. Seen nice flip over for another set. I let it fall a very extent. City on the short view. Don't blink now. Rock too loud. Everybody tense now. Bad up, turn the night on cool. City on the short view. No more. City on the short view. It's outside. Step on to the night tonight. I move wild on my head. Stay ready. City on the short view. Yeah. Or some flavors are now available in a six-pack, so no long-term commitments. The six-pack sounds great. Sparkling nice. Anything but some.
There it is, boys. 5 rounds in the books. There you have it, boys. 5 rounds in the books. Yup. Getting it in, just right before the big event, I figured, hey, why not? Why not get it in? Eddie Hearn does a 5K fight day challenge, right? Where he basically, challenges everybody in his staff to run on fight days that Matchroom Boxing got an event going on, right? So, you know what? I figured, why not follow suit? I kind of do the same thing. Obviously, not the running portion of it because, who am I going to get to film, me running and stuff like that, right? I'll be just holding the camera the whole entire time, and I just don't want to do that. You know what I mean? If I'm going to do, if I'm going to do, if I'm going to do a training montage video with running involved, I better have somebody up in there. I better have somebody in there, filming the whole thing, like a film crew or something like that. You know what I mean? Because I'm not about to run while holding the phone and this and that. I mean, listen, how dumb is that? Like, if you're gonna go, you have phone, hold it on to. I don't know, like as if you're trying to take a selfie. I mean, how is that, helpful in any way? But on any regard, guys, yeah, here we are, man. Here we are. Yeah, just getting ready for the first fight of the evening. Of course, we're gonna cover all of that, and yeah, this is just the prelude to all of that. It's a little palm trees right there. You guys can check out right here. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. How's everybody feeling? What do you guys think about today's fight? Who do you think is going to win? I mean, you guys know who I think is going to win, but if you have a different reaction or, you have somebody else in mind, let me know, because I don't see a world where Sean Strickland is going to win this. Not whatsoever, man. Let me know, guys. Yeah, man. Nice little training session. Transcendo says, let's see some combos. I'm not much of a combo fighter. I kind of like to, kind of pick single shots here and there. Of course, combinations if if there's a need for it, if there you see somebody hurt or you can finish them off right there, then yeah, maybe you can go for a combination. But I prefer single shots, being defensive at all times and moving around your opponent, being elusive as much as possible. Because by the end of the day, it's kind of like, from, the boxing, model, right? Which is what, hit, hit, but don't get hit. That's the name of the game right there is, hit and don't get hit. Obviously, we're in my backyard right now. We're probably going to get in my studio in a little bit, but in the meantime, yeah, man, we'll chat it up right here, see what's up, and see where all this goes. But yeah, man, shout out to everybody around the world that's tapping in right now. We already got 272 people around the world tapping into this live stream right now. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I see you guys are hitting the like button heavy today. Obviously it's fight day coverage, so why not, man? We're going to get this thing cracking. He says, breaking news, the fight is off. No way. Khamzat is sick. No way, bro. Don't lie to me. Don't do that. Don't do that, Neves. Let me see here. Let me see here. You're joking, right? Please tell me you're joking. You lied, bro. The fight is going on. No joke. Man, don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. Especially, you know what? It's what no joke, really. No, there's no news of it. Chimaev ragdolling lightweight legends. Yeah, there's no news of it, bro. There's no news of it. If you Man, if you weren't joking, it would be the first thing on Google right now. Humble Man MMA says, Assalamu alaikum, Kyrie. Appreciate you, my brother, always. Yes, appreciate you as well. And appreciate you guys coming in here, tapping in with me as we do fight day coverage right here of UFC. Khamzat missed weight. No, he didn't, bro. He says it's on MMA Guru. He says, double check, please. Khamzat. Bro, you're lying, bro. No way. There's no way. The only thing here, the only thing closest to the language that you are saying with the fight being off is Dana White cancels Strickland and Khamzat's final UFC face-off. That's the only thing. That is the only thing that they're talking about with anything being canceled. I think you got the language wrong here. That's what I think is going on here. Yeah, man, come on, man, don't do that. Man, luckily I got a laptop on me while I'm doing this, right? Suppose I was doing this live stream outside somewhere and I didn't have a laptop or an extra phone with me. I mean, yeah, bro, don't do that. That's not very nice of you, man. He says Khamzat is sick. He's not sick, bro. Wait, okay, give me the news outlet that is stating this. Robert Mill. What did Robert Mill here say? Hold on, the chat is coming in rather quickly right now because you just incited the whole entire chat into believing that Khamzat is sick today and is off the fight. Let me see here. Let me see what we talking about here, man. Let's see what we talking about here, gang. Let's see what we talking about, gang. Robert Mill says it's not fixed that he missed weight, but very likely. By the way, MMA is haram in your deen. Okay, I mean, what do you think that's gonna stop me from making money off of MMA and doing MMA content creation? I mean, yeah, all right. He says maybe it's Corona. No, he says Khamzat will submit Sean. It's too heated for a decision. Well, you know what, man? This is a high-level fight. These are two high-level guys, and anything is absolutely everything is absolutely bound to happen. And yeah, man, Khamzat kicked Sean in the nuts. Was that in the nuts? I don't think it was. I think he was going for his leg because Khamzat knows that there's a predisposition injury. There's a predisposition injury that Sean had during a motorcycle accident, I believe. And so, yeah, I think he was looking for the sweet spot. They call DDP source MMA Guru. MMA Guru ain't say that, bro. MMA Guru ain't say that. Where is it at? Let me go to MMA Guru's page right now, man. He says, why don't you shave? What do you mean? I shave my mustache. That's about it. He says, I bet on Sean. Well, you better not bet your entire mortgage on it because you might not have a house if you did all that. But who knows, man? It's MMA. Anything can happen. But I got my opinion. You obviously got yours. And that is the beauty of the fight game and sports in general. So, all right, let's see here. MMA Guru. There's nothing that MMA Guru said about you're trolling, bro. He says, you look like Ali G, the movie Dictator. Nice. I like that, man. I like that. Yes. Cohen, Sasha Cohen, is it? Yeah, bro. MMA Guru ain't got nothing going on like that, man. He ain't got nothing going on like that. No way. Look at this. So there's no video about it. All he talks about is the UFC 328 press conference. He made a video about that. He made a video about UFC Freedom 250, the White House card. He didn't make a video about any of it. There's no live stream of it. Obviously, he had a live stream last night, which is all members only. It's on the dark web. Okay, man. You know, at this point, you should be lucky I don't even kick you off the chat right now. You know what I mean? Have my moderators kick you up out of here. Let's see. He said, I would prefer more by betting on the underdog if he wins. Well, you know what? Listen, I'm not a gambling man by any stretch of the imagination, right? Obviously, being Muslim, we don't gamble. It's not what we do. What I will say, though, is that betting on Sean, if he wins, makes more money than if you were to bet on Khamzat and if he wins. Meaning that, what do you really get out of returning from a Khamzat bet, right? Maybe $100 or something like that. But Sean Strickland is one of them things where $100 wins you $400. So yeah, that's about it. I have 200 accounts. What do you mean by that? Okay, well, send them this way, I suppose, right? Charles says, yeah, that's not something I would talk about in here, only because, look, one of the biggest problems a lot of people have, Charles, right? The biggest problem that a lot of people have, especially highly opinionated people, right? He says, exactly. You can get $400 almost. Okay, so Charles, what I wanted to say to you was, you know how people get fired from their jobs because, they have very strong opinions on certain things? This is why I recommend that if you were to be online or if you were to do YouTube, TikTok, or anything like that, never tell people where you work at, because the minute you say something to these sensitive little bitches, okay, they're going to try and basically nick you to whoever you work for, or however they can somehow, get rid of, get rid of you out of your job. So you need to be very careful about, being too disclosive, your information. So a humble man says matchmakers. A humble man says, I meant to say. Neve says, here in Holland, it's $4.75 for $1 for Strickland. Okay. Humble Man MMA says, no way Sean can and will. It's the truth. Okay, so you're saying that there's no way that Sean can win. I agree. This is, what's crazy is that for a matchup that we know where it's going to be one-sided, it is so much highly anticipated, like as if it is a 50-50 matchup. Look, this is not a 50-50 matchup at all. What made this matchup, quite frankly, what made this matchup compelling is because of Sean Strickland's racist statements. That's just what it really comes down to, right? Like, everybody has this whole thing about, oh, it's so cool to be racist. It's so cool to say racist stuff or this and that. Well, that's kind of what Sean is. He is that guy that talks racist shit for you because you can't do it, because the minute that you do it, you get fired from your job. And the job that he has as a UFC fighter, they encourage him to do it. So that's why you guys cling on to him. But the reality is, skill is skill by the end of the day. And Khamzat is just the far more superior and much more skilled fighter. And there's nothing more to it than that. Charles says there's a lot of unemployment in California, or is it all fake? You seems like doing good, bro. You look fresh and pretty much stable economically. Right. I'd rather not say where and what, you know what I mean? GUD says, I don't know what we'd expect, even though it's a classic grappler versus striker match. Okay, that's a very good point right there. GUD SSOP. In most fights, right, grappler versus striker, it's the grappler that always wins, right? But then again, there's also other varying factors. For example, if Sean Strickland doesn't take him down, or I'm sorry, if Khamzat doesn't take him down, you're going to be in for a kickboxing match. Okay, to which, by the way, Khamzat Chimaev probably has a good chance of getting that. You know what I mean? If you really think about it, he's got a good chance of taking that because Khamzat Chimaev is a much more athletic fighter. He's a much more explosive fighter. By the way, man, when you saw that kick that he threw at Sean, dude, that was fast, man. That was fast. Like, during a face-off when he kicked him, that was quick, bro. And that was very indicative of what we're going to see out of this fight, right? Just nothing but quickness out of Khamzat Chimaev. Humble Man MMA says, I rarely disagree with you, Kyrie. Well, you got good taste, man. You know what I mean? And I think we see eye to eye in a lot of things. So, especially with this fight. Robert says, not at all. Sean is right. Islam is not a race. By the way, Chechnyans are threatening him. I mean, look, bro, that's his problem. Because, by the end of the day, listen, you got to understand something, right? Fight promotion is fight promotion. But after this fight, whether Sean wins or loses, he still has to go live in the real world. Okay? So if you walk around Europe or if you walk around the United States, you walk around California where he lives at in this state, guess what, man? He's going to run across some people that are going to want to, check him for what he said. And, and that's that. So, freedom. Look, here's the thing about freedom of speech, right? Freedom of speech only means that the government cannot harm you, but it does not guarantee you from not getting harmed from other people. Yeah, would they face assault charges or even murder charges or this and that or the other? Of course they would. Of course you would, somehow, face some sort of repercussions for your actions. The point is, the action is coming to you whether you like it or not, and that has nothing to do with whether you believe freedom of speech. You guys really get it twisted with the idea of freedom of speech, right? Let me repeat this again, right? Freedom of speech only means that the government cannot lock you up for the things that you say, and obviously England can't say the same thing. So, there's that. Becca Bravo, shout out to you, my man. Becca Bravo says, takedown, crucifix, pound, rinse and repeat. We're going to test Sean's cardio for 25 minutes. Submission will be a mercy. You know what? Bravo, that's a very good point, right? So people often give Sean credit for his stamina, right? They give credit for his stamina. And here's the thing about Sean's stamina, right? He's proficient in the striking stamina. Now, what about the grappling stamina? You guys have to understand there's a difference between striking stamina and grappling stamina, right? Guys that can go 12 rounds in a 3-minute boxing fight, okay, that's a way different cardio than, let's say, competing at, Olympic wrestling or competing at the RAF or competing in a jiu-jitsu match. It's a completely different system of cardio. Even running. Look, I've had guys that were runners, guys that were CrossFit champions come to MMA gyms, and the minute they got into the mat, grappled with somebody, it was a completely different set of cardio system that they had to deal with, a different set of anaerobics that they had to deal with, right? So I think Sean is going to absolutely get tested in his grappling stamina because it's a completely different system that you have to operate in. Even with boxers, right? I've invited some boxers in MMA gyms before, and to do a grappling class or to do a jiu-jitsu class, and the minute that let's say maybe within like the next first or 2 rounds or so, they're already gassing out, and these are people that have fought 12-round fights before. You know what I mean? Ali Khan, shout out to you, my man. Ali Khan says apparently Sean is hard to take down. Look, everybody is hard to take down until you have the right opponent in front of you. George St. Pierre took down a lot of really good wrestlers in his days. Matt Hughes was one of them. Josh Koscheck was one of them. Who else was a very good wrestler that George St. Pierre took down? John Fitch. There wasn't a lot of people that was taking John Fitch down at the time, but when he fought George St. Pierre took him down, a few good times. Same thing with Khabib. There was one guy that has, realistically ever taken down Khabib, and that was Abel Trujillo, which many people sort of argue and say that he won that fight. Robert Mills says, you're right about that, but I recommend everyone to defend itself. Correct. And that's all that I'm saying, man. He says, yeah, it was fast but uncivilized. Expected it from your Muminin. Yeah. So okay. So is that some sort of like what do you call it? Some sort of like I don't know, racial. I'm not going to say racial undertone. Some sort of xenophobic undertone that you're sort of exhibiting there, right? Saying that this is what us Muslims do. We go and attack people provocatively or this and that. Look, man, you got to understand something, right? I know a lot of you are going to look at what Khamzat did during the face-off and say, well, okay, you know what? That was very uncivilized of him to do that. That was very wrong of him to do that. And I understand that from a sports perspective, yes. But I need you guys to understand, man. Look, mixed martial arts to me is not a sport. It's not. You know what? It is an activity for the vice culture. Let me explain what I mean by that, right? Have you ever seen a basketball game in a casino? No, you haven't. Have you ever seen a basketball game in, I don't know, Saudi Arabia? Okay, I'm trying to, draw out different examples here. What I'm trying to say is that fight culture, whether it's MMA, boxing, bare knuckle boxing, Muay Thai, all of these sports come from vice culture. There's a gambling element to it. There's also the mob element to it. There's organized crime elements to it. This is not a normal sport. I need you guys to understand that, right? This is a sport for thugs, criminals, warlords, and and everybody else. And I understand there's this concerted effort to make it look like a family friendly type of thing. And it is. There's elements of that too, right? Obviously, look, I highly recommend anybody who has a kid that wants to try martial arts or train martial arts to take their kids into an MMA gym, a boxing gym, a jiu-jitsu gym. Try all of it for all it's worth. But you need to understand that this sport has elements that come from very nefarious places that I think the average person would be shocked by. So what I'm trying to say in regards to that is what Khamzat did is really not that. It's really not that unusual. It's really not that unusual. This is a world where you are allowed to sort of do these things. So, all right. Charles Chad says the only advantage Sean has is his cardio, right? And we're talking striking cardio, right? Well, what about grappling cardio, which, as I have explained to you, completely, deals with a different set of system. He says Amasov, man, he's dangerous on the prelims, man. You know what, man? Another stacked card that they got going on right here, right? UFC 327 was stacked. 328 is even more stacked. I was gonna say stacker, but that's not proper English, and I'm very much big on proper English. You know what I mean? Even though I hang out with a bunch of criminals. Anyways, he says I grow fighting. Says let's get it. Yes, man. Shout out to you. Charles said at he's talking to Bravo. He said ZDP isn't skilled enough to defend, but Sean is like Kamaru was too. You know what, man? The Kamaru Usman, that's a very good example, right? We forget that Kamaru Usman gave Sean Strickland gave Khamzat a very hard fight. So I don't see how this would be any different. He says, I really see Khamzat and Sean striking in the same level. Sean isn't a good striker. Sean is he's a decent striker, right? You know what? In fact, I think what I mean by he's a decent striker, I mean that when it comes to adding the punches and kicks together. I think what people are seeing when they're saying that Sean is a high-level striker, what they mean to say is that he's a high-level boxer. Meaning that if Sean wanted to go into professional boxing, he could do it. Because, when it comes to, just throwing hands, he's quite good at it, right? Especially with the shoulder roll thing that he does, a whole little Mayweather shoulder roll. He does a very good job of that. So, yeah, man, this is going to be really interesting to see for sure. He says Sean has the best defense in the UFC, so I don't think Khamzat striking will do ish. Okay, all right. Well, we'll see about that. I wanted to show you guys this video. This is from a Muslim website. Smiles to Jannah, right? Jannah in Arabic, translates as what do you call it? It translates to heaven. So comes out versus Sean Strickland gets out of hand. This is not okay. All right, let's check this out right here. Let me go grab a stand for my phone real quick so I can show you guys this video. Hold on a second. Let me go grab a stand here while I read some of your comments here. Okay, iGrow Fighting says Sean is going to dog walk Khamzat starting round 2. GUD says Sean has the best defense in the UFC. I don't think Khamzat striking will do shit. Man, you listen, he's got very underrated striking, you know. iGrow says Khamzat will try to bowl energy round 1. If he doesn't sub round 1, he's going in for a long night. Okay. All right. Hold on, I wanted to show you guys this video, but I needed to grab something in the process. Hold on a second. We got 30 minutes to the first fight of the night, guys. All right, here we go. We got the TV stand, or the phone stand, rather. Chad says, comes out striking is good, almost as good as Sean's. So, all right, how about this, right? Is there a chance that we got ourselves a 50-50 fight here? Is that a good assessment to make? Like, would you say that there's a good chance we're going to see a 50-50 fight here, right? Because, look, I'll say they're pretty even, right, on the striking. So this is how I can see this being a 50-50 matchup, right? Sean is great at his takedown defense, okay? So which means he's going to nullify the wrestling of Khamzat Chimaev, and then you could say that their striking is as equal to each other, right? So if that's the case, then you're going to see a pretty even striking match, very similar to Colby Covington and Kamaru Usman. So let's see what they got going on here. Oh, mute button.
And then it hits me. Too much. He says, I often wonder how England became such a pole. And then it hits me. Too much government and too much Islam. Assalamu alaikum, guys, and welcome to another episode.
Charge. I'm gonna have to charge this one real quick, and then we'll bring it out here. He says the only way I think we're going to see a rinse and repeat, like the gentleman commented earlier. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Okay. All right. All right. Here we go. Let's try this again. Okay.
To Jannah. Ladies and gentlemen, after Conor McGregor, there's nobody who I would like to get whooped so bad than Sean Strickland. I'm sure you guys remember.
Oh yeah, 100% agree to that. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, that's kind of what makes this fight big, though, right?
McGregor did all kinds of escapades with Habib Nurmagomedov. I'm gonna go like my last fight. Happy birthday, like, join the bus. I don't drink. Why don't you drink? I don't drink. Why don't you drink? I never drink. I'll tell you some booze at parties. I never drink. You're mad backwards, cunt. But we knew what Habib was capable of, and we got a satisfying.
Vivid, the kid says Strickland is totally slept on. Well, there's a good reason why he's slept on, because let's be honest, there's nobody that really ever tested his wrestling. I mean, we're talking about Fluffy, right? All right, here's the thing with Fluffy, okay? You know, I shared the same card with Fluffy Hernandez at Reno Combat Championship 35 back in 2012, right? I shared a card with him. I got into it with his opponent backstage during that time, right? One distinct conversation I had with Fluffy, I asked him about his wrestling, right? He told me he never wrestled in high school. He never wrestled in grade school ever. And I thought, wow, okay, that's interesting. So you just learned wrestling through mixed martial arts? He said, yeah. And then it dawned on me, it's like, man, you know what? His wrestling is not going to be enough for Sean Strickland going into that February fight. And lo and behold, it wasn't. But that's what I'm saying, is that Sean Strickland has not really been tested with anyone's wrestling yet. He says Strickland doesn't win. Kamzat's conditioning. Kamzat conditioning coach, man, he's dangerous, has him right. Okay, let's go back to this.
Now, I would say can give us another Muslim-hating piece of crap. Yes, indeed, I'm talking about tonight. There will be a fight between Sean Strickland and Khamzat Chimaev. I'm not even talking about the MMA side of things yet. I'm just talking about the sort of person that he is and the general Overton window. Whilst once upon a time you could not say something like this, and I'm sure you've heard this so many times, if such and such statement was said about the Jews, what would happen? The bar is low when it comes to Jews, as it should be. However,
well, also, let's keep in mind, they also own the UFC, right? I mean, trust me, I miss the days when the UFC was owned by an Italian mafia family in the Fertitta brothers. I miss it. I miss those days. But you know, they got big, and now they're owned by Ari Emanuel, who, by the way, is a big time Zionist supporter. So yeah, but that's the reason why, you know, why nobody would ever would basically ever be allowed to say something like that. I'm sure they would if they knew that there was some kind of traction behind it, knowing that, you know, hey, you know, there's people out there that are also anti-Jewish. So yeah, but I get what he's saying with the double standards. I totally get it.
should be the case with Jews, Christians, and Muslims. Now, let's have a look. He says, I often wonder how England became such a whole. And then it hits me. Too much government and too much Islam. It's not the extremist interpretation of it by some people. No, Islam. Islam.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in England right now that are completely anti-Islam. Like if you look at the march that they're going to do next week on May 16th, man, that is full of anti-Muslim rhetoric going on there, right? There's a lot of that going on there. So, the kid says, "Who is this guy?" He runs a channel called Smile to Jannah. It's basically a Muslim channel, right? Not necessarily an MMA channel. And whenever you have big fights like this, you're often going to get people that are not inside the sport, covering it, watching it, and commentating on it, and just to kind of get different perspectives on the facts. So I'm not sure of who the gentleman is. I just know of the channel, and basically, I just know that it's a Muslim channel and that they cover all things Islamic related, including, in this case, Muslim fighters with the likes of Khamzat Chimaev and Khabib.
Without a doubt, is fake. I'll tell you why. I can get behind a little jihad martyrdom, but there is no effing way you're going to find two women that get along, etc., etc. Keep Islam in the desert. It's not compatible. Islamic extremist? You mean people who actually follow the Quran's teachings? Islam contributes nothing to the world besides violence and oppression. It is not compatible with America and freedom. Just gotta remind everyone that Islam is a death cult spread by grape and murder. Ali Abdulaziz said, religion is a red line. Whether it's Islam, Christianity, or any faith, people should respect it. Mocking Jesus, mocking Islam, or insulting any religion only brings divide and hate. Sounds reasonable, right? He responded, this is 17 hours ago, in case you're wondering. Those are old tweets that have been dug up. Christ liberates the world, Islam oppresses it. Just Google ISIS. This guy is a piece of crap. And bearing that in mind, let me a sort of discussion that has been taking place between the two of these guys. Not to mention, obviously, he's
The kid, I'm probably going with Khamzat. But, it's a tough matchup. Hate Love says Khamzat for the W.
Mr.
Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Hate Love, one of my moderators all the way from England right here. Shout out to you, my man. He says, please like and also enjoy this awesome content. He says, yes, thank you for that.
Physically challenged. Poor guy. Look at that. What a mess. Listen to this here. This is glorious.
Made a lot of controversial comments about Khamzat Chimaev, calling him things like a Chechen whore, a terrorist, and making jokes. I am terrorist for him. I am. I'm gonna kill him. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
This guy's a savage, bro. We got the old Khamzat back. The Khamzat that we needed. He came at the perfect time, ladies and gentlemen.
Did he ever leave? I mean, this is the same Khamzat that I've known since 2019, and the same Khamzat that debuted. What are we talking about here? But the guy's a casual. Obviously, he doesn't follow MMA the way we do. So maybe he's not up on it. But yeah, Khamzat has always been Khamzat, bro. Khamzat has always been a savage. Khamzat has always been a psycho. And Khamzat always says, Allahu Akbar, kill everybody. Ah!
Because I've been seeing this piece of crap, yeah? And I've just been hoping somebody like Khamzat can be unleashed on him. And boy, Khamzat has had to drop so much weight just so he can make this fight happen. Yeah, ridiculous amount of weight. He goes, I am a terrorist. I'm going to take off his head. I'm going to kill him. Allahu Akbar.
I'm terrorist for him.
I am terrorist for him. I'm going to take off his head.
I'm going to kill him.
I'm going to get...
Hey, Love, just so you know, a little context. When I started the stream, training. So, sort of just catch my breath. You know what I mean? He says, take care of yourself, gang. Yup. Shout out to Rudy. First time I seen you here. He said Khamzat looked horrible at the weigh-ins. Yeah, he did, bro. He did. And by the way, there's a lot of controversy going on with the weigh-ins as well.
Oh boy, I'm ready for this one. Now I need to show you this one, yeah? Just look at the body language, yeah? Look at him. Oh no. So we can get a good look at Hamza. He wants it. He wants it right now.
Yeah, true that, Rudy. You know, now obviously, even though the guy who is, you know, that we're watching right now from his video, the guy that we're watching, even though he's a casual, he has the understanding that Khamzat did have to cut so much weight to get down here. And yeah, I think light heavyweight is on the horizon for him because you know what? Who else is he going to fight at 185 at this point, right? The only people that he can really fight at 185 at this point is Imavov. And he already said, him and Imavov said that they're not going to fight each other. So more than likely, Khamzat is going to win this one, drop the belt, move up to 205, and yeah, and say good riddance to cutting a lot of weight. You know what I mean? He wants some extra lamb chops and extra, you know, lamb kebab during fight week, you know, which, by the way, he has none of that during this week, you know, just nothing but, you know, plain old, you know, breast chicken, you know, brown rice and broccoli, you know what I mean, to lose that weight. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm sure Khamzat wants a little kebab on the side during fight week, and light heavyweight can do that for him. Rudy says middleweight and heavyweight is Jobber's Row. Hey, man, you know what? I looked at the UFC roster yesterday, right? The UFC roster list, and you literally have only 30 heavyweights in the UFC's heavyweight division currently. 30. So just to keep in mind.
He wants it right now. Nah, you guys missed that, yeah?
Where was the when at the very end of the press conference when Khamzat kicked Sean? Where did he kick him?
I think in the nuts.
Oh, what the?
The security guy from that angle got in the way of the kick. I had his arms. I had Hamzat's arms, and I didn't think he'd kick him.
I didn't think he'd kick him.
And Dana White was loving that. Remember, Dana White is fresh out of a shootout from the White House. Okay, he's fresh from the shootout at the White House. Now he's at this UFC event in New Jersey, and he's loving every minute of it, man. Dana's a psycho, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, big drama show. That's right. Hey, Rudy, first time I seen you in the chat, man. Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man.
Is another beauty, yeah? In 2024, he transitioned to a quieter life due to the birth of his child. But in 2026, thanks to Strickland, he's returned to his wild mode.
So this is what he means by when he says this version of Khamzat. Okay, I get it now. I get it.
It's the mode we needed. Now let's go to S2J News. This one, again, this is from the press conference.
I'm an American. I know how to be a fucking man. You see how they put my fans over here?
Yo, I hate this whole thing, this whole narrative that Strickland is running in. Every sentence that he says is, yeah, well, I'm an American. I'm a real American. Or I'm American this. I'm more American. Shut the fuck up. Oh, my God, man. That is so annoying. You know what, guys? You know, I hate cursing. I hate dropping F-bombs and N-bombs and, you know, all types of bombs and all of that. But, man, Sean Strickland just brings it out of you, man. You know what I mean? It's like, it is so cringy. First and foremost, right? Like, I understand if you want to say, yeah, you know what, I'm a legitimate tough guy, or, you know, I'm a great fighter, or boasting yourself in that kind of way. Fine, that's cool, right? But then he has to emphasize, I'm an American, I'm more American than you, or this and that. I'm like, man, listen, bro. Stop it. Stop it. Nobody needs to know what kind of passport you hold. Rudy says Dallas, Texas. All right, man. Hey, shout out to everybody in Dallas, Texas right now, man. We about to get this fight cracking pretty soon. 10 minutes till the first fight. He says, what you think of the miss weight narrative? You know what? I think that it's exactly what it is. It's a narrative. Look, guys, you need to understand something, right? What is right and what is wrong in terms of weighing in and in terms of athletic state commissions is predicated on the discretion of that particular agent. So whoever that guy was that was weighing Khamzat at the scales, it is his discretion on deciding whether Khamzat did the weight, whether Khamzat stepped on the scale correctly or not. Not you, who is looking for a conspiracy theory. Not you, who is trying to explain in your own mind why is it that it only took him 3 seconds to get on a weighing scale. Well, there is no time limit or there is no maximum or minimum speed to how fast a scale can tell you of your weight. He got on, it said 185, good, get off. And that was the instructions by the agent who was conducting the weigh-in at the time. And that's it. Transcend says, what's wrong with him being proud to be American? There's nothing wrong with it, but why do you say it in every single sentence like you're at some sort of like 4th of July going out sale? Like, why do we need to be reminded of your nationality every single 5 seconds, right? Like, do we need to be reminded of like a 4th of July cookout sale or some sort of like, I don't know, 50% off or $250 special? Like what are we talking about here, right? Like so it's cool to say it once, it's cool to say that you're tough or this and that, but to constantly emphasize and say, because I'm American, America, yeah, shut the fuck up with that, man. Miss me with that bullshit, nigga, straight up. Rudy says, did they rig the scale for Khamzat? I don't think so. I think that, hey, you know what, it was all cordial as usual. Tooth Buds, shout out to you, man. Ain't seen you in the chat in a while. He says, no, rig, but it looked like the scale was moving. It looked like the scale was moving, and it didn't settle before it stepped off. Okay. Hate Love says, that's all he can say, so he just keeps going on in circles, even when the man is sober, he's still... You know what it is, man? Homie is socially awkward, if you think about it. Sean Strickland is socially awkward. He doesn't...
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, let's get an accurate definition. A person who does not belong or believe to a major monotheistic religion, particularly Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. That doesn't even make sense. I think he used it in the sense that, no, even according to Merriam-Webster, a person who is not religious or whose religion is not Judaism, Islam, or Christianity. That didn't even make sense then.
You shouldn't be allowed in this country. You guys know the definition of dog shit, and you need to get the out of America and stop ruining it. Oh yeah.
Who you talking to? That's America. America love me, bro.
Oh yeah.
Nobody loves you.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. All of these guys love me.
Hey, Khamzat is right, though, man. A lot of people in America love him, right? Not just the Muslim community, not just the urban Black Latino community, not just the Asian community, not just the Eastern European American community, but all of America loves him. And for Sean Strickland, he got fans, but he doesn't have casual fans the way that Khamzat does. He says, sup, brother, I agree. It was to the discretion of the commissioner, Toothbud says, only reason his weight thing is interesting is because he might be moving up to light heavyweight sooner than we thought. Yes.
Only you daddy loves you.
I think Sean Strickland was abused by his father, so that cut deep. That one was a mad one. There was another one.
Say I didn't get the fight and Nasser Dean gets the fight. Who gives a flying about two idiots? They're gonna go do a prayer rug, not eat bacon.
They're gonna do a effing prayer rug and not eat bacon. That's just incoherent.
Yeah, they're got them. Be happy, Chimaev. I'm making you money, terrorist. I don't talk about my problems here. I can be contemplating too. You guys never know. I know there'd be a hole in my ceiling. Be a grown-ass man.
Makes sense why he's making those comments. He's clearly a sad, sad man.
And just shut the up, me included. That big ass nose, I gotta step a little back. I might get a little too close.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as you guys can see, I'm sure those of you that didn't know about this, now you know, and you want this guy to get whooped. And Hamza Chimaev is no joke. I actually interviewed him. Yeah, and mashallah, really good, great, fantastic interview. I'm going to put that link in the description. Check that out. But ladies and gentlemen, may Allah grant him success. Enough said. Let's leave it there, guys. Until next time, assalamu alaikum.
All right, man. So that does it, man. You know, that's a great little transition we have here into, I believe, the first fight.
Platform you built your business on actually.
Yeah, guys, full coverage of the fights. We in here. Started from the bottom, now we hit. Started from the bottom, now we hit. Hey, Drake, I heard you like them young. Hey, Drake, I heard you like them young. Do 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 do. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Do 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 do. Oh man, I can't wait. And countdown begins to the first fight of the evening. 5 minutes to the first fight of the evening. Let's go, man. We gonna be screaming all night long. All night. All night. From the first fight all the way till Kamzat takes out Sean Strickland's light. From the first fights till Sean Strickland's till Kamzat takes out Sean Strickland's lights. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The first fight of the evening. All right, guys, setting up the studio. All right, man. Here we are. First fight of the evening.
One day I was scrolling on Instagram and I came across this video of a girl.
Let's go right here. All right. Let's see. Bravo says UFC is a sport which people enjoy. Dragging in geopolitics or religious stuffs ain't right. Just assume I deny John Jones ain't the GOAT just because he is black. It's a gentleman's sport. Okay. Very interesting observation there. Hate Love says the time Khamzat is gonna go mad. I won't be surprised if this is over within 2 rounds. Khamzat is gonna teach Sean a lesson he will never forget. Hate Love says John Jones ain't the GOAT. He is the druggie and a cheater in the octagon. And so how will people call him the GOAT? I tell you what, man, there's a lot of your favorite fighters that have taken steroids, whether you've known it or not, right? Like everybody in the game, I think, has taken steroids, and to condemn one and not condemn everybody, I think is, I don't know, unfair, right? Just by what I know from the inside. Savachi Financial, shout out to you. Yicky yee. All right, Savachi Financial says, welcome to the gang, kang, kang. That's right, where we let your brains hang. If you think you were kang, bang, bang. What's up? Show up at your door with a gang. Ooh, all right. So Hate Love says, hey, Sabas, hiya, welcome everyone. Yes, that is awesome, man. We got Sacramento, Chicago, London in the house. We got Dallas, Texas. Who else we got up in here? Transcendo. Where are you from, my man? Let me know what part of the world you are from. We got Ali Khan. I believe you are also from Houston and also from the UK. You know what I mean? Kind of shows you the diversity of Pakistanis, right? You know what I mean? They live everywhere, right? They are from like Pakistan, and then they're from Houston, and then they're also from London, and then they got family in South Africa. Savachi Financial says bang bang on the kang. Yup. If you know, you know what I mean? The streets know, the streets is watching. Don't. He says, okay, I see what you mean. Savachi says Pakistan over everything. POE. Pakistan over everything. Right? They should have like a military unit, named that, right? Like, yeah, our unit will be called, Pakistan over everything, as some sort of like undercover clandestine organization, right? Yes, Pakistan everything. Pakistan over everything. It is Pakistan over everything. Get it right. You know what I mean? Like one of them things, MOE, money over everything. Cash rules everything around me. Man, I tell you what, we're since we are in the subject of the East Coast, we're gonna get into a lot of East Coast nostalgia stuff, right? So I'm not going to put this on the timestamp, but I'll just say this right now for those that are listening, right? Last time I was in Jersey was at 2022. And Savachi Financial is very familiar with this story because, I met up with him afterwards, right? So long story short, I punched someone in the face in New Jersey, and I loved every minute of it. It was great. The dude was talking smack online, hooting and hollering, this, that, and the other. All right, look, I'll tell you exactly what he said, right? Because I think it's kind of goes good into the context of tonight's fight. All right, he said to me, "You're not a real Muslim because you're not 100% Arab." Okay, it was an Arab guy that I had to go and get at, and so all right, well, we'll see about that. And the rest of the details, I'll just leave it to your imagination, but just know that this really happened and it was great. And that's the lesson that I want all of you to learn. The lesson that I want all of you to learn is that get down where you're mad at. That's the lesson that I want you guys to understand. Get down where you're mad at. You got a problem with someone, get down where you're mad at. Handle it right there. Because I'm telling you right now, if you don't, you will never look at yourself as a man ever for the rest of your life. And I don't have that problem. I never have a problem with feeling like I'm the man or knowing that, I'm a capable human being. I never have that problem because I know that if it comes down to it, I ain't no punk ass bitch. You understand? That's the reality of it. I ain't no punk ass bitch. He says, you American guy. That's right. Proud to be. Proud that I grew up in America, right? We don't have to love the government. We don't have to agree with the government. I certainly don't, right? Whether it was Donald Trump or anyone else, you know, I'm just not a guy that that agrees with their way of things. But that's what it is. But I am proud that I grew up in this country. Being able to have the type of knowledge that I have that I wouldn't get anywhere else. Of course, I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for not necessarily the standard of living that I've already known, but the standard of living that you know, I have kept and maintained for quite some time that I don't know if I would maintain or have anywhere else. He says, I am America. Bro, I'm the real Captain America. These dudes don't know, man. You know, I'm the Captain America of my own Captain America. My truth, Savachi Financial says. Man. Really, real good times, man. Real good times. So, all right, new into the timestamp. 1 hour and 30 minutes into it. Prelims, first fight. Okay, that is the the timestamp, the time chapters that we got going on right now. He says, speak you truth. That's right, man. So, yeah, dude. I had to go and confront the dude, man. You know, had to let him know, like, look, I ain't no punk ass bitch. Okay, and I'm not gonna let you talk to me any kind of way. See, that's the thing, right? A lot of you dudes in here, you guys think that me saying these things is just, you know, for YouTube clout or this and that. Look, here's the truth of the matter, right? I'm just the YouTuber, right? But there are people out there in real life, okay, and people that I know that are far more dangerous than me. I'm a capable man by myself, but there are people out there that are far more dangerous than me that will get at you from Saturday to Sunday and 365 days of the whole year. In fact, even the whole decade if we have to. Juice Man, he says, what's up, brother? Hey, shout out to you, man. You know, I was with you last night during the Argentino chat. I remember that, man. You know, good times, man. Good conversations about you know, Long Beach politics and things of that nature. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. You know, but I understand, man. You know how it is. You know I understand Long Beach, brother. You know how it is. Charles says, are there street fights in California? I tell you what, yes. You know, there's a slang in California called fade, right? You know, everybody. I think everybody across the country has sort of adopted that saying now, right? Hey, let's run the fade. You know, you got a problem, let's run the fade. And you know, certainly a lot of people do run fades in California, and unfortunately, those fades sort of metastasize into drive-by shootings, reprisals, of you know, other you know, strikes that have came from gun violence, and then just ongoing perpetuating gun violence to no end. You know what I mean? So yeah, they do have fights here that sort of yeah. Juice Man says, yeah, it was funny. Fading going up, cuz. Yup, fading going up, cuz. Charles says, would you consider Sacramento a dangerous place or a safe place? I tell you what, right? I live in the safe part of Sacramento, but I got a lot of homies that live on the dangerous side of Sacramento. South Sac is very dangerous. Arden area, I've lived in the Arden area. It's very dangerous. A lot of Sureños that are there, upstate Sureños. They got Norteños. They got Bloods. I know a lot of Bloods in Sacramento, in particular, Oak Park Bloods. You know, I'm close with many of you know, Oak Park Blood members. I'm close with many 8th Street, you know, Stockton, 8th Street Stockton members. Yeah. you know, gangs are a real thing. They are a real thing, and they can't. I mean, depending on who they are, you know, I'm not saying anybody in particular, but you know, any of these gangs can be dangerous. I'll give you an example, right? Snoop Dogg, Charles said, so you know, gang. So the thing is, in California, that's not that unusual, right? I'll give you an example. If you lived in Hawaii, would it be unusual for you to know surfers in Hilo or surfers in Honolulu? Or name, you know, XY region in the world that has a big surfing community. It wouldn't. Now, you necessarily don't have to be a surfer. You know, I know I'm certainly not a surfer, right? You know, I would love to learn. I'd love to be around it, but you know, overall, uh, you're just naturally going to be around people that exist in a world where they are most prominent at. And when you are in California, I'm going to say um, most crimes in California are organized because of the gangs. You know, I think that's the most modest way of putting it. Charles says, I thought it was only in movies. No, man, it's not in movies. See, that's the biggest misconception a lot of people have. Um, I'll give you an example. I got into it with this dude in Sacramento, right? He's also a YouTuber, so I'm allowed to mention him. I'm allowed to mention people that have channels or people that are actually, you know, out in the public for people to consume or see in some kind of, public way, right? But if you're a private person and I have beef with you, you'll never hear it in any of my stories, right? But if you're a YouTuber, great. You know, I can talk about it. So his name is Smack the God, right? And the name in and of itself is just offensive, right? Because he's naming himself. And by the way, he later changed his, YouTube channel name. I guess you could say I kind of humbled him. But anyways, he wanted to get at me because I made a video about Jay-Z, right? You can see it right here on this live stream, right? And our first interaction that we had was when we did a video about MMA Guru. That's where it was very positive, right? It was very positive. He wanted to talk about MMA Guru because guess what? It was about race. Why did he want to talk about race? Because MMA Guru made fun of Michael Chandler for adopting black children. And so naturally, this person was offended by it. He was offended by it. Okay, and keep in mind, you know, I'm not picking on any random person. This is a person that has a YouTube channel. Okay, but I'm just not going to mention his name. But I think, you know, the people that need to know, they know. But for you guys, this is just for story's sake. Okay, so we get into it. He told me to take down the video of Jay-Z where I called Jay-Z a nunce. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. Why am I going to do that? Why am I going to? First of all, nobody tells me what to do. Okay, man, you better not tell me what to do, bro. You know, you're in the wrong state trying to tell me what to do. You know, if anything, oh, man. All right, so long story short, we get into it. We said, let's meet up. Like, you don't like what I got to say. I don't like what you got to say. I've been dissing him online. He tried to diss me online. He got his video taken down, making a video about me because he didn't understand copyright laws. So his video got taken down. If you want to see our argument before the clash, okay, there was a real life clash. Okay, I'm not going to get. Maybe I'll get into small details of it, but the first online clash you could see on the Colby Covington versus Joaquin Buckley coverage that I did. A very same live stream that I'm doing right now, like this, in this type of format. That's where it started. You know where it ended? Let me put it like this. Eventually, his wife was so petrified of the beef that she ended up divorcing him and leaving the country. Okay? So if any of you guys, think that I'm, just making this up or, thinking that, this is all a joke or this is all just for YouTube persona, I dare you to come after me. I'm challenging you to come after me. Because I guarantee you, it'll be the worst decision of your life. Okay, the level and sophistication of war that I will bring upon you is something that you have never seen in your whole entire pathetic, small, miserable life. I promise you. The level of surveillance that I would put on you, the level of resources that I would dump from whatever budget I have going on, and the connections that I have to come after you, I will absolutely exercise those to the fullest of my ability, and you will not survive. I swear to you. And I'm speaking in full confidence of this because I've seen it happen. What person do you know will force, didn't force anybody, this was their choice, but literally divorced because you are so petrified of beefing with me? Imagine that. So scared for your life that you wanted nothing to do with this man, that you had children with, that you had kids with, all the way up till their teens, all because of this. But anyways, first fight, man, it's already cracking right here with Carpenter and Ochoa. Shout outs to the 500 people around the world that have tapped into the channel so far. Yeah, really fast start between Ochoa and Carpenter right here, guys.
See that guy keep taking that left to the body? Gotta be so careful. It only takes one to shut everything off.
Oh, good front kick by Ochoa there. 1-2 shot. Oh, Charles says, from where I'm from, there are mobsters. Okay. I never knew how much that was a part of California. He says, soft Bronx. He was getting mad. You know what, man? I see both sides that you and him were arguing yesterday, right? His argument is that, you know what? Who cares who the hardest hood is, right? Who cares if the Bronx is the hardest hood in comparison to Long Beach? And obviously my main argument was that, you know what? Both are hard. I mean, they're hard and vicious in their own way. There's no mistake in that, right? But Argentino's whole thing was he just wanted to nullify it, and sort of dismiss it. And in a way, I can kind of understand why he would want to dismiss it, because if you think about it, right? Why do you fight over a hood that you don't own, right? That's something you really got to understand, right? Like, most people don't even own their homes, except, of course, if you got your house generationally, which does happen, by the way, right? A lot of people in the rolling 60s, most of them, inherited a house from their grandparents that were like World War II veterans that used the GI Bill to get them their first house or something like that, right? And then they've been living there since then, and then that's where they're from. That's their hood. That's your set, right? Like, there's that going on. But realistically, there's a lot of people who live in hoods where, they can easily tell you to move out. They can tell you to, like, for example, there was this Grape Street gang that had an apartment complex that they had to move out of because they had like asbestos, issues with the filter and the ventilation system. So there's things like that going on. All right, so we got a wild fight. Oh man, Ochoa just knocked down Carpenter. I don't believe it. Juice Man says, "No, he cares. Trust me." And him been through this for almost 2 years now. Says he was putting up a front because you was there. Okay. Well, maybe. But you know what? There is a portion of people out there that grow out of the street life and sort of sort of dismiss or ignore it. Look, Juice Man, look, I'll tell you this, man. I was the same way. You know, when you look at me, it's not a mistake why I come across as a square, right? Why I come across as somebody with, proper English or, somebody who sounds very educated, right? Which I am, right? I have, the degrees and the papers to prove that, right? I have a bachelor's. I have, experience in work with political media. I have experience in work with, finance mortgage companies. So, I have experience in these things, right? That is really who I am, right? But there's also the other element of me where, I know dudes that are from that life and, almost to a certain extent, sort of like, felt ashamed of it, right? Like until I was in the car business and a group of these Arab dudes, I had to go check because they didn't want to pay me. So guess what I did? I brought in a whole completely different racial element, to the whole entire mix because I'm half Pacific Islander, right? I'm half Arab and half Pacific Islander. I brought in the other racial elements to these Arab guys that didn't want to pay me, and I'm like, "What's up now, fam?" And I was like, "Wow, okay, you know what? This is real. This stuff works." You know what I mean? People change your mind after meeting some people that you know. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the value of networking, whether you're in business, whether you're in, any type of field in line of work that you're in. Always remember that. Charles says, for example, mobsters aren't all that social at all. They talk only when people who they do business with. Correct. Charles says gang members seem more social as you describe them. You know what, Charles? Okay, so you're correct about that, right? I'll tell you what is very dangerous for black criminality, right? In particular, the blood and crip diaspora of things, right? What makes them dangerous to themselves? What makes them dangerous to themselves is exactly what you just mentioned right now in the latter of what you mentioned in the chat, which is the following. Charles said gang members seem more social as you describe them, and that's correct. That is how I describe them, and that right there is a detriment to their work in the criminal underworld, because ultimately, many black dudes that are in gang life, they're also affiliated with the rap world, the social media world. And that right there opens up a wide range of investigations into your activities, investigations into your associates, investigations into the rankings of the individuals that you have within your squad, right? So their lifestyle and what they're tied to in the world of entertainment invites a lot of negative attention, in particular, law enforcement authority attention. Yeah. So there we are. Wow, man. Carpenter has Ochoa's back right now. All right, he's looking to grab a leg here. So he was looking for a leg lock there. And so now they're getting right back up right now. So we are at round number 2, 247, 246, 245. Buckman says Kamzat is beating Strickland. End of story. Facts, man. Buckman Boxing. Shout out to you, my man. Hey, Buckman, do you have a boxing channel, by the way? If you do, everyone tap into Buckman on boxing channel. If you do have an active channel and you do make boxing content. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Dubois. And you know what? I'll watch that later. Forget it, man. I'm UFC today. End of story, as you say, right? You know, I'm UFC today. End of story. I'll catch up tonight. I will catch up tonight and tomorrow and see how the Dubois and Wardley fight came. But man, it's gonna suck because right away I'm gonna know whether there's a finish or not. You know, just based off of the. But I'll watch it anyway. Oh man, is it on? Is it on right now? Dubois and people are probably going to spoil me. He says, dude, please tell me you saw the David Morrell fight. No, I did not. No, I haven't, brother. Sorry. Oh, is it on right now or they haven't fought yet? Maybe I could put up two screens right now. You know, if they're still on. Have they fought yet? Yes or no? Oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness. All right, never mind. Don't tell me, bro. Let's just stick to UFC right now because Carpenter's face is busted up right now, man. Nose bloodied up and everything. Just straight jabs from Ochoa right now. Oh, okay. He says, no, Dubois Wardley hasn't fought yet. Yes. All right. We're getting two screens up, bro. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that, man. You just made my day, bro. Okay, after this round is over, I'm gonna put up a screen, another screen to go. Oh, spinning back elbow right there by Carpenter. That's awesome, man.
It's like every time he enters the, he just sticks it with that little right jab. Small stick. By Ochoa.
Oh, nice.
Another punishing round for Jose Ochoa. Round 3 coming.
Jump in. The water's warm. 3, 2, 1.
Can you slow down a little bit? It's starting to make me nervous. It is a huge spectacle for Volkov. It's great.
City on a short fuse. Everybody feel
It's what the big screen is made for.
Ray, you're all better on rated R.
All right, man. So we're gonna get on the Dubois. He says, no lie though, man. David Morrell fight is gonna shock you. All right, I gotta find that somehow later on, man. Thank you for telling me, Buckman Boxing. So okay, so Buckman, you do have a channel, right? You have an active channel that you got going on right now. Because if you do, you know, then I'll support it if you're you know, making videos and whatnot. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, thank you for telling me that Dubois and Homeboy hasn't fought yet, man. So I'm gonna put up two screens for that right now.
I like the corner of Carpenter telling him, go with this round. You know, they acknowledge we're getting beat up. But if you go forward and you press him, then we take it to the ground and we'll end this fight. Listen, maybe he doesn't win this fight by decision. But you take something positive from this instead of just being beat on for 15 minutes.
Yeah, they want to be crashing, you know, get this fight in the ground.
To your point, Joe, in the second round, we was able to get to the ground a little bit.
All right, so round number 3 right now with Ochoa and Carpenter.
It's about more control once he gets there.
good level change and attack to the body by Ochoa.
All right, so I got two screens up right now. Perfect. He says, "Oh, on X, yes. Oh, okay. So you do content on X. Okay, okay. He says, I just started. Okay, perfect, man. I'll get down with your motion, man. You know what I mean? Keep doing content, bro. Keep covering boxing, and I'll get down with you, bro. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get down with your get down. So, I'll subscribe to your channel. So, tell me about the David Morrell fight that you saw today. What was it about it that ultimately impressed you, or what was it that you would say would probably put me in a state of shock, as you say. Oh man, it's a very good fight, man. The first fight is already an awesome fight, guys. Yeah, really awesome fight so far. They got that Free From Desire song going on. Is that the fight that just happened right now? All right, man. Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm glad that I was able to catch up to the Dubois fight, man. Ooh, nice one, man. All right, man. So it's coming up next, man. So Ochoa and Carpenter just ended right now. And we got Dubois.
Slow down a little bit. It's starting to make me nervous. It is a huge spectacle for me. It's the drink job.
All right, so 140.
It's what the big screen is made for.
Ochoa versus Carpenter. Okay. All right, and then all right. There we go.
Well, the Octagon never sleeps, and neither does CBS Sports HQ. Catch UFC highlights, analysis, and commentary around.
All right, so now we find out who the winner is.
Some of the fine UFC moments that have taken place here at the Rock Chronicle in the back of the figures. Fight Night on DAZN, brought to you by that prize. For the official decision.
All right, so we find out who the winner is right here.
We go to the judges' scorecard for decision. All three judges scored this contest 30-27. The winner by
Unanimous decision. The winner is Ochoa. Ochoa is the winner by decision on this one, man. Yeah, that fight was a barn burner, man. That could have gone back and forth in either direction. So, you know, I'm not mad at it, man. And then we got Dubois versus Wardley coming up right now. As I'm watching both screens right now, what I'm noticing, there's the British Army commercial going on for Dubois and Wardley. So there you have it, man. They still have the L-85s from what it seems, man. You know, the L-85s that the British use. Let me show you guys from my encyclopedia of assault rifles what I'm looking at, right? From the British Army. The type of guns that they use. So obviously this is the French FAMAS right here, right? Has a very similar model to this right here, the L-85 that I just mentioned to you guys right here. Right, the L-85 that is used by, what do we have right here? I believe this is Indonesian troops. How about that, right? These are Indonesian troops using British-made assault rifles. So that's what I saw in the commercial right there, right, of Dubois and Wardley, right? Obviously, they are still recruiting the military in the UK, and there was one U.S. general that said they are no longer an elite fighting force. Can you believe that? The UK is no longer an elite fighting force, and I know why. Because English people are very degenerate-like, and you even see it in their professional fighters. You know, they got some of the most degenerate professional fighters ever. Paddy Pimblett is a degenerate. Darren Till, even though he's a tough guy and he has a certain level of discipline, he's still a loose cannon. Ricky Hatton, right? Unfortunately, to his own demise. Yeah, man. Crazy stuff.
What are you doing?
All right, so there's Ochoa right there with the decision as we await. Hey, man, Buckman, thank you for telling me about the Dubois fight, by the way, man. I was really looking forward to this Dubois fight, so I'm so happy that you, put me up to it because, you know, I thought that it had passed already. Usually British boxing, by this time, the main event is either going on or it's on the verge of, starting, but yeah. All right, so up next, we got Bagzar. All right, we are now in the second fight of the evening. All right, so it is Susurkaev He says, where can I watch Dana White boxing? I believe that's on Paramount. They share the same deal with the UFC, so yeah, it should be on Paramount. If that helps, let me know on the comment section below if I was able to help you with that.
Breakout starts of season 9 of Dana White Contender Series. Based on who Susurkaev returns in search of another stoppage ranking fellow Contender Series graduate Brazil's Jordan Santos.
All right, so
just 4 days after earning his contract on season 9 of Dana White's Contender Series, Based on who Susurkaev memorably registered a second-round submission win in his UFC debut. He followed that up with another finish 3 months later to establish himself.
All right, so we got the main event.
The undefeated fighter goes for a 12th straight win and a 5th consecutive stoppage as he faces fellow Contender Series Santos.
All right, so we got the main event DAZN Boxing going on as well. He says, cool, what's it called again? Zuffa Boxing, number 6, I believe. Oh, no, Gallagher, award winner. They got some British rock stars pulling up for the fight. Yeah, man, Dubois and Wardley, they're big names in the UK. You know, ain't no doubt about that. Kumar says, and then some holy word is right or not. And then some holy word is right or... Oh, wait. And he said something up top. He says, bro, nothing against, but comes out saying himself terrorist. And then some holy word is right or not. Okay. What I will say is that I'm actually very impressed of the language expression that Kamzat has going on, right? Now, why do I say that? Kamzat said, I am a terrorist for him, Sean Strickland. So he's very direct about who he's going to terrorize. All right? A terrorist is a person that's going to take you out, that's going to take me out, that's going to take everybody in this whole entire chat out right now. Okay? And that is what a terrorist would do. Kamzat would not touch us, you know, or even dare to hurt us in any kind of way because, well, unless, of course, we don't provoke him, right? As long as we, you know, stick to the side that we're not, you know, provoking the wolf, I don't think we're going to get bit. And I think you can kind of understand what I mean by that. He says, even Khabib said, saying Allah Akbar. Khabib saying Allah Akbar to what? You got to give me context. Did he say Allah Akbar overall, or are you talking about a time that he said Allah Akbar, or are you talking about he said Allah Akbar as a result of what Kamzat did to Sean Strickland leading up to the fight? Let me know in exactly the context behind that if you can, please. All right, so we got commercials going on right now. Kumar says, even Khabib saying Allah Akbar and then mentioning terrorists in the same sentence is not right. He says, doesn't matter. Okay, I understand what you're saying now, Kumar. Okay, I get what you're saying. Bravo says Allah Akbar is just saying God is the greatest. Correct. Villa Kid says, do you think Santos has a good chance, or is he going to get his ass beat? Santos. Against Susurkaev, yeah, he's getting his ass beat. This is the Susurkaev show, okay? He is Kamzat Chimaev's Islam Makhachev. The way that Khabib had Islam Makhachev, and the way that we compare Kamzat to Khabib, Susurkaev is the Islam Makhachev of that example. You know, and would probably retire undefeated, you know, if it came down to it. All right, so we got the main event going on right now with Wardley and Dubois. Yeah, yeah, man, he has no chance, bro.
Yes, I'm with Roses in Talbot here, ringside. You can't talk about the heavyweight division without talking about you. You've been mocked tonight. How are you finding it? I've been mocked. I've been trying to interact with the fans. Normally I get mocked. Today I'm trying to, it's been a long time since I've been back. It feels like a long time anyway. The last time we saw you in the ring, it was in that ring over here. Brilliant performance.
All right, man. Look at this dude in the comments section. This is what I wrote to him.
Let's talk about it. So that's it. I mean, that's obviously the next question. Fabio Wardley, Daniel Dubois. You're very much backing your man Fabio Wardley here. Is this an early fight? They've done like an average of 4 rounds each.
All right, here we go, man. Santos. David says, does Ozzy Diaz have a good chance? I can't remember how he fights, but now the other guy is a beast. Kumar says, what's your thoughts? I'm not Muslim, but it feels disrespectful to being cool or trash talking a rival. But you know what, Kumar, man, Sean Strickland brought this upon himself, though, Kumar. I mean, can we agree to that, though, right? He brought this upon himself. Do you think that Khamzat had this going on with Gilbert Burns? No. Do you think he had this going on with Gerald Mershad? No. Do you think he had this going on with Li Jingliang? No. Did he have this going on with Robert Whittaker? No. And, you can name the list and the names and the consummate professionals that Khamzat has beaten, and nothing. But anyways, man, here's Susurkaev and Santos right now at round 1, guys. 447, 446, 445. There's a front kick right there. And we are awaiting Daniel Dubois to walk out into the Manchester arena right now. I don't know where they are in, I think it's Manchester Arena, or, yeah, let me know in the comment section below, guys, what arena Daniel Dubois and Wardley are fighting at right now while we are watching Susurkaev and Santos right now as we are covering and, giving coverage to both fights. There's a nice low kick right there by Santos. Good 1-2 shot by Susurkaev. Kumar says, no, Daggy guys, chill and respectful and religious, but Chimaev mentioning Allah Akbar and terrorists is not good. So I tell you what, man, Khamzat grew up in a different part of the world, right? Does he share the same genetics as them? Does he share the same culture, the same religion as them? Yes. Culture, though, we're going to have to stand by on that a little bit, because Khamzat came from the culture of Western European gangsterism, right? You look at Sweden. They got a lot of Albanian gangs there. They got a lot of Chechenian gangs there. And in fact, a lot of those Chechenian gangs over there, they hate Ramzan Kadyrov. There was even one point where Khamzat Chimaev ended up having beef with some German gangsters who are of Chechenian origin. So, something to think about. They just come from two different cultures. Let me know if that explains some things for you, Kumar. Considering that they both grew up in different places. Bravo says Prudential Center. No. I was speaking of the because I'm watching two fights right now, right? I'm obviously watching the UFC, and then I'm watching the boxing card with Wardley and Dubois. So I'm watching both at the same time right now as us. It's simultaneously going on. So I was wondering, what arena are they at in Manchester for the Dubois and the Wardley fight? Is what I was asking. But yes, very well aware that this UFC fight is in the Prudential Center. I remember I'm a former New Jersey guy. I grew up in New Jersey before I became a West Coast ninja. So, all right. So now, first time that Susurkaev is shooting in for a takedown. And remember, he trained with Kamzat for this camp. Kumar says, but they are both Muslim, and it doesn't give you exception to mentioning two completely different things in one sentence. I mean, you're right, man. How do I argue with that, Kumar? You're absolutely right. All right, so here's Daniel Dubois walking out to the ring right now. Oh, there's a 1-2 shot and an uppercut by Santos. I can't believe this. Daniel Dubois is walking out to What a Man by TLC. It is just like the most awkward song for a socially awkward person like Daniel Dubois to walk out on. You know what I mean? Like, out of all songs, you know? Oh, spinning heel kick right there by Susurkaev, but misses. Hey, Santos is not a bad fighter, guys. What do you think? You know, kind of giving him a little bit of some challenges here. You know, if I say so myself. Oh, good calf kick right there by Susurkaev. 1-2 shot as he's walking in there. All right, the undefeated WBO world champion, Fabio Wardley. Walking out to the Roy Jones song. I can't be stopped, I can't be whoa. No. Kumar says Khabib and his guys are calm and respectful, but Chimaev is evil, which pretended to be humble and spreading Kadirov's guys. I think I understand what you mean through your English error, English grammar error right there. I think I understand what you mean, Kumar. Yeah, and like I said, right, they're two completely different guys, right? You know, even though they both have the same appearance of a long beard and a no mustache, they are both very much different. But by the end of the day, Muslim brother nonetheless. Fabio Wardley now walking into the ring with his Ipswich FC gear on, which is the local club, the local soccer club in his section that he comes from. Kadu asks, have you played UFC 6? No, I haven't. If you have, let me know, and let me know if you've, have any positive experiences with it. Yeah, what do you guys think, man? Is Susurkaev winning this fight, or maybe Santos is giving him a harder fight than what he would have imagined? All right, here we go. Main event for the boxing card. Yeah, very good back and forth between these two right now. Oh, body kick attempt by Susurkaev right there. Oh, nice spinning back fist right there by Susurkaev. But yeah, Kadu, let me know about UFC 6, man. What was it like? Or maybe you've seen a trailer. I don't know if anybody's actually really played it yet. But if you've seen the trailer, let me know. And look at this. He is body locking him, is Santos. And then Susurkaev is just throwing his hands up like this, sort of like offering very little resistance. Well, okay, so now he breaks off him right there. All right, so Daniel Dubois is being announced right now. Man, looking huge right now is Daniel Dubois. Only 3 losses in his career. Yeah, Triple D, Daniel Dubois. All right, now they're going to announce Fabio Wardley, the WBO World Champion. All right, so about 9 seconds left into the second round between the Susurkaev and the Santos fight. Oh, spinning heel kick right there. Just missed off the mark on that one. Momentarily did graze him, though. There's a lot of blood coming on the top of Santos' head right now. Although, I will say that Susurkaev got himself in a much tougher fight than what he would have imagined to be, so... All right, here we go, man. Round 1 for Dubois and Wardley right now.
40 KOs between them. Unpredictability. Jeopardy. Early, mid, late. Two.
All right, so round one. Oh, wow, he already knocked down Daniel Dubois. Just like that. Can you believe it? I can't believe it already. Man, that was a very good start by him, man. Oh, man, good shot right there. And these are big shots they're throwing right here. Man, they're swinging for the fences right here. All right, so Susurkaev now has Santos in his back as well, or at least has him in a body lock position. Oh, wow. Man, good counter shots right here by Wardley. And we got about under 3 minutes left for the Santos and Susurkaev fight. All right, now he shoots in for a takedown this time.
Amazing.
2 minutes left for Santos and Susurkaev. All right, so that's the end of round one for Dubois and Wardley right here. Santos has Susurkaev in a headlock position right here, trying to go for a guillotine as Susurkaev is trying to push him up against the fence. Now they're throwing a bit of some foot stomps and elbows at each other, moving him towards the cage. Susurkaev looking for a bit of wrist control here.
Sorry? Well, you crazy dog.
Now he takes down Santos. Santos he's got him down. Susurkaev has his back, ground and pounding away. Wow, man, he hit him with that overhand right, did Wardley and Dubois. Now Susurkaev's looking to choke him from this position. Does he get it? That's it. The fight is over. He tapped him. That is it. That is it for Susurkaev. Good win right there. Good win. All right, wins via submission. All right, and then the boxing match between Wardley and Dubois continue on. So as we take a look at the highlights here of Susurkaev and Santos, started off when he took him down right here. All right, so now Susurkaev is going to be announced. The oh wow, there's Dubois right now banging away at Wardley. Okay, I'm gonna go off camera for a second, guys. I'm still gonna continue on the audio. All right, so maybe the same follows from the Sean Strickland and the Khamzat Chimaev fight. Maybe the same thing follows. I don't know. We'll see. You know, I mean, how you can tell a fighter is going to fight during the night, just watch his training partner. And certainly Susurkaev is a great example. And that is reflective of Khamzat. So, meanwhile, that is the end of the round right there for the Dubois and the Wardley fight. Another round down. All right, here's round number 3 for Dubois and Wardley. Very explosive matchup, by the way. Because you know anything can happen between these two. Oh, wow, man. Dubois is throwing some hard shots right now. All right, so we got the Pat Sabatini fight coming up. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Daniel Dubois just took a knee. I can't believe it. Daniel Dubois, another knockdown. Wardley is effing him up, man. Dubois was looking to hug it out right there as a way to preserve himself. Dubois is hurt very badly. Oh my goodness! Daniel Dubois comes back and hits him with a shot of his own. Wow, some hard-hitting big boys here. Man, every single round between Dubois and Wardley right now is off the chains, bro. Every single round. Yeah, a bit of a delayed reaction there from Dubois. Oh my goodness! He caught him again. Oh my goodness, man. Some hard shots here. All right, man. We got Pat Sabatini coming up soon. Meanwhile, we got Wardley and Dubois here banging it out. Yeah, it's getting really brutal, this Dubois and Wardley fight. All right, Pat Sabatini and Gomis right here while the Wardley and the Dubois fight is still going on. All right, here we go, round one. All right, Pat Sabatini shooting in for a single leg takedown right here. Pat Sabatini still trying to maintain the single leg. Got him down momentarily. Gomis springs back up. Pat Sabatini maintaining his body lock. Has his legs wrapped around the a single leg of Gomis right now as he maintains his body lock position. Still has the back as you're standing of Gomis. Looking to pound him out right here, standing while they are clenching up against the fence. Meanwhile, Dubois and Wardley right here at round number 5. Real wild swings here for Dubois and Wardley. Man, these dudes are throwing bombs at each other right now. Oh, Dubois pressing forward right now. Dubois knocked out the mouthpiece of Wardley, but they got to pause momentarily. Now they're right back up right now. Meanwhile, here's Sabatini really pressing the wrestling on Gomis right now. Really has one thing in mind, and that's to wrestle this guy. Oh, Dubois going forward at Wardley right now. All right, that's the end of the round for Wardley and Dubois. Meanwhile, Sabatini still maintaining, looking for this single leg right here, right? Pressing the action up against the fence. All right, Pat Sabatini takes down Gomis once again. All right, man. Really good round for Pat Sabatini right here. Meanwhile, here's round number 6 for Wardley and Fabio. I'm sorry, that is Fabio and Wardley and Dubois. Man, this is a good heavyweight boxing fight right now with Wardley and Dubois. Also, very good round for Pat Sabatini right here. Good wrestling. You know, constantly grinding up against the fence on Gomis. All right, Charles. All right, so round number 2 for Sabatini and Gomis right here. And we are at round number 6 out of 12 for Wardley and Dubois right now. Oh, man, these guys are swinging for the fences, bro. And then here's Sabatini, once again, maintaining the wrestling stance. Getting at him the best way he knows how, right? And I think this is just going to be a rinse and repeat cycle for Sabatini. Okay, so now Pat Sabatini finally gets him down right there. Oh my God, man, he takes him down again. Oh no. Oh wow, I can't believe this, man. He's looking to knock out Fabio Wardley right now. He's really close to knocking him out right here. Look at this. Oh my goodness, Daniel Dubois is going to knock out. Oh my goodness, don't tell me. Oh, tell me he's going to knock him out. That's crazy. Wow, man. That was a very good round for Daniel Dubois. Wow, man. Yeah, absolutely entertaining. Man, Dubois really looking to get the finish right here. Wow, 1-2 shot right there. Man, Dubois is looking to knock him out right here, man. Man, Dubois was losing this fight very early on, and now he's busting up Wardley, man. This is what great fights. All right, meanwhile, Pat Sabatini is still the same thing all over Gomis. Yeah, Dubois looking for a finish here. Wow, man, listen. Boxing fight-wise, Fabio Wardley and Dubois are fight of the year. There's Joe Pfeiffer right there. They're showing him in the stance right now. Obviously, the training partner, Pat Sabatini. All right, so here we go. Third and final round for the Sabatini versus Gomis fight. All right, man. So, okay, so now we are at round number 8, Wardley versus Dubois. And in here, Sabatini, once again, just going after the same thing over and over again, right? If you notice, right, what Pat Sabatini is constantly going for is just single leg after single leg, right? But let's see how far this fight progresses right here. See, as you can tell by the way that he was sort of going for a way to get in closer, right? Now, being that Gomis is obviously the taller fighter here, what you would probably want to do is fight at, at range. But Sabatini doesn't mind fighting at range right now, while at the same time really trying to pick his spot to get and repeat. But all right, and then Fabio Wardley and Dubois fight is going on right now, which I think is close to becoming boxing fight of the year, at least in the heavyweight division, maybe if not the whole entire sport of boxing. so the face of Wardley is looking really bad right now. Now Pat Sabatini back in the close range position, constantly looking for that single leg. All right, Pat Sabatini got him down now. Clamped up both of his legs. Now he's got him down. Meanwhile, 41 seconds left in the 8th round between Wardley and Dubois. Oh, man, he just rocked him with that one. He rocked him with a jab. Dubois rocked Wardley with a jab, man. He got him busted up. And his nose is busted up, bleeding right now. Bleeding very badly. All right, so Pat Sabatini has about under 90 seconds left into this fight. 113, 112, 111, and still looking for a single leg. Going into the 9th round now with Dubois. All right, so going into round number 9. These Stitch people are looking at Wardley right now. Man, it's a really bad opening. All right, so that's the end of the fight between Pat Sabatini and Gomis. All right, here we are, round number 9. Oh, wow, he just hurt Wardley again. It's like Dubois knows, what spots to hurt Wardley at. Man, Wardley's holding on for dear life. Yes, so Pat Sabatini won this one. Unanimous decision, hands down. Easy win for Pat. Meanwhile, the Wardley and Dubois fight is still going on right now. Yeah, congratulations to Pat Sabatini on that win. Constant wrestling grind to get that win. Meanwhile, here's round number 9 for Wardley and Dubois. Dubois just hurt Wardley again. Oh my goodness, he's looking to finish Wardley. The referee is close to stopping it. Meanwhile, Sabatini gets a unanimous decision win over Gomis, and it looks like this is not going to a unanimous decision win or any decision win whatsoever. Daniel Dubois is all over him now. I'm telling you, man, boxing fight of the year. Man, this is boxing fight of the year. All right, round number 10 for Dubois and Wardley. All right. All right, here we go. Oh my goodness. Daniel Dubois is battering. He is battering him right now. All right, so next one is Kopylov versus Tulio. Oh my goodness, man. Daniel Dubois is punishing him right now. All right, meanwhile, here's Kopylov versus Tulio right now. All right, so Dubois back at it right now at round number 11. Meanwhile, we got Kopylov versus Tulio right now in the prelims. Oh my goodness! I can't believe it! I can't believe it! I can't believe it! Dubois has finally finished. I can't believe it! Oh my goodness, he finished him, bro! Wow! 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 He finished him! I can't believe it, bro! He finished him! Wow! I can't believe it, man! He KO'd him! That was glorious. That was absolutely glorious, man. Meanwhile, we got the Kopylov versus Tulio fight going on right now. That was glorious. Wow, man. I can't believe it, man. Daniel Dubois. Anything can happen in the heavyweight division. I can't believe it, bro. He battered Wardley. That's right, man. He let the boxing do the talking, man. You know, a lot of doubters offer Daniel Dubois, man. Daniel Dubois. Well deserved. A young Daniel Dubois, man. Well deserved, bro. Never give up. That is the beauty of combat sports and what it teaches us, right? Never give up. He beat Anthony Joshua. He got beat by Usyk. He was told he was a quitter when he got beat by Joe Joyce. And then he comes in here and beats the favorite in Wardley. That is amazing. Wow, man. And don't forget about the Usyk versus Rico fight, too. All right, here we go, man. Yeah, the official time, but we already know what it is. Daniel Dubois getting that finish over Fabio Wardley. A great lesson in this, guys. Never give up on yourselves, right? There have been moments where Daniel Dubois was called a quitter. He bounced back. There were times where, he was told that he'll never become a world champion again due to the fact that he got beat by Usyk. And then all of a sudden, there's the Anthony Joshua fight. He comes back. And now he fights Wardley, who was undefeated coming into this fight, rightfully so undefeated, right? A heavyweight champion undefeated. And then he goes and gets the win. Like, wow. Wow, man. Wow. Daniel Dubois, man. Yeah, well-deserved win, Daniel Dubois. Go on, Daniel boy! Go on, Daniel boy! You're one of the lads. Daniel Dubois. With the WBO belt. Yeah, man. Frank Warren got all the best heavyweights right now, except for Usyk. You know what I mean? He's got all the best heavyweights. Frank Warren. If you think about it, Frank Warren got all the top heavyweights going on right now. All right, so now in the corner of Roman Kopylov and Marco Tulio. All right, round number 2, Kopylov Tulio. Meanwhile, Dubois is being interviewed right now. All right, so what is Frank Warren saying he's got next for Daniel Dubois? He said it was an amazing fight. It's quite exciting. Oh, okay, they're talking about a rematch with Alexander Usyk. Yeah, I don't know, man. Ain't nobody trying to see that. Ooh, that's a nice head kick right there by Tulio. All right, very technical matchup between Tulio and Kopylov. Not super committed. All right, man. They got a Mortal Kombat commercial going on in the Daniel Dubois fight. Yeah, I suppose that's all we can really cover on a Daniel Dubois fight. Why bother? Rather just concentrate on the UFC fight at this point, right? All right, so here we are in the octagon with Kopylov and Tulio. Oh, good shot right there. Oh, he just knocked him down. He's looking to finish. Kopylov is looking to finish. Kopylov is looking to finish. Oh, Kopylov is getting the finish right here. No, he doesn't. Not yet, at least. Man, he was very close to getting that finish right there. Tulio did a very good job staying composed and being able to get himself back into this clinch position that we're seeing right here. All right, and that is the end of the round right there. Tulio with the blonde hair. Going for the Demolition Man look. Oh, man. Oh, wow, man. He's looking to finish him now. Now in the third round, he takes him down once again. Looking to finish right here. Now in the third round, he takes him down once again.
Dad bringing genius here. No, over here. And I live for operational excellence.
All right, man. So, all right, man. So, Kopylov is right on top. Maintaining this top position, really feeling like he was going to get the finish on this one. Unfortunately not. All right, man. Busted up, man. Really bad eye in Kopylov right now. Wow, man. Kopylov has to do something to those eyes, man. It's looking really bad. Ooh, spinning back kick by Tulio. High kick by Kopylov. Wow. Man, they go the full 15 right there. Man, very good fight. All right, let's see who the judges give this one to. All right, the winner by unanimous decision. All right, so Roman Kopylov gets the win on that one. All right, man. Up next. So that's the end of the early prelims. We now go into, wow, Jim Miller and Jared Gordon coming up next. All right, I'm stoked for that one. All right, man. I'm excited for the next fight. Let's see here. All right, so they had a little bit of that opener right there. Okay, hold on. Let me see this real quick. I had to mute that for a second to turn up the volume to hear what they were talking about. Yeah, they were promoting the Jersey Shore over there. Excuse me, guys. I'm going to go get an energy drink so I can be really pumped up for this. It's Jim Mill. Oh, man. I'll be right back. Aaron Maga. He says, by the way, thank you for gracing us with your presence. I'm afraid Strickland might put Khamzat to sleep tonight. I disagree with you, says the bearded guy, who has the same beard as Khamzat. Yeah, man. I'm excited. I'm very excited, man. I'm glad to see not only Strickland fans, but also obviously Chimaev fans, and also Jim Miller fans. Who's not a fan of Jared Miller? And who's not a fan of Jared Gordon? Well, I'm not a fan of Jared Gordon. He unfriended me on Facebook for whatever reason, but okay. All right, so yeah, Jim Miller. All right, so we got Jared Miller versus Jared Gordon coming up right now. Aaron Maga says Miller by submission. I don't know, man. Jared's going to be a little bit harder to submit. I got to be honest with you. He's going to be a little bit harder to submit. Not an easy task. All right, so Jared Gordon coming up right now. Jared Gordon! Hey guys! I'm fighting Jared Miller. No, Jim Miller. Yeah. Yeah, Miller. Miller's going to get this one. He's got that bald-headed Volkanovski bearded look. All right, man. Jared Gordon! Jared Gordon's walking into the cage right now. All right, Jared Gordon enters the cage right now. Excuse me. All right, here's Jim Miller right now, baby. Let's go, Jim. Let's go, Jim. Aaron, did you bet on this? Is that why you're predicting Jim Miller by submission, or are you just genuinely saying that out of your own, personal prediction and hypothesis? Let me know. Man, that's heavy stuff, man, that they're mentioning about Jim Miller's kids, man. Very heavy stuff. All right, man. I'm getting pumped for this Jim Miller fight, man. Jim Miller, man, one of the OGs in the octagon. How do you guys think Jim Miller would do against Conor McGregor? Right? And the reason why I'm bringing that up right now is because what if this matchup right now with Jim Miller was set up for Conor McGregor to have a fight later down the road? Like, for example, Jim Miller gets called in after this fight, and they're like, hey, Jim, we need an opponent for Conor at International Fight Week. Yeah, sure. Jim goes, yeah, sure. International Fight Week. It's May. Right now it's May. We're talking June, July. So 2 months. I'm down. Who's the name? Conor McGregor. Jim says, sure. Who would not take a Conor McGregor fight? Who would not take a Conor McGregor fight? Honestly. But who would win that fight ultimately if he was to get it? Who would win, Jim Miller or Conor McGregor? I like Jim Miller's chances. I don't know about you. I like Jim Miller's chances against Conor McGregor. And I also like his chances tonight in this particular second right now when Jim Miller is being announced. Probably for the last time. I heard that this is the time that he's going to give up his gloves. We'll see. We'll see what Jim's talking about here. All right, so Miller, there it is. Miller has now been announced, so there it is, man. All right, here we go. Jim Miller against Jared Gordon. You're probably thinking, man, Jared Gordon has the most normal accent ever, right? Like, there's no, deviation from his accent. There's nothing, like, wrong or abnormal with it. And you're, like, probably wondering, how am I making fun of Jared Gordon's accent? Hi, guys. Wait, no, I'm overdoing it now. I got to do it when it's natural. All right, I'm going to do it spontaneously, just out of nowhere when I need to. All right, here we go. So round number 1, 420, 419. And there's Jim Miller right now going at it. Now they're in a clinch position. Jared Gordon is in a dominant clinch position up against the fence. 409, 408, 407 of the first round. Jim Miller with the wrist control, moving his way out from the clinch. They are back, squared up. 355, 350, 349. In the center of the cage right now, Jared Gordon with the ankle pick. He gets an ankle pick on Jim Miller. Gets Jim Miller in a referee's position. Front headlock choke position. Jim Miller has a 2-on-1 as he stands back up. What is this? Keith Peterson looking for a timeout. What's going on there? Was there a low blow? Oh. Okay, so apparently there was a low blow on Jared Gordon. Oh no, I got low blowed, guys. No. That's what I mean. He has the most normal accent ever, but I'm still making fun of it. It's not like I'm making fun of Apu from 7-Eleven. Like, oh, hello, welcome to 7-Eleven. Welcome to Quickie Mart. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like that. But he has the most normal accent ever, and I'm making fun of it. Oh no, guys, I got kicked in the balls. Can you say your name? Jerry Gordon. And I'm going to take all the time out that I want. It's already 50 seconds into the low blow. Guys, I'm going to take all the time that I need. That's what he's doing right now. He's taking all the time. It's already 60 seconds. Who takes 60 seconds for a low blow shot, honestly? I mean, the limit that you get is 5 minutes, right? All right, I'm ready to go. Jerry Gordon's ready to go. All right, there it is. Round number 1 continues. 305, 303. High kick by Jerry Gordon. All right, Jared Gordon. Double jab. Ooh, pushes Jim Miller back. Goes for a hook right there. Explosive shot. All right, Jared Gordon stepping back. Nice hook right there by Jim Miller. High kick by Jim Miller. Single leg by Jared Gordon. He says, Kang, Kang. Man, Jim Miller's looking to get a submission right now, man. Aaron Mega, you could be right, bro. Look at this. He's got it really tight on Jared Gordon. Guys, oh no, I'm stuck. He's got it. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Jared Gordon has been submitted by Jim Miller. Jim Miller in the Matrix. Yeah, in the mix. Yes, he's still in the mix, bro. He got it, a submission. Bro, Aaron Maga, I'm gonna pin your comment right there because you said that before that was gonna happen. So I'm pinning your comment right there. I'm with 5 guys watching with Kai. I'm with 5 guys watching with Kai. Give us a shout out with Faraz. Okay, Faraz, man. Shout outs to Faraz, bro. Shout outs to Faraz, Sacramento, California represent. If that's the Faraz that I'm talking about or that I know, let me know. He says, how did I know? Let's go. How did you, man? Because you know that Jim Miller is a submission artist, man. And on top of that, Jared Gordon makes a lot of mistakes too. So, and you know your MMA, man. So, you know, my audience knows your MMA, bro. You know what I mean? What about John Dong? Remember when he predicted that the Kyle Dawkins and the Bo Nickel fight was going to happen, and lo and behold, it was the White House. But yeah, man, shout out to Faraz and Savachi Financial, and who else? Who else is with you, man? Anybody else that you got with you? Let me know. You know, if you want them to shout you out, man. Hope you guys are having a good night. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I hope you guys are having a blessed night. On top of that, as we are enjoying a very beautiful night of UFC. Started out the stream doing an open workout. Eddie Hearn has his what you would call the 5K fight day, right? He would go 5K. I don't know how that much is in miles, maybe 3 miles. So he would do a run for fight day, and you know, I just do bag work. You know, real MMA bag work, right? And a lot of people, if you're an MMA guy, right? If you're hitting pads, you should add sprawls, submission attempts, or some sort of you know, wrestling shots into it, right? You know, because you're not hitting the bag to be a boxer or or a kickboxer. You're hitting the bag to be an MMA fighter, right? So he says they're all subscribing to you, by the way. Hey, man. So shout outs to Fahad, Adil, and Munib. So Adele, Munib, Fahad, and Faraz. Shout outs to all you guys, man. Shout outs to all my YGs and all my OGs and everybody out there, man. He says shout outs to Adele, Munib, Fahad, Faraz. It's his birthday, and they're watching the Fight Companion with you. Yes, my man. Yes, happy birthday to you, my man. A blessed happy birthday to you, and I hope that you get all of your wishes. I hope that, I hope that we all get our wish tonight, inshallah, that Sean Strickland gets his butt whooped, right? In a very bad way, right? That's going to be exciting. And you know what? It's going to be a birthday that you're going to remember forever. And you know what? It's going to be a live stream that I'm going to remember forever. So that's the beautiful part about it. So let's go. Allahu Akbar. Let's go, man. Let's go. I'm so hyped right now. And Jared Gordon just got submitted. You know, I don't know why, dude. I make fun of Jared Gordon's voice, yet he has the most normal voice ever. You know what I mean? But then again, you know, people can make fun of my voice all the time. You know what I mean? You know, I think someone once compared my voice to Nick Fuentes. You know what I mean? I'm like, you know, Nick Fuentes, man, that's wild. Hold on, let's hear what Jim Miller has to say real quick.
Fighting my arms against my legs. I was able to keep the pressure on to start to panic that I knew I had it. They're showing your family here in the audience, so proud of you here. Jim, it's always an honor to call your fights. It's just me.
Is he going to retire?
You still get it done and get it done by submission after all these years. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Miller.
Oh, is he retiring? He didn't take off his gloves yet. All right, so there's his family right there. And, okay, so he didn't retire, so maybe he's got another one coming. I mean, look, man, you know what? There was a point where Daniel Cormier was advised by Dana White to not retire because Daniel wanted to retire after he knocked out Stipe. Now, imagine, right? What a great way to go out. You become the double champion, you knock out Stipe, and you just ride off into the sunset. And then you could have everybody debate about you and John Jones. John Jones was on steroids, you know, this, that, and the other. And, you know, and it's like they wanted to have Daniel continue. So next thing you know, Daniel goes and fights Derek Lewis. By the way, he blew his back out in that fight, right? This was like at UFC 230. So right after UFC 229 with Khabib and Conor. Right, and then right before that fight, obviously, Daniel Cormier attended the fight of Conor and Khabib, and then he fought in Madison Square Garden, you know, a couple of months later in November. So that during the October 229 November UFC 230 against Derek Lewis. So, yeah, man, he made a lot of money there, fought a big name like Derek Lewis. Obviously, he came out with the phrase "my balls is hot," right? No diddy. Anyways, so he said that, and it caught on fire, and that was during the UFC 229 main card of Conor and Khabib. And so they were like, okay, we want him back. We want to bring him back, but we want to bring Daniel back. Daniel said that if it was a high-level opponent like Jones or Stipe, he would have never said yes. But he said, it's Derek Lewis. I could beat this dude with a bad back. Aaron Mega says, not retiring. He's still got gas in the tank. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yeah. So I just hope he doesn't ride until the wheels fall off. You know, it's always good to ride off when you still have gas. But Jim Miller is not that kind of guy. And also, here's another thing about Jim Miller that I think is important to understand, right? The important thing to understand about Jim Miller is that his style or his opponents are adjusted. Okay, well, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by adjusted? In other words, Conor McGregor doesn't have that type of leisure. He doesn't have the type of leisure where he can fight competition that is a little bit subpar. He has to fight top level guys all the time, right? So he can't adjust his competition at his age and at his rapid decline, right? But Jim Miller can. Okay, Jim Miller can absolutely do that because he's not fighting championship level guys. All right, he's not fighting championship level guys. Conor McGregor has to fight championship level guys, guys that have pay-per-view drawing behind them. Not always, not all the time, right? So he can't adjust his competition in the way that Conor can. I'm sorry, in the way that Jim Miller can. Jim Miller can adjust his competition because he's getting older. He's getting a little bit more injuries. He's even talked about that on the lead up to the fight. And so, yeah, man, you know, you got to adjust your competition. Imagine they were going to put Conor McGregor against a Protest. How would that fight have gone? Not very good, right? They would have put him up against Roofy. Not very good. See, it's very challenging. You got to get Conor McGregor a pay-per-view name, but also somebody that's a little bit more damaged or a little bit more under the prime of theirs, right? I.e., Max Holloway could be an example of that. Obviously, Michael Chandler was a big, strong example of that. But I don't know. They're not doing that matchup. Michael Chandler is just, you know, waiting around trying to get it. Instead, they give him, you know, a UFC White House card assignment in Roofy, right? But Jim Miller, yes, he can continue on, but for how long? I would say a lot longer than Conor McGregor because he can adjust his competition for his age, his level, and also irrespective of his natural decline. All right. Excuse me. All right.
It is wild to look back to UFC 249 in an empty arena in Jacksonville 6 years ago today. But as we spin it forward, UFC Freedom 250 presented by Crypto.com and RAM coming up Sunday, June 14th, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Took out the string by accident. Yeah, man. All right. So next fight coming up. What do we got coming up next? Rebecki.
You know who he is? We're here with the undisputed UFC flyweight champion, Joshua the Fearless Van. You're a man of your word. You said you were going to be the champ by the end of 2025. What do you remember about that moment?
Oh, Grant Dawson and Rebecki.
I was happy, but then at the same time, it was a confused moment, you know, for me.
Oh, Pantoja's left arm is hurt. We have a new flyweight champion. Joshua Van at 24.
I was able to get my dream.
Certainly unfortunate for the long-reigning champion Alexandre Pantoja, but when you look back on that,
Rebecki, okay. Mateus Rebecki.
Well, the first 2 weeks of that, like, I didn't even want to celebrate the belt, you know, just because of how I win and stuff like that. But then, after that, you know, my coaches.
That's what's next. There we go. Yeah, we're updating the description down below every second.
Come take it from me.
Second youngest champion in UFC history.
Yeah, man, that's awesome, man. That's really awesome. You know, shouting out those youngsters and their birthday. Hey, Sabatini, let me know what is their how old are they turning? Just out of curiosity. You know, shout out to the young lads, man. You know what I'm saying? Celebrating their birthday tonight with a UFC fight night, bro. What an awesome birthday to have, man. You know, what a really awesome birthday to have. You know, like you're having a UFC fight night while your birthday is going on, bro. Man, life couldn't get better, bro. You know? All right, Joshua Van are showing some commercials of Joshua Van right now. All right, man. So Manel Cap is in that mix. He said kill or be killed every time he fights. Ooh, nice takedown right there. Yeah, showing some highlights of Joshua Van right there, man.
Well, Joshua Van is stormed his way to UFC stardom. He is the incumbent, the UFC flyweight champion, and he enters competition tonight with the highest significant strike per minute rate. In UFC history, he is supremely accurate on the feet. A lot of fighters going to try to take him down. He is
wow, man. 8.8 significant strikes for Joshua Van.
What do you have for us on the telestrator for the fearless Joshua Van? You know, so many people talk about Joshua Van.
All right, yeah, so we're just awaiting the next matchup right now with Rebecki and Dawson. Where is that in the card placement? Right there, that's on. Okay. And then after that is Amasov taking on Joel Alvarez. Ooh, that's a real good fight. Ozzy Diaz versus Gautier. Yeah, man, that fight is an easy win for Gautier. I would be surprised if, I mean, you never say never. You know what I mean?
Taira at 1 point was north of 2-1. That number has come down. Right now he's minus 160. Van the plus 135 underdog. Main card. Paramount Plus. All right, next prelim is it a loaded lightweight.
All right, man. And the prelim continues with a stack card that we got going on.
One of the most accomplished fighters to come off of Dana White's Contender Series. Dawson has visions of a title run, but to keep that alive, to get past the all-action warrior, the Tau's Roundment. Dawson has made some cameos in the lightweight top 15 in the past.
All right, here we go, guys. Grant Dawson taking on Mateus Rebecki. Here we go. Grant Dawson was seen on the embedded series playing some arcade games, and that kind of gave me a little bit of some nostalgia growing up in New Jersey. You know, those arcade games that we had back in the days, you know, those shoot-up games, those racing games that they had going on. I mean, man, you know, awesome times, bro. Awesome times. All right, so still waiting on the next matchup right now. Obviously, yeah, Rebecki and Dawson are on right now. All right, so still on the commercial right now. All right, so here we go, man. You know, the first round is about to commence between Rebecki and Grant Dawson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC lightweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding professional record, 20 wins, 4 losses. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 156 pounds.
All right, and the lightweight division, by the way, one of the most exciting divisions in all of the UFC. Rebecki kind of reminds me of Kyle Snyder a little bit. He kind of resembles him in that kind of way. All right, round number 1 is about to commence right now. Round one. All right, so Rebecki circling right around Grant Dawson. Grant Dawson moving elusively. 445, 444 in the first round. Oh, nice high kick by Dawson. Caught up in a clinch position, got a wizard right on Rebecki. Rebecki pulls up out of it. Man, Rebecki has that Volkanovski thing going on, right? You know, bald-headed, bearded, short dude. You know, muscular, yet athletic and elusive at the same time. Ooh, speaking of which, shoots in for a takedown right there. Now they scramble into those positions. Look at Rebecki getting up out of those positions. Trying to fight out of it at least. Single leg attempt right here by Rebecki. Ooh, good knee right there by Dawson. All right, looking for a body triangle right here by Grant Dawson as he's ground and pounded away on Rebecki. Oh, the referee slaps the hand away right there. He was looking to get some leverage position right there with the hands. The referee was not having any of it. He said, nope, get up out of here, like slapped his hand away. Now he's making him carry all of his weight right now. Obviously, Rebecki, a very strong, durable man, could probably hold on to him like that. Slapping the hand away again. Oh, look at it, claps it in. Oh, man, he's looking for a rear naked choke right there. He might just get it, man. Dawson might just get this rear naked choke right here. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get it because now he's using his other arm to punch away, indicative of the fact that Rebecki got out of there. All right, so now he's looking to wrap his arms right around him, but at the same time, he has to hold on to that body lock position.
Just making sure you're on the right side to be able to see. Great grab the leg there for a second, looking like maybe he was thinking about the Tulio stretch. There's a lot of blood. I guess that's from Rebecki's eye. The other kick early. All over the left arm. 3 straight fight of the nights for Mateusz Rebecki. Yeah, he's making pretty good. 90 seconds here to go and all opening round. This is a dominant position for Dawson. Nicely done by the Polish foot. Rebecki did a great job of hiking up that left leg. Putting his right Dawson's face. Trying to close his way from the cage. Dawson able to get upright with relative ease on Rebecki to go on the ground. Let's go to work here. Trying to control him. Dawson's got to try to get that right elbow inside. Try to break that lock.
All right, so now maintaining this body lock position, Rebecki right on Dawson right now, clinch side. By the, I'm sorry, cage side, not clinch side. But yeah, they are in the clinch side of things. But yes. Oh, nice uppercut right there by Rebecki. Body kick attempt by Dawson, I think momentarily blocked by Rebecki right there.
Dawson's trying to throw that head kick again. All right, strong stuff. Oh, nice sweep.
All right, and that is the end of round number 1, I believe. All right, next round coming up. I can see why a lot of people are complaining about the massive commercials that are going on with Paramount, but it's what they have to do in order to, yeah, in order to, I suppose, compensate. It's what they got to do. They got to compensate for all of that. All right. Oh, wow. He just rocked him right there. Rebecki just rocked Dawson out of nowhere, man. Man, that was a bad right hook that he caught him with right there. Really bad right hook. All right, so now Rebecki's maintaining this body lock position on him right now. Oh, good head kick right there by Dawson, but Rebecki catches it momentarily. Oh, good leg kick right there by Rebecki. I'm sorry, by Dawson, momentarily knocking down Rebecki as a result of it. Nice front kick by Rebecki. We're going to see a lot of those by Sean Strickland later on. Some teep kicks. Man, my man Savatini Financial earlier, brought the homies with him to watch while he was, while they were out celebrating a birthday. Man, he got the Muslim hooligan lads with him. Yeah, go on, lads, let's go. Because you know how white soccer hooligan Europeans got their own hooligans or whatever. We got our own up in here. You know what I mean? like all the Kamzat supporters against all the, Sean Strickland supporters. All the dumb white dudes that are like, oh yeah, dude, yeah, Sean Strickland's so based. Yeah, bro, so based. Fuck out of here. Get your bullshit out of here, man. You know what I mean? Hell yeah, bro. This is going to be lit, bro. This is so going to be lit. I am so happy to, experience this right now. All right, there's Grant Dawson right now, clinched up. And what did my man say? Hate Love said spot on, bro. Yeah, that's really what it is, isn't it? All right, so Rebecki ends the round being on top right there. Wow, man, that right hook messed him up right there, man. All right, here we go in between rounds. All right, round number 2. Round number 3, actually, just 5 minutes left between them. Oh, what is this, man? A little bit of a scramble exchange up in here. Okay, now Grant Dawson got his back right now. Okay, now he's looking to submit him in this position right now. Grant Dawson looking to, finish here, man. Really good hand fighting on the part of Rebecki to maintain this off him. Not much more, man. He has to push his elbows up out of there because he's now looking to try and wrap it up. Oh, he's out. Hold on. No, he's not. He's still fighting it. Is he out? Oh, momentarily they thought he was out there. Good maintenance of the body lock position of Dawson right now. Very good maintenance of it. All right, man. So very good of Rebecki to still be fighting this off, honestly. All right, so still riding his back, man. Not much right there. Okay, so now he's looking for some ground and pounds right there. That's usually the other choice, right? If you can't get the rear naked choke, you'll go for the ground and pound or just continue to mix up both, which is sort of what he's doing right there. What is this? A little bit of a half Nelson, half right there. So, but yeah, very, you know what? Credit to obviously Dawson for getting him into this position. But what the untrained eye also doesn't notice is the good defense, submission defense of Rebecki. Now let's see if he can fight it off from here. Okay, still maintaining a good. Oh, he submitted. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He submitted him. He submitted him literally just with 18 seconds left. Can you believe that? Within 18 seconds left, all he needed to do was to hold on for 18 seconds. Can you believe that? Wow. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable turn of events. Wow. Damn, that was close, right? That's what I'm saying. At 4 minutes and 23 seconds, 4 minutes and 24 hours and 23 minutes into this live stream, Grant Dawson third round submission. With 18 seconds left. That is unbelievable. That is absolutely unbelievable, man. Wow, man. Wow. Hey, Love says, and wrestling wins again. Was it wrestling that Grant Dawson used in that fight? Half and half, sure. Yeah. Wrestling, but also wrestling within the application of knowing how to use submission. I think that's the best way to put it, right? All right, here we go. Yeah, making this one official right now. They're gonna have Grant Dawson have a little bit of some mic time interview with Joe Rogan. Yeah, absolute wild fight, and it delivered. Oh, yeah, he's an American Top Team guy, by the way.
These guys do so much for me. I want to thank my beautiful wife, and I need to thank Marshall, Nico, and Bruce. All you guys helped me get ready for this fight.
He says, yeah, you said it better than I did. Oh, yeah. Regarding the wrestling, right? Like, yes, it's good that wrestling got him there, but submission is ultimately what finishes fights. Look, wrestling with no submission only means that you can dominate a guy but not finish a guy. But having wrestling with submission means that you can ultimately dominate and finish, which I think is what we are sort of predicting with Kamzat tonight. I think what we are predicting out of him is the possibility of finishing and also dominating in the wrestling department all throughout the fight tonight. So we shall see. We shall see indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. I was excited for this fight because I think when people think of me, they think of really skilled, but not very tough. I wanted to show people.
Yeah, he said, Grant Dawson said, people, the way they think of me as somebody that's very skilled, but not very tough. He wanted to show that he was tough, and he did that, man. He got rocked a few times and came back from it. So, you know, he absolutely proved that he had some toughness on him.
Congratulations, sir. Pleasure to call you flight. Ladies and gentlemen, Grant Dawson. Grant Dawson, 12-2 now with a draw in the UFC. Big things await him later.
All right, man. So Grant Dawson with the win that time.
More on what should be an explosive middleweight championship main event later tonight. Here is Michael.
Thank you so much, Sean. Well, the former champion Sean Strickland is looking to get back to the top of this middleweight bout. When I spoke with him this week, he said there were a lot of positives from this particular training camp.
All right, so what is the next fight now? What is the next fight right now? Oh, yes, Amasov. Oh, man, that's going to be a good one. Amasov, that's going to be a really interesting fight, honestly. Man, they're showing some footages of Sean Strickland and Kamzat Chimaev training together. All right, so yeah, we just await Amasov right now. This guy rescued his own belt in a war zone, his Bellator belt. And Dean Thomas made fun of it saying, well, why did you do that? Right? It was just a worthless, oh man, just, you know, the classic Dean Thomas being the UFC colonialist himself. You know what I mean? Like just really being a straight up UFC loyalist. He said you should have just left that belt in a war zone. I mean, wow, man, just the crazy context behind that is crazy. So what is this? Now they got on theaters, The Pressure. Man, very few times I've ever really gone to the movie theater. Panda says, Black Homer Simpson won. Good comeback from him. Black Homer Simpson won. Oh, yeah, Dubois. Yeah. Dude, that was so awesome, man. That fight was so awesome. Like, I'm so stoked for Dubois after that one. Like, aren't you? Like, imagine, right? Like, he was really a straight-up underdog coming into this. Like, think about how much of an underdog he was coming into this. All right, man. So Amasov is coming up next. Oops. All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. 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 Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, here we go, man. What is this now? They got some scary movies going on right now. Yeah, man. So what's next for Dubois, guys? Right? The Black Homer Simpson, as you call him. Right? What's next for him? Usyk? We don't want to see that again, though. Honestly, right? Like he has to go and fight someone else, so he's kind of like in a really tough place here. So I don't know, man. All right, man. Next fight. Amasov. I can't wait for that one, man. What a great fight. All right. We're set for the next matchup.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC welterweight division. Introducing
record, 9 wins, 3 losses. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 170 pounds. Fighting out of Asturias, Spain, Joel Alvarez.
All right, here we go. Alvarez up next. Alvarez and Amasov. All right, round number 1. Let's see how Amasov competes at the highest level right here.
Keeping a strong base, certainly mindful of a potential takedown from Amasov.
Oh, good 1-2 shot right there by Amasov. Double jab, actually. Switching stances right there. He says, how's it going so far? Very good, Marty, man. Good to see you, my man. The fights have been awesome so far. And, of course, you know, the best has yet to come, my man. Where are you at right now in the in your location of things? Are you at home watching the fights? Are you just getting to home? Are you out on a weekend? What are you up to, you know, in the current moment of time right now? And how's your weekend going? And how's your fight day going, man? You know what I mean? One of the most important fight days of the year that we have here. So it's going to be very exciting. I'm excited. I'm sure you're excited. And I know that I haven't been doing a lot of fight companions lately because, you know, they are quite taxing. But I tell you what, this one is one of those labors that I won't mind partaking. So he says, I'm pumped for this one. He says, good to see you, brother. I'm driving home. Just got done running around all day. Okay. Yeah, dude, this is MMA needs more of this, right? Like, this is one of the things that the MMA world needs more of. And I know that it's sad to say that because a lot of people don't like to admit that drama and violence sells. Okay? Like, that's, you know, the main thing about it. Drama and violence sells. There's just really no way around it. Like, if you like violence and you like drama, which I think most people do, they're going to gravitate towards it, right? It's not just high level martial arts. It's not just, well, you know what, we're going to do it this way or do it the gentleman way or do it. No, it's none of that. It's like you got everything with this. You got the martial arts because obviously there's a technical component that we should never forget about Khamzat and Sean Strickland. So there's a component of that. The other component of it is the fact that stylistically, it's a good matchup. It's an exciting matchup. It's a very unpredictable matchup. And then on top of that, these are two guys that have trained with each other, know each other, so sort of understand what is happening here. But I think with that, Sean Strickland knows and understands what happened in the training room. And the only reason why Sean Strickland is in here, remember, let's be honest about this. Is Sean Strickland really the most deserving guy of this title shot? No, he's not. But you know what? You're probably thinking to yourself, well, if he's not the most deserving guy of this title shot, then where is the most deserving guy? Well, Imavov said, I want nothing to do with it. Khamzat said, I want nothing to do with it. I don't want to fight my fellow Chechenian. So, all right, let's go to the next best thing. And that next best thing happens to be the most lucrative fight the company can make, and that is Sean Strickland and Khamzat Chimaev. AR says, hi, Kyrie in chat. Hello. He says, how are you? How is your weekend? Very good. Enjoying my weekend right now. This is my weekend right now, enjoying these fights with you guys. We need to see more of you every day. Inshallah, that's what I'm looking to do. He says, you know everything about boxing, UFC, and sport. Did you watch Dubois and Wardley? Yes, I covered it right here, actually, live as it was going on. So what was the fights that was going on while I was covering it? I was covering the Pat Sabatini fight, the Kopylov fight, and the Susurkaev fight while that was going on. Okay, and then yeah, so I was here covering that fight, and I have the timestamps down below for you to check out the full details of that. Obviously, after the live stream is over, then you can retract back and look at where you're at. So, are you going to watch Chimaev and Strickland? Yes, this is what we're watching right now. Captain Obvious. He says, "Did you know? Did you see the Chelly knockout? No. David Morrell. No, I didn't. How is your family and friends? Very good, man. Thank you for asking." He says, what do you think about Sean Strickland as a person and as a fighter? Well, that's a good question, right? I'm glad that you asked it in the dynamics of two different versions of himself and two different parts of his day in which he is a fighter, but he's also a person. Now, as a fighter, obviously, a lot of his training partners have nothing bad to say about him. Many of his training partners say that he's very helpful in their skill enhancements, also very helpful in sparring, also beating the heck out of them, which to a certain extent may be good, but he also shares a lot of his knowledge and what he knows. So he's a good person who he needs to be a good person too. But overall, Sean Strickland is just a stereotypical white racist idiot who can't think for himself, doesn't really have strong stances on anything other than just trying to sound loud, aggressive, and thinking that somehow makes you the most manliest guy in the room. Well, the truth is, Sean Strickland, in comparison to most men, is very manly, very masculine, and on top of that, would beat the living S out of 90% of the world's population. But tonight, his fight is what comes out Chimaev, and that fight right there is going to show you the difference between two professionals who are great at what they do, but also show you who is the superior amongst the two when they clash, and that is Khamzat Chimaev. And that is all that I really have to say about Sean Strickland in regards to that question. If you have more questions on that particular front, you guys are more than welcome to share that on the chat, as Amasov just put Alvarez in a slam that transitioned into an arm triangle choke and then gets the choke win right there, submission. So there it is, Amasov by submission, and then gets the spinneroonie thing going on at the same time while he's celebrating. Man, that's awesome, bro. That is awesome. Yep. There it is, man. Great win by Amasov. Arm triangle choke. Yeah, man, that slam. Look at this slam right here. Boom. Just real airtime that he put right there. So what do you think about that answer that I gave you, AR? Does that suffice everything that you had asked for in terms of, yeah, let me know. Let me know what you thought about that, man. Oh, yeah, and Marty, I did an open workout earlier. I'm still wearing the clothes that I wore working out earlier, but, hey, man, just here, here for the game, here for it all. You know what I mean? Oh, wow. This is what my buddy, he said, did a lot of trolls show up? Of course, man. Of course. The whole thing about, you got low stamina, even though I'm like pushing at a very high pace, like stuff like that. I can beat you. All of that. I mean, look, it was designed the way it was designed to. Yeah, man. It attracted a lot of people in the very beginning. So I was like, man, listen, if this live stream was going to flop overall, at least I knew that the beginning was going to, absolutely be enhanced and entrenched with, all the, angry people. He says it's pure comedy. They have no idea. You know what? Um, I'm kind of okay with that. I'm kind of okay with the fact that they have no idea. Okay, well, let me explain to you what I mean by that, right, Marty? Not to say that we compare ourselves to the pro wrestling community, us, the MMA community, right? But this is what I got to say about that. In the MMA community, I think that it's always good that you know that the outside world doesn't know how to fight. I think that that's always good. That is always good for your own protection as the guy that trains MMA. Because let's be honest about this, with the exception of tonight, okay, most people that you train MMA with or people that you even compete MMA with, okay, you're never going to have that, real extreme violent altercation with them. Unless, of course, your name is Sean Strickland and comes out Chimaev. But other than that, you want to face people that are ignorant of what it is that you're capable of doing. You want that. Okay, such and such neighborhood down the street, they love to hold their guns sideways. Good. Let them. Okay, because we're going to do it differently. Okay, the other neighborhood on the other side, they have no trigger safety control whatsoever. They just wave their guns around and rap music videos and good, great. Let them bust each other up, because they don't understand what's going on. And by the way, I've seen plenty of videos that's happened. So I'm not talking about anything local or anything specific or anything real, right? You know what I mean? Let them be ignorant. You want that. I often see military guys, when they see, let's say insurgents or terrorist forces, the way that they just look so wrong when they're clearing a room and things of that nature. And they're just like, oh, I can't believe it. These guys, these Haji guys, these terrorist guys, these gangbangers, they don't know what they're doing. Good. Good. So when you have to go and face them, they have no idea. So you know what? To me, it's like, bro, if you're ignorant to what I can do to you outside, that's great. I want you there. I need you there. Because I don't need, in my life to be fighting Anderson Silva now as the Beverly Hills police officer that he is. You know what I mean? I don't need that in my life. Okay, that's a very rare occurrence, by the way. So, gangsters from Beverly Hills all the way to West LA, be aware. Anderson Silva is now a full-fledged officer in Beverly Hills. Oh, what do you got to say about cops here? I didn't even see this comment while I was making that comment about Anderson Silva being a cop. He says, yeah, I saw a video of a police shooting the other day where the police was holding his gun sideways. He was black. So it was an officer that was holding his gun sideways? Is that what you're saying? You know what? Sometimes holding the gun sideways, it depends, right? Like sometimes you could do that as well with the assault rifle. Like if, let's say, there are mechanisms to where, tilting it a certain way, can kind of, but I don't know, like sideways like this, it's just, it seems very negligent. You know what I mean? Like, he says, I have to jump off, brother. I'll hop back on later. Yeah, the black officer holding his gun sideways. Was this Atlanta? Real quick, before you go, please tell me this was not Atlanta, this city. Okay, where in the United States was this? Okay, because if this is Atlanta, oh boy. All right, just let me know right now. Was it Atlanta? Atlanta or name me the city if I'm wrong. And if I'm right, then then all racial stereotypes are real, I suppose. You know what I mean? But yeah. He says it was in Georgia. I don't know, but if it, I don't know if it was Atlanta. Okay, Georgia. That's enough. Yeah, that Georgia. Oh, Georgia. That's so funny because it could have been. Yeah, but it's Georgia. Okay? Georgia, Atlanta, it's a black city. That's the point. Okay, California, Sacramento, Fresno, San Diego, LA, Mexican. You know what I mean? Like same state, but the same demographics all within the proximity of that location. So, how did I know that it was Georgia? Georgia! How did I know? Yo, you can tell I'm so happy for this fight because this is not something I would normally do. I would not be out here busting out, high notes to y'all or, doing some kind of karaoke or this and that. Although Asians, right? They love karaoke. Good Lord, the Asians love karaoke. But the thing is that it depends on their age demographic what kind of karaoke you're going to get. Now, with the older Asians, the type of karaoke you're going to get is like old school 80s song. What is that? The Bandwagon. Old school stuff like the Eagles, California, Hotel California. 80s ballads. Sometimes you get Bobby Brown in there. But one time, one of my Asian partners, they had Tulio, Gangster's Paradise. Oh boy, I tore that baby up. I tore up that that karaoke session. Don't arouse my anger. All my homies is down, so don't arouse my anger. Ooh, I was rapping that like I was really feeling that in my soul, bro. Gangster's Paradise. Gangster's Paradise. Oh man, I was rapping that like I felt that in my soul. Don't arouse my anger, cause all my homies is down. Don't arouse my anger. Bro, I was feeling that in my soul, bro. I'm telling you. But yeah, there it was, man. I knew that it was Georgia. But a black officer was holding his gun sideways. God damn. Oh man. But he knew better. And you know what? And he probably did that for the cameras. Because think about it, right? Of course, if there were no cameras around, it would be straight up, squared, okay, disciplined, military bearing behind it. You understand? Like that's how he would have done it without the camera. But because there's cameras, and it's Atlanta. Okay, obviously we don't know if it's Atlanta, but we confirmed that it was Georgia. Okay, so of course, he got to look good. He got to look good for for the homies and all that. You know what I mean? He got to look good for the homies. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You got to look fly with them guns and looking sideways. Boom. Like that. So, yeah, man. That's what it is. That's what it is, man. But you got to understand, there's a lot of snitches in Atlanta as well, and I kind of got a theory on that. Tao Cherry says Strickland for the upset. Okay, you got Strickland for the upset. Well, stay tuned, because if Kamzat gets knocked out, I'm going to have the most vicious crash out you will ever see in your life. All right? Because I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I'm liable to do if Kamzat loses tonight. I might just really crash out and really put it on somebody. You know what I mean? Like, maybe take this live stream, good that I have it on my phone, so at least I could go drive out somewhere and just start shit with random dudes and just really take it out on somebody tonight. Yeah, really. I'm going to crash out if Kamzat Chimaev loses tonight. You think I'm playing? Give me a like button if you think I'm playing. I ain't playing around here. You know, roll up at them fools with a gun sideways like, yeah, what's up? What's up, fool? Brace yourself, fool. What's up? Like that. You know, like one of them things. One of them things, innit? One of them things, innit? Hey, victory. I don't know if you're still here, but, you know, unfortunately, you know, Zane could not make it tonight. I don't know what's going on with the dude, but, you know, yeah, man, that's what it is. You know, I told the brother, listen, you know, if you want to you know, really do it in this YouTube space, you gotta put in the work. You know, you gotta put in the time. And then sometimes you gotta do it when you don't want to. Guys, you have no idea. I know I come in here exuberant, excited all the time, and you know, really just you know, bursting in energy. But you know what? There are those times where I'm just not feeling it. But you know what? I'm like, I want to do this. I want to reach my goals and reach my dreams into the YouTube space. I've already done everything that I wanted in life. You know what I mean? I've already done everything that I wanted in life, competed in MMA, competed in Muay Thai, won a title in Muay Thai, won some trophies in different, you know, combat sports spaces, experienced different combat sports, graduated college, went into the military. I mean, you know, scuba dive, traveled different parts of the world. Now I just want to try something different, and that is becoming a top MMA streamer on YouTube. You know what I mean? That's the next thing that I'm trying to do. And if you want to accomplish that, you know, you got to put in the same type of work that you put in for fighting, that you put in to become a professional fighter, that you put in to become a professional athlete. And sometimes that just means you got to do what you don't want to do. And, you know, I don't know, man. I understand that we all have problems sometimes, but sometimes, you know, even if we got problems, you know, we really got to set that aside and be goal orientated first. And I know that sounds, you know, bougie bois, whatever it is, you know, that you know, are skeptical by, but, you know, sometimes there's no substitute for good old fashioned telling somebody to just pull themselves up their bootstraps and get to work. You know what I mean? So let me know what you guys think about that comment. You know, is that, you know, a harsh assessment? And I'm not talking about anybody in particular, just, you know, in general. Is that a harsh assessment? Is that real? Is that honest? Or is that a little too honest? You guys let me know in the comment section below, as we are about to see Ozzy Diaz taking on Gautier. Gautier and Ozzy Diaz coming up next. Good to go. How do you spell this dude's name? Okay, with a G-U. Okay, G-U.
I got 2 words for you. Loyalty program. Snag this hotel for $250. You didn't check Trivago? I got it for $155. Yo, Benny, this guy didn't check Trivago. Oh, you have to check Trivago. Gautier. Gautier. And loyalty programs and prices. It's hotel, $100 less. 2 words. Check Trivago.
Hey, the other
Benny, I keep seeing Caldera Labs and save up to 40%. Hotel, Trivago.
This is Donna.
Discovering that I'm in control whatsoever. They just wave their guns around and rap music videos and good, great. Let them bust each other up, you know, because they don't understand what's going on. And by the way, I've seen the videos that's happened. So I'm not talking about anything local or anything specific or anything real, right? You know what I mean? Let them be ignorant. You want that. You know, I often see military guys. You know, Doc says, "Are you watching UFC?" Yes, I am. Yes, Gautier and Ozzy Diaz are coming up next. So.
questions and even quicker answers. Boom. She's getting help from a broken mortician station. I'll give her one of those gassy little smiles and use to make up for it.
Let's go.
Good.
I'll get comfortable being uncomfortable. Welcome to the U.S. Marshals. Everybody's got to be dialed in. 30 seconds.
All right, man. So yeah, we're just awaiting the fight coming up right now, guys. Just you know, remain patient.
Sunday, Super Boxing returns. It's the Brazilian Shane Mosley Jr. as he battles the relentless Sergey Gomis. Mosley Jr. versus Gomis on Paramount Plus.
All right, so Gautier is walking out into the cage right now.
He has won 9 consecutive fights. He is 24 years of age and athletically, powerfully looks to be the real deal.
Technique-wise, finishing ability.
All right, so 5 hours and 3 minutes into this live stream, we got Gautier taking on Diaz starting up right now. Here we go, man. Five hours into the live stream right now, guys.
Sustain that pace for 3 rounds.
Wow, man, this is the final prelim card before we get into the main card.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC middleweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a big martial artist holding a professional record, 10 wins, 3 losses. He stands.
Man, looks like Ozzy Diaz is you know, just in here. All right, here we go, man. Gautier the Storm. Man, this is going to be an exciting fight right here. There's Gary Copeland right there. The very buff Gary Copeland.
Meta AI, download the Meta AI app today. Ozzy Diaz.
All right, here we go.
Was initially a fight on table Gautier last year, had a medical issue, wanted this fight back, and now we'll see what he can do with it.
You made a great point, man. We saw on table Gautier while he did dominate that last fight. The danger threat came way down.
All right, so round 1, Gautier versus Diaz. The next Cameroonian replacement for Francis Ngannou in the middleweight division. He's built like Francis too, but in a very middleweight type of way.
Patient and measured early on. And Ozzy Diaz looking to make his reads. One thing about
Yeah, two very tall middleweights here, right? 6'4", 6'5", 185ers here. They got going. Ooh, look at Gautier swinging away. Swinging for the fences is Gautier. Gautier.
There's always that wonder whenever you're fighting a big puncher. What's it going to feel like the first time he hits you? Is he going to put me down? When you take that first shot, and you're like, oh, this is not so bad, then your confidence raises. You start to get into your fight. Diaz has to do that. And kick blocked by Diaz after the feinted shot. Perhaps Diaz just downloading some software.
Oh, man, there it is, man, throwing some heavy shots. Diaz looking to get a single leg right there. Okay, he's looking to take him down right here. Okay, a little more subtle than usual fights. Okay, nice body kick attempt right there by Gautier. Gautier. Okay, good jab right there by Gautier. Shooting in. Diaz gets a body lock on Gautier. Maintaining that body lock position. You know what? This is a much tougher fight than I think Gautier would have expected. Don't you think? A much tougher fight. All right, and that is the end of round number 2. Round number 1, sorry. All right, so Gautier's corner was telling him to stuff his head down if he's going to go and try to go for that shot. So, basically takedown defense talk that they were speaking of. All right, here we go. Round number 2, Gautier versus Diaz. Hate Love says, yeah, it's UFC. Yes, I think he's answering the gentleman's question right up top. Man, Diaz is going shot for shot with Gautier here. Oh, nice head kick by Gautier. And also follows up, rocking him up top. Oh my goodness, he just finished him. I can't believe it. Out of nowhere, Gautier just finished him. Man, that is crazy, man. Look at this, man. They said no lazy jabs. He tries to throw a lazy hook jab only for Gautier to counter. After he countered, he goes down. Look at this. Boom. Catches him over top. That's what it was. He caught him over top with that one. And then put him out right there. There's Keith Peterson right there. No, was that Keith Peterson? I don't know. The other referee, I forgot his name. Wow, man. Great finish. Good finish.
Did you win? Let's just say in the next round of omelets is on me, fellas.
Man, what an amazing finish. I would have never expected that finish. At least not this late, man. Because I know Gautier is propped up as his knockout artist, his next coming of Francis Ngannou. But I think he's going to do it in his own middleweight division type of way, right? Because let's be honest, the middleweight division has a little bit of some tougher competitions in terms of technicalities. So he's going to have to work a little bit harder than Francis Ngannou in terms of just having natural Cameroonian-born knockout power. But amazing shot for him. He caught that. Look, that was not out of sheer talent or sheer genetic prowess of any kind. He measured and countered that shot, and he did it right. And sometimes, technique is what wins it over the physical attributes that an athlete has that we sometimes may stereotype somebody like Gautier to be, right? That was pure, unadulterated technique, getting that second round knockout 1 minute and 10 seconds into the second round.
Seemed like you came out more measured and more patient in the first round of this fight.
Yeah, obviously, I feel okay with my team, so I know what I have to
that an
do.
athlete has that we sometimes.
Well, you know what you had to do, and you did what you had to do. Let's take a look at it on the big screen. You countered his jab with this beautiful overhand right over the top of the shoulder.
Yup, overhand right, like this.
And put him away. Beautiful.
Like this. Like, for example, the camera is his ear and his side of his face, right? Like, he went like that. Like, right over his shoulder.
Exactly
Boom.
the coaching that they gave you.
Yeah, what we doing this week. Yeah, I know.
He said that it's something that they've been working all this week. usually sometimes you see fighters, they work on, like, let's say, a certain technique and they pull it off in the fight and you're so shocked by it. It's something that they, practice over and over again. So it's no wonder that it shows up in the fight. That is the value of technique and, yeah, you know what I mean? That's the value of technique. Let's see if there's any fighters that came out and did any interviews so far. Because, the prelim guys, they usually come out and have their own interviews, beforehand, before the end of the event. Let's see. Let's go to MMA Junkie. Yeah, see, there it is. They already got Ochoa, Pat Sabatini, Bangsar. Okay, let's hear what Ochoa had to say very early on.
This is absolutely terrifying. So these are pictures of two people's legs. Both of them are in their 70s. The only difference is
because they're going to have a long commercial, so
maybe a top fight. We expected, but it's physically, emotionally, how we feeling.
All right, this one is Joshua Ochoa.
Física y emocionalmente después de la pelea, y si esperabas cómo se desenvolvió.
Bueno, estoy muy contento con mi desempeño, ya lo dije. Todo lo que hice arriba en el octágono lo hice en mi equipo. Nada fue improvisado y estoy contento de poder llevarme la victoria a casa.
As I mentioned in the octagon, I'm really happy with the way the fight developed. Nothing was improvised. We planned everything with the team, and I'm very happy about that.
Well, I was going to ask about that. It seems like you were finding a lot of success with that hook to the body, and then you were getting with that uppercut in the second round. So did the fight play out exactly as you had planned?
Te pregunta que, justo te iba a preguntar eso, dice que trabajaste muy bien los ganchos al cuerpo también con el uppercut. ¿Esperabas que la pelea se diera así?
Claro, justo es lo que planeé todo mi campamento, trabajar el cuerpo, trabajar el uppercut, siempre estar trabajando esa zona de plexo solar para poderle quitar un poco de gas y seguir mi trabajo.
That's what we trained and that's what we planned throughout the camp, just to work on that particular aspect, in fact, to take his gas out and to continue to do the work that I wanted to do.
Was he tougher than you thought? Because even the broadcasts were kind of amazed that he kept coming forward after doing so much damage.
Fue tan duro cuanto esperabas, porque incluso durante la transmisión estaba comentando cuánto en verdad duró bastante, o sea, estabas ahí dándole daño y de cualquier manera estabas resistiendo bastante.
Sí, la verdad que Clayton es un tipo duro, resistió bastante. Pensé que iba a terminar la pelea en el segundo round, pero...
We are hearing the post-fight interview of Jose Ochoa earlier, just so you guys know.
The second half, but he gave me a great fight. Were any of those leg locks tight at all?
Any of the leg locks tight?
En algún momento, cuando tuvo tus piernas, ¿estaba a peligro? ¿Sentiste que estaba, porque parecía que estaba muy bien puesto, no?
No, la verdad creo que estaba solo amarrando la pelea para ganar un poco de tiempo. Y
he did catch him momentarily in the leg lock. I remember that.
No me ibas a meter de ninguna manera.
No, I think it was basically stalling to get some time. Listen, I train in shoot blocks. We got a lot of black belts out there. We train that stuff all the time.
You proposed to your girlfriend. Have you heard from her yet?
Hay un momento de escuchar a tu señora, futura señora, y escuchaste respuesta, ¿cómo fue?
Es obvio que me dijo que un sí. Ella estaba esperando nada más el momento.
Yes, she said yes because she was waiting for that moment. Congratulations.
Felicidades, caballero.
Gracias.
José, felicidades por tu victoria. Bueno, ¿cuáles son tus sensaciones primero de...
I always find it kind of weird when guys propose at their fight, but okay, to each its own.
Dar la mano.
Congratulations on your win. How was it to actually have your dad in the corner? How was it, after they raised your hand?
Bueno, estoy muy feliz por mi presentación, por esta victoria. Sabía que sí o sí me iba a llevar la victoria a casa y más aún estoy feliz de poder regalarle esta victoria a mi padre, a todo mi equipo y a toda mi familia.
I'm happy with the win. I was sure that I was going to be able to get his win and take this win home, and even better to gift him his win for him and my entire family.
Previo a la pelea conversábamos sobre que Clayton iba a buscar por ahí intentos de sumisiones, pero que estabas listo para revertir la posición, castigar con golpes, por ahí pudiste hacerlo. ¿Estás contento con tu performance de esta noche?
And before the fight, everybody was talking about the fact that Clayton's going to take takedowns and try to get submissions out of it. That's how he's going to look for the finish, and you were going to punish him on the striking. Are you happy with your performance and the way it worked your way?
Sí, estoy muy feliz sobre mi presentación, estoy contento de todo lo que he hecho. No estoy sorprendido de nada de lo que pasó dentro de la jaula, es más, Pensaba que me iba a llevar un knockout, o sea, que yo iba a colocar el knockout, pero se alargó a los 15 minutos, igual estoy preparado para eso.
I was very happy with the win and very happy with what we were able to actually do, the way that the fight went. I really thought that I was going to finish the knockout with a knockout, but at the end of the day, come out with the win. Gave me 15 minutes, and it proved that I was prepared for that.
Esta es una división que se mueve de formas inesperadas. Hace un rival que tuviste antes como Kavanaugh peleó con Brando Moreno, está cerca de ser un contendiente al título. ¿Qué tan lejos ves tu camino hacia la cima y algún nombre que tengas en mente para el futuro?
This is a division that just moves back and forth all the time. It's very active. There's a lot of movement.
We're listening to Jose Ochoa, the first fight of the evening.
Positions. Where do you see yourself with all the movement that happens in the ranking?
Me gusta mucho cómo funciona la división de 125 libras porque es muy inesperada. Entonces ahora solo me toca esperar que me den el llamado. Yo creo que con esta victoria me posiciono ya para una buena pelea por el top. Así que solo voy a estar esperando.
I really like the way the 125ers move. I think it's very active, and there's a lot of opportunities out there. I'm just waiting for the call, and when they do it, I'll be waiting for it.
Y para finalizar de mi parte, bueno, ¿cuál es tu plan? ¿Volver a Sao Paulo a los entrenamientos? ¿Se vienen las fiestas de donde vienes el siguiente mes en Moyobamba? ¿Cómo crees y cómo has sentido también el apoyo de la gente de Perú?
And to finish, what are your plans? Are you going back to Brazil and ready to get back into training, go home for a while? And how do you feel, not just about the plans of perhaps go home, how do you feel about having the support of all Peru?
La verdad que vuelvo a Brasil, me quedo unos días para celebrar y para compartir con mi equipo que me han ayudado muchísimo para esta victoria. Después voy a Perú, a Moyobamba, quiero disfrutar de mi tierra que hace mucho tiempo no voy y pues obviamente quiero ir también para las fiestas, así que espero que me den una gran bienvenida en Moyobamba.
Yeah, I'm going to go back home for a little while because I want to share this victory with the team. They've been behind me for all along. Then I want to go home. I want to go back to Moyobamba because that's home for me. And also celebrations are going to begin in just short time. And I want to be a part of the celebration. I hope there's a nice, warm welcome for me there.
Jose, right over here. This is the first time you've ever won by decision in your career. Obviously, you wanted the finish, but how did it feel to go all 15 minutes and get the win?
Y por la primera vez que he ganado por decisión en tu carrera, o sea, obviamente querías la finalización, el knockout, pero ¿cómo te sientes de los 15 minutos?
Siempre he buscado la finalización, es algo que me caracteriza, pero como ya vieron, soy un guerrero de 15 minutos también y pues durante los 15 minutos hasta el último segundo voy a buscar la finalización. Igual, estoy listo para 15 o 25 minutos de guerra.
I'm always going to look for the knockout, look for the finish. That's what I work for. But I am a fighter that's a warrior that can take on 15 minutes, and that means I'm ready for 15, 25, or wherever it happens.
This is the first time you've ever been on a numbered card in the UFC. Did you want to go out there and put on an entertaining fight so that they put you on more numbered cards in the future?
Y también es la primera vez que estás en un evento numerado del UFC. O sea, la idea fue esta, meterle un guión preform para que toda la gente vea y para que esté listo para más carteleras como más eventos de esta grandiosidad.
Estoy muy contento de haber abierto la cartelera 328 de UFC y pues obviamente lo hice con esa intención de que me llamen más y pues que a la gente le guste mi forma de trabajar.
Okay, so the main card is starting soon. We're just listening to the interview with Jose Ochoa, and making a proposal during a Joe Rogan interview, which is quite crazy.
I'm very happy to have opened 328. That was the intention, for people to see what I'm all about and to give me more opportunities to show my work in this occasion.
Congratulations on your engagement and you won.
Felicidades por el engagement.
Thank you.
José, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Felicitaciones por la victoria. Esta victoria tan contundente es un...
Okay, I'm going to mute this real quick so I can hear the cold opening for the UFC.
Y para
They're using the UFC. The UFC is using the CM Punk song "Cold Personality" as the entrance cold opener for this. Leader speaks, a leader. That's what I'm listening. And then they got Joshua Van. This is the 4th straight year that they went back to Newark, New Jersey. All right, y'all, we got the main card going on right now, man. This is going to be amazing right here, man. We got the main card. Okay, back to the Ochoa interview.
Dominant win that you had. It is a message to people to say Jose Ochoa is here. He's going to dominate. He's ready for it all, and he's ready to fight the best in the world.
Por supuesto, es lo que yo quiero demostrar, es el mensaje que quiero mandar justamente con esta presentación. Yo estoy aquí para quedarme. UFC va a tener mi nombre en lo alto.
For sure, that's what I wanted to show people with that performance, that I'm here and I'm here to stay, and the UFC is going to remember this name.
Finalmente, un mensaje para los peruanos que se están viendo tanto aquí en New Jersey, en el Perú, que estaban pendientes de tu pelea. ¿Les puedes enviar un mensaje?
And a message to all Peruvians, not only they're here in New Jersey, but all over the world.
Bueno, quiero agradecer a todos los que vinieron acá hoy, al Prudential, también a todos los que están viendo a través de la televisión y obviamente a toda nuestra sangre latina, que tenemos 3-4 representantes hoy en UFC 328. Estoy muy alegre de haber compartido esta gran cartelera con grandes nombres. Y a Perú, vamos con todo. Venimos para quedarnos.
Thank you for all the support, for all those that came here, and for all those that are home and always support me, and also for that Latin blood that we're all well represented tonight. We have 4 or 5 representatives today, and I was very happy to share this card with all of them, and for all of Peru. Listen, we're going for it all.
Muchas gracias a todos.
All right, now let's go to Roman Kopylov.
When I eat an apple, my whole mouth stings really badly.
Freaking MMA guru over there talking about his mouth stings badly when he's... All right, man. Take a look at the eye of Kopylov right now.
Pretty crazy fight.
Bad, bro.
Your eye a little
Look at
swollen up
this.
that first round.
Look how bad this eye looks right here.
Physically, how you feeling? We see a little bit of the stitches. How many you get? I guess, physically, how you feeling after that?
Поздравляю, сумасшедший бой. Видно, что у тебя достаточно хорошо на...
Kind of wanted to show you guys that briefly right there. Man, that looked bad on Kopylov, man.
Все хорошо, жил-здоровый. Через 10 дней снимут швы. Через еще 10 дней приступим к тренировкам. Дальше будем радовать своих болельщиков. Спасибо всем за поддержку. Everything's all right. 10 more days, stitches come off. Another 10 more days, we're going to come back to
10 days, y'all.
Practice, and hopefully we'll show some more good fights for our fans.
What was the game plan coming into this? And I guess did the first round kind of change it up a bit? Because it seemed like he was obviously getting the advantage of you in that opening round, but then you came back with a very impressive round 2 and 3.
Каков был вообще геймплан? Потому что оказалось, что в первом раунде вроде бы как бы он начал чуть-чуть лидировать, и это наверняка что-то поменяло, потому что во втором раунде ты вышел и стал биться совсем по-другому. Как изменился геймплан во время боя? Геймплан был на шагу назад. Да, внесли корректировки. Артем сказал, нужно бить больше, чаще, серийно. Вот и получилось не одиночными, а сериями потрясти его. Где-то не получилось добить. Как говорится, главный результат. You know, the plan was never to step back, not a step backwards. That was the plan. And basically, after the first round, obviously, we had to do something different. My striking coach, Artem, said that I have to start doing combination punches as opposed to just throwing one at a time. That seemed to have worked, obviously, because we definitely dropped him. Weren't able to finish him up, but at least we know that combination punching worked for our game plan.
What's it like having a...
You know, but sometimes combination punching can be very detrimental and also can open you up to a lot of things, but it can also open up shots for you as well. It's sort of that really 50-50, game that you got to play with there.
Fight someone with your eye closed.
Как вообще драться с кем-то, когда у тебя заплывший закрытый глаз?
Ну да, есть небольшой дискомфорт, кровь мешает немножко. Там даже было видно, наверное, потирал немножко. Ну так, это наша работа, ко всему приспосабливаешься.
Obviously, huge discomfort. I don't know if you probably saw during the fight. I had to kind of wipe it as I was going along, but this is our job, this is our work, this is what we do, so we have to adjust on our feet.
When you dropped him the first time and you chased him down, the broadcast couldn't believe that you clinched up. They thought you should have separated and kept punching. Maybe you could have finished him. So I guess was it exhaustion? Was it the eye that was troubling you? I guess why didn't you try to go for the finish rather than clinch up against the fence?
Когда ты уронил во втором раунде, все бродкастеры, они говорили, что комментаторы, они говорили, что происходит, почему он не отпустит его, потому что если он отпустит, он его закончит. А почему ты как прилип к нему и пытался его добивать сверху? Почему это из-за глаза, это из-за усталости, почему ты решил взять на так?
Да, мне вот спасибо сказать, что нужно было отпустить. Говорится, до конца раунда уже, да. Наверное, стоило отпустить. Где-то и глаз забывал уже, кровь мешала. Где-то раунда силы немножко тоже, скончались, потому что я не смог рисовать. Второй раз. Жалко, что не добил. Надо было чуть-чуть, наверное. Отпустить на второй раз.
You know, after that one, my corner told me, after the fight, my corner told me that if I would just let him go, I would finish him. But yeah, it's like you said, it was almost the very end of the round. The strength was kind of running out, the eye was kind of closing, blood was in the way, so I wanted to make sure that, I didn't overextend myself and not finish the fight that way.
You dropped him again, and he showed, obviously, incredible toughness because he kept fighting. Were you surprised that he kept fighting after that second drop? I think it was in the third round.
After this, we're also going to listen to Jim Miller's post-presser interview, not post-fight interview, but post-presser, which is what we're listening to with Kopylov right now.
Удивил ли тебя, насколько крепкий он был, чтобы продолжать пытаться отбиваться даже после того, как ты уронил?
Да, Мата, Tulio очень сильный боец. У него был ряд хороших побед. UFC нету, да, проходных боев, как говорится. И да, я уже, если честно, видел, что не настолько все у него хорошо, столько у него сил, чтобы какой-то физический урон принести мне. Я уже понимал, что его сил на исходе.
Yeah, Mark Tulio is a great fighter. He's obviously going on a streak of a lot of good finishes and good fights. So, I knew he was a tough guy, and I'm very impressed with him. But at the end, in the third round, after that, I wasn't much worried about it because I figured out that he probably doesn't have enough in the tank to give me too much physical damage. So that's why we ended up standing on feet.
Can you heal up? What would you like next for you? A lot of big middleweight fights coming up, a lot of middleweights on the rise. You seem to be kind of in the middle right there. So what would you like next for your career?
Чего ты хочешь в следующем? Очень много движений, у вас в дивизионе очень много молодых ребят, что подвышаются, идут вверх. Что бы ты хотел увидеть в следующем?
Мы уже видим, что UFC подбирает прекрасные бои, матчмейкеры шикарно работают, организаторы. Так что пусть это будет на их усмотрение. Они знают, кто должен кидать, чтобы убить такие красивые бои.
We see that the UFC matchmaking team is doing a really great job. They're picking fights that are really good and fans like it, and they're very exciting fights. So I think we'll just let them do their job. We'll let them make sure and come up with the next matchup for me. I'll be happy to accept whoever it is.
Would you want to fight these young middleweights like the Bison Gers and the Atibas, or would you like to kind of fight the veterans and the established names that can increase your rankings?
Что тебе здесь интересно? Раз эти новые ребята, которые приходят, такие ребята, как Байсангу.
Yeah, Roman Kopylov and Susurkaev would be very good. You mean Susurkaev, I think, I'm sorry, I have a very hard time pronouncing his name, but Khamzat's homie that fought earlier.
Такие новые проспекты. Или тебе интереснее все-таки вернуться к тем ребятам, которые уже давно в дивизионе, которые наверху, которые могут тебя привести к чему?
Да, интереснее вот теми ребятами, которые приведут стол, приблизят к поясу, хотелось двигаться по линии вверх.
Yeah, obviously the guys that can get me close to the top, those people that can get me on their way to the title. So between those two choices, I would like to get the guys that are more of a gatekeepers at the top.
Just for you. At the last very second of the fight, you took a quick shot. Was you concerned, or it was just an impression on the TV?
В конце самого боя, последние 30 секунд, было такое ощущение, что ты принял достаточно жесткий удар от него. Он тебя потряс в конце или просто так выглядело по телевизору?
Нет, не потряс, наверное, уже скопилось, усталость конец боя. Не было ничего такого опасного.
Yeah, it wasn't too much damage. It was just maybe by that time I was already pretty tired at the end of the fight, so that's why I probably looked like that on TV, but it didn't give me too much damage.
Ром здесь. Поздравляю с победой. Скажи, пожалуйста, в конце второго раунда почему не добил? Почему не добил?
At the end of the second round, can you please explain why you didn't finish him?
Спасибо за поздравление. Что-то не получилось, что-то, наверное, победил где-то, там конец раунда был, решил поддержать. Хотя стоило отпустить, попробовать, не широв, как говорится, деньги не лишние.
Something just didn't work out. I was at the end of the round, I was holding him a little bit, maybe tried to save some power for the next round, but should have let go, should have finished him, but what happened now?
Скажи, пожалуйста, были опасения перед этим раундом, что из-за засечки могут не выпустить, что слишком большое кровотечение?
Do you have any concern about that by the third round that they weren't going to let you out because of how deep the cut was? Were they going to stop the fight because of technical?
Да нет, наверное, UFC не нужно такая кровотечение. Я думаю, всегда был поиск крови, мы все равно продолжили бой.
No, UFC is a very tough organization, so I think that even if we were covered in blood all the way to our necks, we'll still be fighting.
Песня была другая на выход, почему меня?
You changed your walkout song, come.
Да, я первый бою песню сходил под эту песню, решил поменять. Тоже мне очень нравится.
You know, the first 10 fights I came out of the same song, and now I figured that now is the time to change it. But I do still like that song a lot.
Скажи, пожалуйста, что дал тренер Артем Кузьминов тебе? Ты с ним, видно часто в соцсетях вас и так далее. Чему научился от него?
Can you explain what Artem Kuzminov, the new coach, the striking coach, what did he give you? What did you learn from him?
Мотивацию не поднимает, да, верит в меня. Это очень приятно. Мне с ним комфортно. Подготовка, я прошел под руководством. Знаете, мне с теми тренерами, с которыми я работаю, мне комфортно. Но вот как-то с Артемом у нас пути пересеклись тоже пару лет назад. И мне тоже приятно с ним работать. Он реально верит, поднимает мотивацию. Я ему очень благодарен.
Motivation motivates me. He believes in me. And I like all of my coaches. Where I work with, I always check in on the coaches. A few fights back, it just makes me feel comfortable and motivates me. So I think most of all, motivation.
Especially when started finding ratings, Marco Tulio. At what point in the fight did you feel the pace started to shift your way?
Да, то у тебя отличная была сегодня, очень красиво, очень технично работал. Понятно, как стало понятно в бою, что твоя атака сильнее его, и ты понял, что бой становится на твоей стороне. В каком раунде?
They still no first fights yet. Isn't that crazy? They still haven't had the first fight yet. It's already 10 minutes into the main card. Still no first fight. They might as well just have started at 7 or something, right? You know what I mean? Like they're almost taking like a whole entire hour, to get this thing cracking. But I don't know, man. All right, let's go.
Я думаю, что нужно работать сильно, это приводит к точным попаданиям, одиночные удары, они не сильно эффективны были в этом бою. И второй раунд, да.
Probably somewhere in the second round. Once I got to the second round, I realized that combos really work. I have a strong one punch, one jab, or whatever, but with that, it's not giving as much damage as the combos I've been able to put together. Once I figured out the combo work, I think that's when I knew the fight was be on my side.
After a performance like this against an opponent like Marco Tulio himself, what statement do you feel you made to the division tonight?
Такого шикарного выступления против такого серьезного оппонента, как Марко Тулио. Что тебе кажется, ты заявил о себе всему дивизиону этим боем?
Рано нас все списывать, мы воюем, что движется только вперед.
The fact that we're not out of here yet, we're still going to be able to fight, we're still going to present problems to people, so we're going to move forward.
Fans often focus on finishes, but tonight you're finding like you really stood out with the technical striking on the feet. How much pride do you put on your strategic side of your striking?
Часто фанатов интересует непосредственно финиши, когда достаточно кого-то, но в данном случае было очень хорошо смотреть на твою технику, ты технически его все раунды побеждал. Что ты хочешь сказать вот этим, что можно выиграть бои техникой, не только финишами?
Ну да, такие бои, наверное, кровопролитные, да, где то в одну сторону, то в другую, зрителям интересные. Ну, понятно, быстрый финиш тоже хорошо, но когда такие бои пусть есть кровь, я думаю, что они тоже несут ценность для фанатов, для UFC. Но для меня это опыт, как говорится, вся дистанция пройти, это тоже не так все просто.
Fans also really appreciate this type of fight, the technical fights, lots of blood, bone to bone, just us standing in front of him, standing and trading the entire time. Obviously, everybody loves finishes, but when you watch a fight like that, that's super technical. I think that also is good for the sport. It brings the fans to the sport as well. And really, for me, that's a good experience, right? It's not always a finish and you're out of it, but if you go 3 rounds like that, bone to bone, it's really good for myself as a fighter.
Thank you.
Roman right over here. You lost 2 in a row coming.
All right, man. Bobby Green and Stevens coming up next soon.
Into this fight, did you make any changes in terms of training or mentality heading in to make sure you got the win tonight?
Ты до этого боя шел на серии из 2 проигрышев. Что-то ты поменял, что-то изменилось, может быть, в стратегии, может быть, в лагере. Что ты изменил для того, чтобы получить победу сегодня?
Ну, я приехал заранее, да, в Америку. Наверное, ничего не поменяли, просто в тех боях где-то просто я не нажимал, что не хватало. А здесь получилось, как говорится, дожимать, идти вперед, работать серийно. Вот этого не хватало в предыдущих боях.
The biggest thing that changed really is just coming to the States early, the time, 2 months ahead of time to be sure to prepare for the fight here in the States. But other than that, not much thing was changed. We always trained really hard for all the fight. It's just that in this one we'll be able to put combinations together, the combinations start working. So I think in the last couple of times, it's just I wasn't able to find that key to victory, which is combos. This time around, I was able to find it.
All right, now let's go to the Jim Miller interview. Next is the Jim Miller interview. Let's see what he had to say.
It seemed like almost the same as the Guida fight in this arena like 7-8 years ago for the first time UFC. Did you envision that's why the possibilities of finishing fight?
Yeah, the guillotine is Dustin likes to say, don't be silly, jump the gilly. I mean, I've got the most guillotine finishes, right? So I think that's mine. That should be my phrase. It just happens, right? At this point, I've drilled so many times. It's part of who I am, honestly. So it's always there. It's always an option. Jared has fought out with a lot of guillotines in the past. He's proven that he's not easy to finish. I just apply it a little bit differently, and there's really no rush when I lock it on there. So once I was able to get full guard, I glanced up at the clock and I saw him at 40 something, and I was like, okay, we got time. We're gonna get him and just hold out. And it's that's really what it was. I mean, I'm using my whole body on it. I'm not like fighting my arms against my legs like a lot of people do. So I was able to keep the pressure on there and start to panic and then do the finish close.
And you did see like kind of the emotion on your face in the second thing up when you did tap, and I know you've been through a lot of like injuries and physical stuff, so family. Like, is there moments of doubt leading into the fight? And I guess when you're not close, like does any of that kind of come to mind as you're trying to get that final squeeze?
Not in the guillotine. No. Like in there, everything's moving like a mile a minute, right? Like or in slow motion. It's really weird. I wish I could. I wish you guys could see what it's like, right? Not pain, right? You just see what it's like to go through a fight. It's unique when you get to that like flow state, right? And things just happen. But if I was thinking about all those things, if I was thinking about the injuries or my son's health issues and stuff like that, and, I mean, there's been over the years, there's been plenty of stuff. There's been financial stuff. There's been this. There's been that. So it's like if I thought about those things when I was warming up or making the walk or in the octagon, I wouldn't be here today. It's I guess it's like I haven't had to really. Focus on compartmentalizing that stuff because it does it naturally. Fighting immediately after my brother was one of the hardest things that I've ever had to do because then during the warm up, I'm seeing him, I'm seeing the look on his face. It's like he is not here, like shit, like this is not cool. And then having to turn that off and want to be there for him and just having to go and fight an undefeated Iranian national champ wrestler was fortunately I haven't had to deal with some of the psychological stuff that maybe some other athletes do because it just shuts off for me. It's elevator music.
Right. What about when the fight ends though? Like you can kind of have that outlet and know all your family's there watching and just like how good did this one in particular feel?
I felt great. It's awesome to. It's awesome to be here. It's awesome to get to fight. Like I get this opportunity. Like I earned it, and I still get to do it. And I haven't like asked every fighter that's retired, but I can very confidently say that the vast majority of them are fighting
retiring like because their body's breaking down or because they're not being able to keep up with the sport. I've been able to do both of those things. I've been able to stay healthy and I've been able to keep up with my opponents. So yeah, nobody retires because they made too much money or winning's too easy. You know, so to still get to do that after all this time, just about 18 years. It's wild. I didn't expect this.
One of the cool things about seeing you win is just like going online and seeing the fellow fighters praising you and just their reactions. I'm sure you'll see all that stuff later, but where do you take it from here? You're one finish behind Charles Albert now for most of history. Took over the divisional submission wins and obviously most wins in history. So is it 50 and you're out? Do you feel good enough to get to that now? Or?
Yeah. It's a day-to-day thing, right? So there's obviously things that I deal with, right? You know, there's this pretty famous college professor, Henry Jones Jr. You might know him as Indiana. He said it's not the years, it's the miles, right? I've got a lot of miles on the body. So I want to get to 50. I don't want anything stupid to happen. That's why I train with the team that I do. They're awesome guys. I don't get all the looks in the room, right? Like it'd be nice to like have particular body types inside.
All right, Jim Miller walking out to the cage right now. Jim Miller is walking out to the cage for the first time in a long time, man. You know what I mean? Coming from BKFC, here he is competing tonight. Yeah, man. You know, it's always good to see, good old Jim Miller. I'm sorry, Jeremy Stevens. Obviously, Jim Miller is the one that we're listening to in an interview right now. Okay, we'll keep this interview going, this post-fight interview, a press conference that Jim Miller is doing while Jeremy Stevens is walking out to the cage right now.
But I have a group of guys that I can trust, that trust me. We can do what I need to do to prepare, and they give me the looks that I need, and I can do it in a safe way. You know, and I think way too many careers in this sport are cut short by silly injuries and preventable injuries that happen inside the room. So, I want to get 50 and then be able to sail off into the sunset.
Obviously, I think if it was up to you to show up a fight, like.
So Jim Miller is looking to get 50 wins or 50 fights in the UFC.
I have to do all of this
before he calls it quits.
Is it? I guess because you just want to focus on the fight and do not the outside noise. But like, we have to speak about stuff. Obviously, we're going to ask you about a lot of these things. Is that annoying throughout the week? That just constantly.
No. We're just having a conversation. You know, like it's I understand why some of my peers do what they do, and they do the persona stuff and all that, and I can understand. I understand enough about different personalities to understand that some people really are uncomfortable with that, and like rehashing some stuff. But to me, I've always felt like this is such a pure sport. You know, there's no ball, there's no bat, there's no nothing. It's just two fighters inside of a raised platform, right? When I was supposed to say, two fighters inside the octagon. You know, and as man, it's like I wear a cup, a mouthpiece, shorts, and gloves, and that's it, right? You know, so it's like you have two humans in the purest form in sport competing in the purest sport that there is. So like I take it very seriously, and I look at it very honestly, and I don't feel like it's appropriate for me to put on the fluff or whatever, because I feel like it's a knock to me, and anybody can do whatever they want. You know, like they're adults, and it makes more money good for them. I'm happy for them. But I don't mind talking to you guys, honestly.
And then kind of go off of that. When Coach Swanson just retired post fight, so he said he regretted announcing his retirement before the fight. Like, he regretted announcing this in the last one. Yeah. And Dustin kind of said the same thing, because all week they were getting messages, they were getting video packages, and they were like, "I just want to fight. I don't want to do this." So have you thought about that? Like, I don't like what that would be like. Like that last fight week is probably going to be like Jim Miller video packages while you're cutting weight. I have thought about that, and I guess I'm just different than them, because like I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that moment. You know, like I was so close to ask, again, when I fought Diego at 196, what's up, fellas, ladies? I was so close to retiring at UFC 200. Like, I was training for that fight 196, and I was like, dude, I need to get through this, and like, I want to get to 200, because it was like, hey, fight on 100 and 200, and that'll be cool, and I think going through what I went through made it a lot easier for me to talk about it, and to like, because I already dealt with it. I already had I already had camp where I couldn't do anything. Like, I was so broken down that like the guys would be sparring, and I'd be trying on the treadmill, because if I even thought about doing live, I was banged up for 3 days. So like, there's already been that like, I've already gone through it. I've already dealt with those demons, and I've already like conquered the ego with it, and now it's like, okay, like let's get to the point where we're satisfied with fighting. And of course, I'm like, numbers are kind of one of my things, But yeah, so I want to get to 50. I would imagine inevitable Hall of Fame introduction. Your brother's probably gonna do the speech.
No.
I just ready. Congrats for this win in front of your family.
Yes,
I think it's pretty good. My question is this one: are you trying to reach an unbreakable record? And how do you think it will be difficult in the future to reach the longevity you get in UFC?
I do think it will be difficult. Sure.
Yeah, I think that if Jim Miller continues on, he's going to have a record that's going to be very difficult for a lot of people to obtain.
First heck was to get to this point. It's not necessarily like, hey, I want to hit this number so that nobody else can. It's just kind of like it's a nice round number, right? Like getting to 50, like getting to 48 just doesn't sound as good as getting to 50. Especially I've gone this far. So yeah, it's there are a couple guys that I feel like might be able to approach it. But the hardest part is like you like I had said, about Nate, it's like as you approach 30 fights in the UFC, your body just starts to break down, and it's not easy to go through these camps. It's like you're just like accepting pain and misery, and like I'm gonna get up in the morning and everything's gonna hurt, right? Like and that's what makes people fall out of love with the sport is because it just hurts too damn much. So yeah, if I can get to it, that's cool. If somebody ends up beating me and getting to a higher number, hey man, I'll be happy for him.
Last question from me. I never saw you refuse a challenge. So if you get the choice for the last one, will be an up-and-comer or a veteran as you are?
Whoever. I don't know. I unfortunately I think I might have broke my hand. My left hand.
All right, let's get to this fight right now. Obviously, because yeah, man, it is now time. We're gonna get into this fight right now with Jeremy Stephens and Bobby Green. All right, here we go, guys. Jeremy Stephens is going to be announced first, and then Bobby Green after. All right, Jeremy Stephens returns to the octagon. The real heathen Steven. Bobby Green being announced. King Green. There it is, man. All right, here we go, guys. Round number one. All right, Bobby Green. Jeremy Stephens, round number one. There's Bobby Green with his hands low once again. Front kick by Bobby Green. Okay, there it is, man. Bobby Green once again with his elusive style, crazy style that he has. Body shot right there. A little bit of a body straight shot. There's a front kick right there by Bobby. Circling around 420, 419, 418 first round. Bobby Green and MVP would have been a very good matchup as like some sort of what you would call what do you call it a catch weight fight of some sort. Yeah, Bobby Green and MVP, yeah, would have been a really good fight. But right now, tonight, the assignment is Jeremy Stephens in front of you, right? Somebody that's looking to walk you down and punch you up. Whereas with Bobby Green, what he's looking to do is fight a very elusive style fight. Oh, good elbow in the exchange right there by Jeremy Stephens. Daring him to come right in. Ooh, good body kick by Bobby Green. Oh, that's a low kick right there. That was a low blow. Drizzy Goat says Green by decision comes out by round one sub. The way that this fight is going right now, I could see that being the overall trajectory of how this fight is going to go. I mean, you know, the way that they're fighting, it's kind of like, I'm not saying pity patter, but very technical to where Bobby Green is going to try to get away from Jeremy Stevens' knockout power or power shot. And then Bobby Green is just going to fight very elusive, which will prevent him from having any firepower if, let's say, he wants to sit down on some shots and try to finish him that way. Comes out by submission round 1. I think he's going to take a little bit more time. I know that the finish is coming, but it's going to take a while. Costa by KO. I'm going with Volkov on that one. Van by KO. I'm going with Tatsura by decision, even though I like Van very much. BUK by decision. Book by decision. Who's Book? All right, he's asking if he can continue. All right, there we go, man. Fight. Let's go. Bobby Green sort of yeah, it's talking to him right now, man. He's talking to him while he's fighting him. Oh, Jeremy trying to swing right there, and Bobby actually shoots in for a double leg takedown right there. Now Bobby is right on top of Jeremy right now. And now he's just pounding right away. Jeremy Stevens has no answer to these ground and pound shots. It's like as if he forgot ground and pound defense because he's been out of MMA for quite a while. Man, Bobby Green doing really good with these ground and pound shots. Not letting Jeremy Stevens up. By the way, great level change. Looking for Jeremy Stevens to swing wild. And as he was swinging wild, he goes in. When you say Book by decision, are you talking about Book Cow? Is there a 1 FC fight going on? Drizzy Goat, let me know. Okay, there's no finish on the part of Bobby Green. Now here's Jeremy Stevens attempting a Kimura lock as he is in the side control. I'm sorry, half guard position, or at least still in a full guard position, trying to control Bobby. Okay, wow. Okay, he's close. He was close to getting that Kimura. They are only for Bobby Green to transition right back down into side control, and then he's banging away with some elbows, ground and pound position right here. What's so funny, Drizzy Goat? Okay, now he's looking for a rear naked choke. Oh, man, Jeremy Stevens didn't see that coming. Oh, that is tight. He's looking for a rear naked choke. And he gets it. Bobby Green with a rear naked choke, guys. Bobby Green with a rear naked choke. Rear naked choke by Bobby Green. Wow. That was amazing. Amazing work by Bobby Green. Showing different wrinkles to his game, man. Yup. Showing different wrinkles to his game. So check this out. This fight started at 5 hours and 45 seconds into this live stream, right? And this fight ended at 5 hours and 54 minutes of this live stream. King Green, rear naked sub win. There it is, man. 2 legends going at it. Only one walked out, and that's Bobby Green. Look, it's the UFC activity that he had going on. Now, great that great that Jeremy Stevens has activity going on in BKFC, but bare knuckle boxing is not MMA. And quite frankly, it was not good enough to get him ready for this, because guess what Bobby Green decided to do? He's like, you know what? I know you can strike. I can strike as well. Maybe I can strike better than you. I'm going to go with what's safe. I know you haven't been working on your grappling. I know you haven't been working on your submission defense. So I'm going to create that opportunity to go and get a submission win. And there it is. By the end of the day, man, great job on the part of Jeremy Stevens for coming in here, but more importantly for Bobby Green. allowing his career and attrition in the UFC, whether he won or lost, to take him to where he needed to be tonight. And that was a rear naked choke win against Jeremy Stephens. Congratulations to Bobby Green. Now, back to Jim Miller's interview right here. I think he talks about challenging Conor McGregor.
And the 4 minutes that we were fighting. But I hear there's an Irishman looking for a fight. I think that'd be fun. Jim, when do you think you heard that? I punched him in the head. It was a one-round fight. I heard the first round. Obviously, your family was very quickly on your mind after. They're right here. Yeah, my daughter's making faces behind you, trying to distract you. When you get out there and when you think about everything your family has collectively gone through, everything your son has gone through, I mean, what did you learn kind of from that experience as a man, as a father, from this whole last year? It's not so much that I learned anything new. I knew that my son is tough as nails. I knew that he could handle that. I knew that his siblings would support him and get behind him and be his biggest, supporters. Those are all, I already knew it. It just solidified the way of life that, I try to lead. My wife, we try to, the home we try to have, and it was, there's really there's nothing new. It was just like, hey, we have this thing and it sucks and it's scary and obviously we don't want to go through this fight, this battle, but once we figured out game plans, we work every day towards that goal of beating it and envision ourselves at the end. And that's the thing is, when I'm gearing up for a fight and I'm in the back or whatever, and it's like my mind is always overcoming. It's overcoming a hard fight. It's like, yeah, I'm bleeding, I'm broken, I'm hurt, but I'm still fighting. And that's kind of the attitude that we had with that. It's like, hey, we got knocked on our ass by it and got up and fought our way through. Did you get to see them before they just walked in here after the fight? I saw them on the monitor. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, who is Bobby Green calling out here?
I'm one of the most excited to ever touch it. I've been doing it for years. It ain't nothing gonna change. Why did you feel the need to tell him that? Everybody already knows that. No. I didn't get my bonus last time. That's why I need to tell him that. I'm gonna keep doing this the same thing I do every time. You didn't get a bonus for this El-Kheer fight. No, and now I'm trying to get now. I'm almost.
Okay, so basically Bobby Green trying to lobby for some bonus. Okay. All right, back to Jim Miller.
No, yeah. All right, so we tried out some stuff.
John O'Way from Santos. Jim, you've nearly fought 50 fights. You fought across multiple areas of the UFC. How's that mindset overall just evolved over time and still compete out?
It's definitely evolved a lot. I came into this organization hot, and went 9-1, and then still it took until about 2015, so 7 years in the promotion. Up until that point, I had one loss that was to somebody that didn't either fight for or hold the title. I was right there. And it's like, yeah, okay, well, I was working my way up to fight my friend Frankie, right? I lost to Benson. I fought a night I probably shouldn't fight, but I fought as hard as I could. And then I go back and first round finish, and then we fight Nate, and I suffer an injury that men, particularly athletic men, don't have. I tore one of my extensor muscles in my leg in the middle of the first round, and I'm fighting Nate flatfoot, which is not a good place to be. I come back, have a fight of the year, and it was good. But it's when I performed, it was beating the brakes off people, and I was so close. I was there, and then things started to go a little south, and I was dealing with some stuff at that point that it sucked. It was out of my control. The mindset kind of changed. Okay, let's just I gotta get through my season. That's what I did. Focused on that. Still got to fight. Still got to fight, right? And now it's I show up here and I'm having fun. I'm enjoying it. It's funny. I look at some of my younger guys warming up, and I'm like, oh, man, I see myself in it. I can see they're up in the water. They're trying to keep it all undercover, but they're nervous as shit. And it's I've been there. And it's I'm a little bit nervous because if I wasn't nervous, I wouldn't be doing this. I'm also embracing it and trying to soak in as much as I can because it's a unique experience.
Oh, so Reggie Jim, the other day, not the other day, yes, the other day. Sorry, I'm also a little nervous too. This is your 22nd submission win in your MMA career, 14th in the UFC. Is this one extra special because of your family being here?
They're all special, right? And this was a special night for me. Like I said, I just continued the streak of no victories, So that young man over there kicked shit out of cancer, and I went in and I got a submission win. So we're just still moving.
That's a beautiful way to put that, especially for you and your family. The other thing I want to ask is, it was a very quick fight. You did mention that you broke your hand. How long are you expecting to sit out? If it's not broken, can we see you back relatively quickly anytime soon? Or do you not want to go into camp at this age again that quickly and cut all that weight in the next couple months?
I guess that all depends on the offers. I've got we've got some stuff coming up. My wife and I are going to South Africa and all this. So it's can we kick that vacation down the line a little bit? We could, but no.
I think you should listen to her.
So. As you get older, it's a little harder to just stay in the grind and stay in the gym. And back in the old days, it's the hand was fine. They were just going to get right back into it. We're going to throw my name in the hat and see what Sean has for me. But opportunities pop up all the time. So I definitely don't want to go through another year where I only fight once. The whole goal with 50 is not drag out. I kind of want to get there as quick as I can, which might sound weird, but I love training, I love competing, and I love doing this stuff. But I would like to get back in definitely by the end of the year and keep going.
And the other day I asked you about being the constant in the UFC, and just after tonight, the goal is to get to 50. Just speak a little bit about consistency in this training camp you have to go through to get to Jared Gordon, and just specifically in this camp, and not just over the course of your career.
Yeah, the camp was a tough one. I started training a while ago. I was actually probably
gearing up to fight a little bit earlier. They shelved me a little bit for this card, which I'm happy about because I wanted to fight here in Newark before I'm done. As you get older, you have to change your training style. You have to. You cannot train at 42 like you could at 22 or 32. So I train a lot smarter. I focus on recovery. I travel with a pillow, right? It's not some anime one, but it's a nice my pillow because I got a messed up neck, right? So I do all these little things to try to keep my body in tip-top shape. So yeah, this camp was a good one. Same guys. Got Sussex County MMA, Precision MMA, and Pharaoh's Muay Thai. Martin Rudy, Nick Behringer helped me with the diet and the strength conditioning stuff, and I brought in a new coach, John Wilkins. He's got this finisher bar. He's a core coach, and so dealing with a pelvic injury that I had, I needed to rebuild, kind of my core, and John's helped me out a lot with that. And it's a heck of a workout, and I know that he's been in a few of the other MMA gyms around the country, and guys are shocked by how difficult his stuff is and how they feel after. So I think that's going to be the next big thing in MMA training, honestly. All right, and last question: do you have any messages to any potential opponents on your way to 50? No, not really. Stay healthy. Stay healthy and have fun, and don't take on unnecessary debt. All right, thank you so much, Jim. Thank you.
You mentioned you want to fight a certain Irishman. Is that Conor McGregor there?
Yeah, I think that'd be fun.
Hold on, there it is, right here. He talks about fighting Conor McGregor here. Hold on, let's slow this one down. This one deserves your undivided attention.
Fight. I'll test that new ankle he's got there, that titanium. So I don't know. I honestly, it's like I feel bad for him because he hasn't had the opportunity to fight in so long. They know my number. Thank you.
There it is, man. Jim Miller, calling out Conor McGregor. Will he get the fight? I mean, you know what? Get in line, as they say, right? We're going to find out if he does. All right, Pat Sabatini, let's check out what he had to say here. Okay, they're showing the White House commercial right now. White House card commercial. All right, here we go. Pat Sabatini.
Couple mixed in there, but it doesn't seem like you broke that much of a sweat from the outside looking in. So I guess physically, emotionally.
Okay, this one is Pat Sabatini.
Happy to go in there, get a good win, a very tough game, and welcome your opponent, but I could do better. I feel like it wasn't the best performance, and there's more motivation to come back better this time.
What was it that I guess you were? I don't want to use the first unhappy, but maybe you didn't reach did it play how you expect? I guess what I'm trying to say.
Definitely not. I came in. Obviously, I want to go for those finishes as much as I can, and I know it's unrealistic to expect to finish every time, but I just feel like I could do better. I could do better in the striking department, better in the grappling department. So I can't wait for the next one.
Was it something that he presented, or did you just feel flat in there? I guess what was it? I think you said he was well prepared. So do you think that he kind of scheduled you out and kind of had to adjust on the fly? Maybe?
I think it's a combination of things. He made very good adjustments, and I wasn't able to make the adjustments I wanted to. If it boils down to it, that's how I worded it.
I guess it's like being in there when you're winning the fight, or maybe the crowd, maybe the crowd get restless, you don't want to take risks necessarily. So I guess what's it like to experience that high winning, but also kind of maybe the crowd isn't as pleased with you?
You take it in, but you don't want to get to you. Don't want to kind of deter you for game plan. So just aware of it, but not affecting me.
When would you like to get back in there?
I'd like to get on Philly card in August.
Is there names you want, or at this point you just want whoever's on the Philly card?
Whoever.
So if he's talking about August, I think he's talking about basically UFC Philadelphia, the same card of Ian Gary and Islam Makhachev. I think that's what he's looking to get into next, maybe. So
I guess what they haven't actually in a while, obviously. So what can we, maybe fight fans around the world, expect from Philly to finally get a pay-per-view and assume a matchup in that main event?
I think that would be awesome. I think a lot of Philly players would love to be on that card. Philly versus the world. Let's do it.
Over here.
Yo, what's up?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So did you train with Sean Brady all the time? I've been Marcus and all. You guys are working together?
Obviously, he trains with a lot of the other guys. He's a couple of guys up, but train alongside each other all the time.
And I don't know if you saw, but conversation with the betting lines there today. I know you're in Marquez all the time. Any idea what that could be about, or is that just media buzz?
I just heard about secondhand. I have no idea. I kind of just tune out world, man, when it's fight day, especially just focus on myself, what I need to get done, and know what my teammates need to get done.
Well, unbiased, how do you see that fight going? Sean Brady versus Buckley?
Brady all day, by whatever he wants.
And top of your division seems like it's going to be Ochoa next for the title. How do you see that fight going if that is what made Volkov versus Volkov?
I think it'll be a really good fight, man. I can see it going a couple different ways. Definitely want to watch.
I know you're not much for call-outs. I asked you this question before too, and ask it again. 4-0. When you start knocking on the door, and when we start talking about you in the rankings and title contention,
I want a ranking. I want a number next to my name, man. Anytime, ready. I'll be ready.
Okay. Thank you.
Pat over here. And look, it's not me saying anything, but have you seen anything that people have been saying on social media about the fight? I think that fans in general kind of not particularly happy. I know that, of course, all you can do is go ahead and have you seen any of what fans have been saying?
No, I haven't.
Well, there are some people saying that even though you're on this bad win streak at the moment, some people say they want you cut for the promotion for that. What's your response to people saying that?
Not much.
You don't care? You don't pay attention to what fans say?
Not those comments, no. They kind of just bounce off like a ping pong ball.
If Philadelphia doesn't come up as a week, is there another league? Is that kind of general August, mid-August, September?
Yeah, that'd be perfect. August, definitely. Philadelphia, that's definitely a goal.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Pat, right over here. So he kind of raised his hands after the fight as if he had won. Were you confident going into the judges' scorecard? Did you think there might be a chance of taking the score for him?
No, I thought I did enough to win for sure.
So you kind of did the Alvarez there for a second, where you got flow and then you kind of waved the ref off and were like, no. Did that bother you at all, or did you just kind of want to keep applying pressure?
I want to keep the action going. No need to pause. We don't need to, right?
So he was pretty tough to take down, pretty hard to even control on the ground. Really didn't have him down on the ground for much at all. He racked up a lot of control time. Did it surprise you that he was able to defend takedowns the way he was and get back to his feet the way he was?
Yeah, man. I can't say. I think he really came prepared. His anti-grappling was very on point. He did a great job.
All right, next to Grant Dawson. By the way, they are honoring Chris Weidman right now into the Hall of Fame. I think that's what's going on right now. Okay, let's go with Grant Dawson.
Emotionally, also a little terrible. So, but I'm happy with this one because, like I said in the cage, I think a lot of people think of me as skilled. I don't think a lot of people think of me as tough, and I hope that has answered that question tonight.
So, I guess in hindsight, maybe you emotionally don't feel as good, but like, are you happy with the performance? I guess that you got to show adversity in there.
Yeah, I'll never turn my nose to a win. So. Excuse me. We got the win. That's what matters. Obviously, I would like to knock everybody out in the first 10 seconds. I landed a good, clean head kick at the beginning of the round, and I thought for a second, I was like, I'm going to get him out here early. This is going to be a good night. And then the second round, I was like, this is not a great night. And then third round, I was like, this is a great night. So I'm happy.
Well, I guess in that third round, it seemed like he shot for you. You reversed it and kind of grabbed his neck. Yeah. So I guess were you surprised that he shot on you like that?
It's hard to remember because if I remember correctly, I think I hit him with something and he was shooting in and I was able to use it to reverse him and get on top. I have to go back and watch it. It's all a blur right now. And it's normally like that, not because I got dropped in the second.
And I guess I know you just said it's blur, but I know we've talked to you after your previous wins and maybe you had a different game plan, but when you feel the strength or how they kind of move when you're on top of them, maybe the game plan goes out the way because I think so I can just do this all night.
Yeah.
So in this, I feel like, did you have to adjust on the fly?
So something happened to me that's never happened before is in the first round when I had that body triangle, my legs went dead.
Yeah, Bobby Green absolutely looked awesome, bro. Yeah, Bobby Green definitely looked awesome. He had to do what Bobby Green had to do, right? BKFC fighter, maybe he has better hands than you. I happen to think Bobby Green has better hands, way better hands than Jeremy Stephens. But for whatever reason, he decided, you know what, I'm going to take you down. He got him for the takedown. Not only did he get him for the takedown, he got him with a ground and pound, which was good. And then eventually he was able to get his back and get the submission win, as he should. He says, sorry, King Green. Right. You know what I mean? You know better than to not call a man and what he's identified. So I think that's what's happening right now. They're going to induct Chris Weidman into the UFC Hall of Fame. And Jeremy was done before overplaying the nut shot, LOL. Yeah, man, that was a little bit unusual, right? He really took his time out on that one. I think I told you guys earlier, right? Earlier in the stream, after I did my training session, right? Which, by the way, attracts a lot of trolls, but it also gives good conversations. I said that Sean Strickland, after the training session, I said that Sean Strickland has striking endurance, but we don't know if he has grappling endurance, and that's very different. So you see, striking endurance, you could, easily have that through boxing training when you are training for BKFC or a boxing fight, which is what Jeremy Stephens has done. Remember, Jeremy Stephens got in the ring against Jose Aldo in a boxing ring. Okay, so he has experience boxing. That is good for striking endurance. But when it comes to grappling and mixed martial arts, there's a thing called grappling endurance, and it's a completely different game. He says getting hit there rarely hurts. You have a freaking cup on. That's what I was saying while the stream was going on. I said, you know what? He is sort of playing up to this a little bit too much, right? This is a little bit more time than usual as what some people would do. Okay, so Chris Weidman being inducted into the modern Hall of Fame. So, okay. All right, so back to Grant Dawson and what he had to talk about with his fight.
Like, just absolutely gone, jelly. And I was like, oh, this is bad. So, like, in the second round, my coaches were yelling at me to get a takedown, and I was like, guys, I just don't think I can get one. Something's going on with my legs, And, wasn't a great second round, but we got the victory. That's all that matters.
And a lot of people maybe not a lot, but obviously on the broadcast, especially the walkouts, get talking about, former training partners, they've done things together. Is that just a narrative that people are trying to latch on?
Yeah. No, we train together, and he's a really nice guy, but there's guys I will not fight. Chris Duncan, one of my very close friends, I absolutely refuse to fight him. There's Gamrot. There's guys that like, hey, I'm not fighting these guys. I don't care what the situation is. Other than a belt. If a belt's on the line, we'll do it. I just can't imagine any of us are doing that. And then there's other guys that it's like, yeah, we've trained once or twice. If you say yes, I'm gonna say yes. So if he said yes, so I said yes.
So I guess what do you want next for your career? In terms of, do you have names you want? Do you have places you want to fight? Dates you want to fight?
Yeah, I don't really know because I usually come up with 3 names that I want. One name if I win a boring decision. One name if I get a knockout, and one name if I win a split decision. So I don't really know where this.
Ecstasy says, we live in an illusion of light and energy. Okay, very philosophical there on your part.
Top 15 next and be able to keep climbing the ranks.
I guess when would you like to fight?
End of the year. End of the year. My wife and I need a vacation. We've gone through a lot this week. We had a little bit of a family crisis, and so we need a vacation.
Everything all good though right now, or TBD?
My wife and I were expecting our first baby, and we found out on Monday that we lost the baby. So it's been a rough week. And my amazing wife soldiered through it, toughed it out. No emotion, got me through this, and I promised her a little vacation for us to go and do our thing.
Last thing on this, then I promise. Jim Miller was just in here. He had to go through something with his family too. It was very like he needed to fight to distract him and like kind of go through a fight week. Did you feel like that, or was it hard for you?
No, it wasn't. I'm gonna sound like such a dick. It wasn't hard for me. It was compartmentalized, put it away. We told our closest friends and family, and it was like I'll deal with this after. So I was a bit emotional in the cage. I think that might have something to do with it. And Jim Miller is such a warrior. I cannot physically imagine going through what he did with his son. I can't imagine that. So just all love for him. I've been praying for him. I hope he's doing well.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Grant right here. What was the biggest challenge in dealing with Rebecki's pace early in the fight?
The biggest challenge was how hard his head was. I need a kitchen sink because I threw everything else I had at it, and that dude just would not go down. He's so tough.
The submission seemed to come from a sequence where you're building towards for a while. Was that something you specifically identified and watching Rebecki's film during your camp?
To be honest with you, no. I went into this fight saying I'm not submitting this guy. Like, there's no way. He has no neck. He has no arms. I don't know how I would submit this guy. So that was a very pleasant surprise.
And to answer your question earlier, you are tough. So
oh, man, thank you.
Of course. So going forward in the lightweight division, I know you said you don't have any.
They're interviewing the coach of Sean Brady right now with Megan Oliva backstage.
Megan, thank you, sir.
All right, and then there's Joaquin Buckley right there coming up next. Okay, back to Grant Dawson.
Names on your mind right now, but with how the lightweight division is building out, would you want more of a prospect next, or would you want a veteran that's already solidified in the division?
I don't know. Whatever Sean Shelby wants to do, top 15 would be nice. If it doesn't happen, we can move on. Not calling him out. I'm just saying, Jim Miller looked great tonight. If he wanted to run again, not a call out. Love Jim Miller. If he would like to run, I'd be definitely down for that. I see him picking up your microphone.
You said him and his wife need a vacation too, so they might.
Let's vacation together.
I think they're going to South Africa.
Never mind. I was going to Georgia to hang out in the cabin with my dogs. This guy. All good?
Grant, right over here.
Where are you at? Sorry, buddy.
Okay. You were very emotional in the cage after the win. Was what we talked about before the reason why, or was there more that went into that?
It was a lot of things. I think what happened on Monday was a big part of it, and just locking it away and not being able to properly, deal with that was part of it. And then, I don't know, I felt a little off in the back. I felt like I wasn't there in the back, and sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't, and your competitive side takes over. And then I got dropped in the second round, and we've seen with me before, getting clipped sometimes doesn't go my way. So it was nice to be able to prove myself that I can push through something.
So you said you got clipped in round 2. How hurt were you, and was there any fear in your mind that the fight might just stop?
Oh, yeah, I honestly don't remember. So, no, I was hurt for sure. He called me dead to rights, but once I started coming back, I was on the cage, and I was like, okay, I must have gotten hurt a little bit. Let's just keep fighting. And yeah, we went through it. We got done.
Were you surprised that he was the one that tried to take down first?
I honestly don't remember. It's not I got dropped there. It's like it's hard to remember every little thing that goes on in an almost 15-minute fight. No, I think he took me down. He tried to take me down in the first, right? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. No, I hit him with a knee. That's why he shot. I hit him with a knee to the face of the body, and that's why he shot in. And with that body lock, Bo Nickel was showing me that body lock. So I think he's proud of me. I paid that off. I was even thinking about it in my head while we were doing it. So.
Well, perfectly led me into my last question. We saw an early head kick from you, an early knee from you. We saw you kind of brawling a bit tonight too. I feel like we saw more striking out of you than we have in the past. Was that what you wanted to go out and make, that you actually are a lot more well-rounded than some people think?
I told people I can strike. You've just got to stop my takedown to see it. And Rebecki was the type of guy I knew I wasn't just going to touch gloves, take him down.
There it is. Just like comes up tonight, right? Grant Dawson said, I can strike. You just have to, stop my takedowns to see it. And that's exactly what he did tonight.
Wow. So in the camp, training with my buddy El-Kheer, he is built and fights exactly like Rebecki. I could not have had a better training partner than that dude. He's an absolute stud. You're definitely going to be hearing about him soon. We struck the whole time. I couldn't take him down. He's such a good wrestler. And I knew it was going to be really, really difficult to be able to take Rebecki down. So striking and doing some of that was just part of the game.
Great, right here. In rounds 1 and 3, you were human that bag on Rebecki. In round 1, you said your legs got tired. In round 3, you had the back most of the round. And then at the end, you secured the choke. You said Rebecki had no neck. So what was your initial reaction when you actually did finally wrap around his neck and he wasn't hand fighting anymore?
Honestly, shock. I felt it come under the neck, and I was trying to get behind the head, and he was pulling my arm down. And I was like, I know what to do here. And honestly, in the back of my head, I was like, all right, this probably isn't going to work, but I'm going to go for it. And he got the tap, and I was over the moon about it.
Is that something you have tried to do against him in training sessions before that you've had, and you couldn't have gotten it? Or is that just something you've seen on film?
Yeah, honestly, we haven't trained together in a very long time. He was there when I first went to ATT like 4 years ago. We trained for like 6 months. We have a very different style of training. Not that anything's wrong with his style of training at all. Very good fighter. It just doesn't mesh well with my style of training. So we kind of separated a little bit. And then he was set to fight my good friend, Chris Duncan. So, that kind of put a wedge between us as well. We weren't super close training partners. I like the guy, and I hope he comes back to ATT, especially after, now I don't fight anymore. But we weren't like super close buddies.
And you mentioned earlier with the toughness, where people claim you're not tough. With everything you've gone through in this week, and with the adversity you went through in the cage, I think it's time to end the narrative of Grant Dawson not being tough.
Man, the commercials on the UFC are insane, man. This is why I'm actually covering, the post-fight press conference prelims that are going on right now. Because, man, their commercials are insane. Might as well just cover that, right?
Welcome back to UFC.
Number 10 in the lightweight division. How does it feel to be back on the trajectory of getting back into the top 10, especially after falling out of it?
Yeah, it feels good. I'm the kind of guy that I got to work for everything that I want. I was top 10. I lost to Bobby Green, got kicked out. Won 3 in a row, got back to number 12, lost to a very tough Torres, got kicked out. So I guess I need 2 more to get back in.
All right, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. This is the most you guys have ever talked to me. I need to go through wars more often.
First of all, the fight was sick, and your gym have an history with my country. We've seen a lot of fights between ATT and Frenchmen, and we've got two guys well-ranked in your weight class. UFC Paris is in September. Can we see you there against Frenchmen, Fares Yam or Axel Sola?
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't fought in Paris. I've been there to corner. I'd definitely be interested in doing that for sure. Absolutely.
They asked him if he wanted to fight in Paris. Obviously, that was a French reporter asking that. So, of course, the French reporter naturally had to ask him of that. All right, so next one, Bogazor. Comes up.
Imagine
let's hear what he has to say.
With your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
How are you feeling after the fight?
Okay,
after the fight, I feel happy. I won
All right, so Joaquin Buckley is walking out to the cage right now. So we got ourselves a matchup going on right now.
0, finish 3 UFC. It's good.
Do you know if anything's broken?
Yeah, doctor said it's maybe it's broken. Yeah.
And what did you?
So apparently, Susurkaev had his right finger broken. So, you know, just something to think about there.
About the fight, you finished in the final minute. Did you worry at all that it was going to go to a decision?
Yeah, I was.
No,
I was not nervous. Decision also good. I know I take all rounds, and every time I'm looking for finish. And it's not it was a good chin, and I broke my hand. Second round, first or second minute, I broke my hand, and I still try to knock him out. I punch him with this hand, and this guy, this crazy warrior, is a good chin, and I needed to submit him.
Was his jab better than he thought it was going to be? He seemed to be having some success with that.
I know.
Congratulations on the win. You look great tonight. Tell us about the end of the fight and just that sequence.
Maybe it's going to be 3 rounds decision, something like this, but I will try to submit.
All right. Amasov is on. Let's hear what he has to say real quick. Let's go to Amasov. He says, I think Buckley runs through Brady. He says, I hate the commercials. I know, man. I know. The commercials are insane, right? But here we are. Here's Amasov real quick.
And getting him down and submitting him so quickly.
1 second, please, because I not drink Coke maybe 3 months.
He's drinking Coke right now. He says he hasn't drank Coke in 3 months. He says Brady is going into the cage now. Yup. I see Brady right now. Yep, there it is, walking into the cage with the red shorts. Brady got the red shorts.
So, I'm MMA fighter, I can do everything, but I'm more like wrestle. And you know, I have great team, American top team. We train every day. Mike Brown, my coach, he teach me, like, you know, never stop. Something to do every time, take down, stand up, take down, punch, like real MMA. This is very important because many people try to striking and wrestle, but this is different. If you're an MMA fighter, you can do everything, and you...
Facts, man. If you're an MMA fighter, you have to be able to do everything.
You must just not think about this, just like your muscle members. That's why, like, I don't remember, like 100% what I did, but I remember, yes, it was something. Break side, take down, and choke. This is choke for me. Coach from American Team Palumba, so thank him about this is choke.
Like hardcore fans of the sport have known how good you've been for a long time and what you've done. Have you noticed like a different level of attention and feedback to your performances since you've been here at the UFC?
Фанати, які знають спорт, вони знають, що це дуже довгий час. Ти помітив, що дуже багато фанатів підключаються зараз, коли бачать твої бої в UFC, що нові фанати підключаються.
I gotta tell you, man, Amasov is going to be a problem for a lot of 170-pounders.
This is true, because after my first fight, I felt this. I felt many people start follow me. Many people, like, you know, when you like UFC fighter, this is a little bit different. I talk with many guys who may be champion from the different organization, and it doesn't matter, like, you're super champion, you defense belt a couple times, doesn't matter. If you're not UFC fighter, people don't respect you. Of course, respect, but not like, you know, you can talk to somebody, you can be super champion, but people ask you, this is not UFC, and you can say, no, this is not UFC. People, okay. So this is not something specific for people, like, if you're not UFC fighter. If you're UFC fighter, people, maybe somebody can ask me, like in the shop, in the mall, UFC fighter? Now I can say, yes, I'm UFC fighter. And people, can I take picture with you? Doesn't matter who I am. Like, maybe I'm UFC fighter, but I can fight, lose, and 0 win, but I'm UFC fighter, and people think this is like different people. But this is not different, but just like have this like UFC fighter.
Well, I know you want to be more than a UFC fighter, right? You want to be the UFC champion, and I saw your teammate Dustin Poirier say on one of the pre-shows that is your destiny. You would not be surprised if you get there. How quickly do you think that's going to take this division? Is obviously amazing. A lot of really good fighters. Like, how many more fights do you think you'll need to get to the belt and start?
All right, so we'll go back to Amasov in his interview right now. We are with Joaquin Buckley and Sean Brady right now, man. Look at the tattoos on Sean Brady, and look at Joaquin Buckley right now, man. Here we go, man. We're about to commence battle between these two top welterweights right here. Let's go, guys. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now, man. Let's get this thing cracking. There's Joaquin Buckley looking really buff, looking really hugged up for 170. Victory says Buckley has been training with Usman. There's no way Brady out-grapples him. Yeah, but you know what, man? Listen, you could train with... I'll give you an example. An old-school New Jersey fight in this arena, right? George St. Pierre and Dan Hardy. What did Dan Hardy do to get ready for George St. Pierre? He trained with Matt Serra in order to put him in bad positions because he knew that he was going to be in bad positions against George St. Pierre. What happened in the fight? He got put in bad positions anyway. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is that you can train with world-class grapplers. And by the way, I don't know what his logic was training with Matt Serra. It's not like Matt Serra out-grappled GSP. He knocked him out, right, in the first time that they fought. So what was he going to teach you that you weren't already doing as Dan Hardy, the #1 contender at 170 during 2010? But let's see. Round 1 is about to start right now, right? The round 1 is about to start with Sean Brady and Joaquin Buckley. And here we are, man. We're going to find out and see if the wrestling aspect of training with Usman helped in any kind of way. We're going to find out. All right, so far, early start between them. Not a lot of punches being thrown right now. I think you may be a little bit more ahead of me, Marty, just so you know. I am at 420, 419, 418 of the first round right now. So I think you're a little ahead of me. So, try to curb your, informational, sarcasm. Okay, so now at 407, 406, that's what you're talking about. Okay, so that's what you're talking about. I see what you're doing. Okay, now there's another second attempt right there, and it failed. So not only did the first attempt fail, so did the second time around, and then now it is Sean Brady that is circling right around Joaquin Buckley. Front kick by Joaquin Buckley. All right, now swinging away. Nice kick attempt by Joaquin Buckley, but guess what? That is where Sean Brady was able to take him down right there. All he needed was one kick attempt. See, here's the thing with Joaquin Buckley, right? He's dangerous because he's got powerful kicks. True. Great grapplers, I'm telling you right now, know how to catch kickers. They know how to catch kickers. And by the way, I have a sparring footage, an old sparring footage of mine that I'm going to show you guys in a little bit that kind of, shows that. It was me sparring with a Muay Thai champion, basically taking him down over and over again. I wasn't even using any elusive footwork movements or anything like that, just constant takedowns and, judo hip tosses. But yeah, Brady looking good so far. This is what I mean. This is why I predicted for Sean Brady to win. There's Sean Brady right now in full mount position of Joaquin Buckley, and Joaquin Buckley could do absolutely nothing right now. Training with Usman is not going to give you Usman's grappling prowess, right? Usman developed his grappling prowess over the years, and right now, man, Brady is just banging away at Joaquin Buckley right now. Banging away. Bang, bang, bang. Just constant banging away right now. Just like Jim Lampley, every time there's a Manny Pacquiao fight and Manny Pacquiao is landing combinations, he's going bang, bang, bang for Manny Pacquiao. And I'm going bang, bang, bang for Sean Brady right now as he's banging away in this ground and pound shot, maintaining this full mount position. Joaquin Buckley has his feet in the fence, thinks about it. But what is this? Sean Brady is back on side control position. And looks like he's locking up a Kimura of some sort. Really wants to create a statement here, saying, you know what, I can finish this guy. But if Sean Brady finishes him here, it's not that much surprising, really, is it? Look at the tattoo leg of Sean Brady, looking like a real, like, Yakuza member. He looks like a Yakuza member with his tattoos, man. That's the Yakuza for you. They're literally, like, tatted up from, you know, head to toe. Like, look at his whole entire leg covered up, sleeved up. His back is covered up. And it's all, like, Japanese-themed tattoos as well. So that's why I mentioned he kind of looks like a Yakuza. Like a white Yakuza. You know what I mean? Like, yes, we let him in. You know, he's tough white boy. We let him in. Like one of them type of things. You know what I mean? He looks like a straight-up Yakuza, bro. And he's doing a number on Joaquin Buckley right now on the grappling department. Doing really good. Okay, looking for some elbows right here. All right, man. Great start by Sean Brady right now, man. Really good in the first round. Let's see how he...
I think we need to ask bosses. This is very important how you live in. No, we don't know what I have next fight. I talk about today. I talk about next fight. If this is possible, I think this is really great. I don't know how many fights, but you know.
Yeah, if he gets taken down again, you're going to see a rinse and repeat, Marty.
Somebody have injury. Somebody can fight. Like maybe you have like lucky chance, something like that. Something like. So we will see. I don't think about this now.
To go off of that, would you like bigger names or I guess higher rankings? Because guys like Colby Covington and Michael Venom Page are very popular, but they not be ranked high. But then you might have guys higher in rankings that maybe aren't as popular as those two. So I guess which of those would you like?
I think this is fighters. Everybody close.
All right. Yes, he had nothing for him. Yup. All right, let's go. Round number 2, guys. Once again, I think it's another rinse and repeat. Watch this. Oh, Sean Brady looking for a spinning back fist right there as Buckley was walking in for a jab.
Buckley's corner told him not to get too aggressive. They told him he was too aggressive with his hips or something. Well, he's a big kicker, and that's going to be a problem. Oh, nice job by Brady.
All right, so Brady takes him down again. Yup. Yup, because I'll tell you what, man. In boxing, in MMA, in kickboxing sometimes, right, there is a thing called the lucky shot, especially in a heavyweight division. There's instances where you have a consummate professional boxer get beat by an MMA fighter or by a kickboxer. This happens. You want to know what doesn't happen in the world of wrestling? What doesn't happen in the world of wrestling is you can't beat Khamzat Chimaev and beat Kyle Snyder. I don't care how great of an MMA wrestler you are, you're not going to beat Kyle Snyder. And quite frankly, there's a reason why my brother turned that down. And I say good. Okay, don't let that white boy humiliate you. Khamzat, forget it. You know what I mean? Dominate everybody. Kyle Snyder can't take a punch anyway. Right? Walk away, letting the world know that you are a much more tougher man than Kyle Snyder ever will be. But real wrestlers know how that goes. Okay? Victory says now that Brady knows he can do that to him, it's over unless Buckley gets lucky. That's what I'm saying. So that is why you can see a rinse and repeat if you know that the other guy is a superior grappler. Because you know that guy is head above waters higher than the other guy in that particular skills department. In this particular department, the grappling and the wrestling department. Look at Buckley right now, trying to get out. Wow, okay, he actually gets out of that mount position, but only for Brady to go shoot on him again. Okay, but they're back up right now, 242, 240. Into the second round right now. Buckley goes for a body shot only for Sean Brady to go take him down again. I think the coach of Brady told him, you know what we're going to do? Every time he goes for a swing, a big swing, better yet, even better, a kick, a low kick, go for it. Every time. They see a weakness in his game where Joaquin Buckley has the type of kicks that is susceptible to somebody of higher caliber wrestling. We're seeing that displayed right now. That is exactly what we're seeing displayed right now. And Sean Brady's doing a very good job of, once again, maintaining the mount position. Victory says, damn, he's tired. Yup. Because he's carrying his weight all the time. That's why. That's why if you're a great grappler and you can put yourself in good positions, you can really conserve a lot of energy. Just like if you're a great striker and you're a better striker than the other guy, you can really preserve a lot of energy that the other guy, simply can't. Look at this. He's just banging away right now, just hammer fisting him like Bam Bam from Flintstones. Okay, now he's mixing up punches and elbows, and Joaquin Buckley is trying to hold on as much as he can. Yeah, Joe Rogan just said it looks like Brady's done a lot of conditioning in this position. Yeah, man, a lot of people don't understand. If you don't work these positions, you're going to get tired, right? Like, I know it looks easier just banging away at the bag or this and that when you're doing ground and pound drills, but there's really a conditioning behind it. All right, Brady doing very good right now, just constant banging away right now. 36 seconds left into the second round. He says, kick off the cage. What is that? Oh, man, I don't even want to know what you mean by kick off the cage. I'm going to have to wait. Because remember, I'm way advanced. You're way advanced than me. I'm at the second round, 15 seconds left. So, oh, you mean kick off the cage, meaning that, oh, yes, trying to get himself up out of there. Yeah. His feet wasn't near the cage, though. His head was facing the cage while his feet were facing towards the center of the octagon. Yeah, Buckley is getting bucked up right now, man. Badly. He said, let's go, Buck. He said, I still believe in you right here. So there you go. Even the corner of Buckley is warning him, stop throwing the kicks. Because if you throw the kicks, he says, I don't know why Buckley doesn't kick off the cage to try to create a scramble. Yeah, he says, yeah, he needs to turn his body so that he can walk up to the cage with his legs. Okay, I see what you mean now. All right, round number 3 coming up right now. Winking at Brady. Like, almost like he has something up his sleeve. Okay, maybe he's like, oh, I'm going to throw some, crazy kicks at you. But, you know what, his corner is telling him, don't throw kicks, man. Because if you throw kicks, you're going to have some problems. So round 3 right here, 4:47, 4:46, 4:45, 4:43 of the third round. He says, you were right, bro. You called it. Yup. Rinse and repeat. There it is. Single leg. Nope. He fights it off. Yeah, he'll fight off some of it. He can't fight all of them off. He can't fight all of them off, and that's the other one right there. 420. 420 mark. 418. 417. 415. 413. And Sean Brady is in half guard position right now as we speak. You also have to remember, Sean Brady is a guy that beat Ryan Gordon. It's not an easy task for his division in the grappling arts. And you're seeing the reason why he beat somebody like Ryan Gordon right now. Can you believe we're only one fight away from the co-main event? I'm going to probably have to get a quick shower, you know, in between. But yeah, wow, man, amazing, bro. Look at this, it's just amazing. He's not getting up, but you know what? I don't think he's going to finish Joaquin Buckley. Maybe he does, but Joaquin Buckley's actually doing a very good job. Remember, these are high-level professionals. Even if one guy is getting dominated, you can see that, you know what, the professionalism of them is that, you know, he is able to prevent submissions or any further advancements from Brady, even though Brady realistically had the highest advancement that you could get in grappling, which is a full mount position. But even in those full mount positions, Joaquin Buckley's doing a very good job of defending those submissions. But it's just that Brady is a far more superior grappler. And you're seeing it. Andrew says Brady is winning. Yes. Yes, he is. That is obvious. The sky is blue. The ocean is blue. The sky, the moon sometimes is red. I don't know what color the moon is. I don't think it's red, though. But anyways, you know, the Captain Obvious statements of the world, such as Brady is winning. Yes, we know. What else do we not know? Israel did 9/11. Excuse me. Okay, anyways. Half guard position by Brady. Back to the full mount position again. And very dominant. Now he's just looking to ground and pound away. Yeah, that's a good point by Joe Rogan as well, right? People really need to appreciate the fact that it's very difficult to take down an athlete like this. Is that Dustin Poirier behind Daniel Cormier in the front row? That is Dustin Poirier. Okay, man. Good on him getting some front row seats to the fight, enjoying you know, the retirement fight. Why not, man? Dustin the legend. Well deserved. Even as a legend, he could probably still do the damn thing, right? But you know, at some point you gotta, you know, learn to let go. And yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. You gotta learn to let go. He says, look at the strikes. Wow. Yup. He says, poor Dustin still nervous on the desk. Did he say that? I mean, he seems like a natural, bro. Like, you know, listen, bro, if you can do a podcast with Lil Wayne, you can do any type of media work whatsoever. You know what I mean? Like, I think Dustin is a little undervaluing himself or self-deprecating a little bit. You know, he's a natural on the mic. Okay, there it is. See, there. Now he's following your advice. He says, I'm saying he seems kind of nervous. Yeah. Like most kids that grew up in the hood, especially in, you know, Louisiana, out of all places, you know, they're kind of like that. All right. So with that in mind, obviously, that is now going to a decision, which means that Joaquin Buckley loses that one. And Sean Brady has now won. I told you guys, I predicted that fight down to the T, that's exactly how Brady was going to win. That's exactly how Brady won, by decision. So we're going to get the official decision pretty soon, and yeah, we'll go from there. Okay, so... Man, close to the main event, boys. You know, we're getting close to the main event. What do you guys think? And you know what? I love these early UFCs, bro. He says spot on, Kyrie. Yup. I love these early UFCs. Look at this, guys. There's still sunlight where I'm at right now. He says, did you pick Volkov or Waldo? Volkov. I picked Volkov for the next upcoming one. So, yeah. All right, so there it is, man. Brady wins by decision. Up next, we got Volkov versus Costa in the heavyweight division. So, right close to the co-main event, the co-feature. He says the Japanese kid or Van, Tatsura, the Japanese kid. I like Van, bro. I really like Van. But if you're asking me from an objective point of view, I think Tatsura is just so well-rounded. And I don't know if Joshua Van has been tested in that kind of way. He says, I hate Van because he didn't know Mighty Mouse. I mean, dude, that is indicative of how new he is to this sport. Think about this, right? Hardcore MMA guys, okay, guys that train and not only that know the sport from a very long time, we hate people that came into the sport watching it because of Conor McGregor. This guy came in to the sport watching Conor McGregor, not even in an MMA fight, but in a boxing fight because of Floyd. You know what I mean? Which kind of shows you the kind of talent that he has. But it also shows that he's very green, and we may see that tonight. This Tatsura kid, he has a common opponent in Van, which is Brandon Royval. Van got away with the win. Brandon Royval actually beat Tatsura Taira. But styles make fights. And MMA math is not, if you beat this guy, that means you can beat this guy. No. What I'm looking at is MMA math in a way that I think his grappling is going to be too much for Joshua Van. That is my official prediction on that one. Probably a 5-round decision. So be on the lookout for that. And Volkov, I think that he beats Costa any way that he wants. He just has to fight at a distance. And you know what? Here's another thing about Volkov, right? Oh, the Jersey Shorecast, of course, they would be there. Obviously, this is a Jersey show, but yeah. Volkov. Look at how he did against Cyril Gane. Cyril Gane right now is one of the best heavyweights in the world, and that is also indicative of what he did against Tom Aspinall. So if you look at the performance of Volkov on Cyril Gane, and now you look at how you can predict he's going to do against Costa in a couple of minutes, I think it's safe to say that Volkov has had a tougher competition and probably knows how to get away with dealing with a guy like this. But we shall see. All right, back to Yaroslav and what he had to say, because they're going to have deep commercials in between this.
One to another. And I don't know. I think about this. Like, give me opponent. First fight, this was guy not from top 15. Okay. Second guy not from 15. But now I was from 14. Now I hope I move a little bit up, and maybe now my name is a little bit different. Can you tell me about your dance at the end? I'm sorry, I don't know what this was. I just realized. Okay.
All right, they were asking him about his little dance. Okay, let's go with
Congratulations
Gautier.
I asked this in French. Comment tu t'es senti dans ce combat et c'est quoi la suite pour toi? Just to translate, how do you feel in this fight and what's next for you? Simple question.
Should I answer French or English? French or English?
French, please.
Okay. Je me senti bien. Bon, le game plan s'est passé exactement comme prévu. Nous savions qui devait essayer de me faire tomber, faire des takedowns et tout ça. Mais nous sommes prêts. Nous sommes préparés pour l'occasion.
I know you want to shoot, but I was ready for everything, anything.
He says, I picked the Japanese. I don't know how to spell his name. Yeah.
We've got Susurkaev who said that you're not famous enough for him yet because he win. What do you think about this and what's next for you?
Let's go step by step. So Susurkaev said, who knows him? Who? He knows for what? Who knows him? Nobody. I put my name myself. Maybe behind some other names. Myself alone. With my team.
And when do you want to fight next?
I don't know. As soon as possible, I want to fight next. I don't know who they're going to give to me, but I'm ready. Thank you, Brady.
You called out Israel Adesanya. I don't think that's a name a lot of people thought you would call out. Why specifically Israel?
Because I admire him a lot. He's a good fighter. He's a very, very good fighter.
Oh, that's good. I like that call out. He called out Israel Adesanya. I like that call out. Good on Gautier for that call out, man.
He's African brother. I want to face him because I really admire him. Have you ever met him before? Never met him, but I want to meet him in the cage.
Is he because in America he obviously represents Nigeria very well? Is he a big deal in Africa? Is he very famous in Africa? And what would a fight between the two of you do for your nation?
He's more than famous in Africa.
more famous. Everybody knows him. If you fight in Africa and you don't know this, anyone of the fighters. As a fighter, everybody knows him. Congratulations. Thank you, bro.
Atiba right over here in the middle. You're 5-0 in the UFC now. Usually this is the point we start to see guys get ranked opponents. You're calling out about.
Oh, really? I didn't know. I didn't know. I'm 5-0 now.
You're calling out Adesanya makes sense, but if it isn't him next, are there any other guys in mind with a ranking next to their name that you have to fight?
To be honest, right now, no. To be honest, now the only thing in my mind, no pizza, no cake. So that's the most important now.
Was he tougher than you expected at all? He had big punches from you in round one and kind of gave you a decent fight in the first round.
No, the game plan. I followed the game plan. I followed exactly the game plan. That was the game plan. I didn't win that enough in the first round. No way.
Some people thought the stoppage was a little bit early. Did it feel early to you in there?
I didn't think so. Let them go. I'm going to land a big overhand on them. They will see if it was early. They will feel it.
David, how important was working behind your jab tonight to set up that overhand?
Important, like, I don't, my body just relaxed. We've been walking this, like, all the training camp. We know you're going to do that. We knew you're going to try to shoot. We knew. I know you won't take me down. Okay, if you take me down, it's fine. But I'm not going to land over. I know it because I've been working a lot. Repetition makes it perfect, you know what I mean?
And how soon do you want to see yourself back in the octagon versus Israel Adesanya? Do you have a timeline in mind?
To be honest, I don't know. Someone offered me the fight, After this fight, I know my coach did like 1-2 days, rest. I know I'm going to go back again in the gym, I want to have like time off. So no matter when they're going to give me a fight, I will just get ready. If they give me this, I'll be like so grateful. Facing will be a dream. That's my dream fight.
Thank you, too.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
All right, let's go back to Amasov.
Yaroslav right here. Your pressure and positional control seemed to wear Alvarez down over time. How important was executing patience in your training camp?
Вправлення позиції – це теж зробило цей бій твоїм. Як часто ти це тренуєш в тренувальному лагері і над чим ще працював лагері?
I'm like octopus, Like octopus. I know if I pressure him like first round, he will be in the second round different. But I can be same like I was in the first round. That's why I think about first round we have more wrestle because why to strike with him if I'm better in the wrestle in the second round we can.
He says, "Are you going to the White House?" No, I am not. No way. Hey, let me ask you something. Do I look like they would let me in the White House, Andrew? Come on now, Andrew. You know what I mean? Like, really?
But I feel okay. Maybe like more wrestle this game. That's it. I think MMA every time.
And we have Joaquin Buckley and Sean Brady going at it later tonight on the card. How closely will you be watching for that fight and possibly facing one of those guys in the future?
Нас буде дивитися сьогодні Buckley і Brady. Як ти будеш слідкувати за цим боєм?
My man asked me if I'm going to the White House. Okay, you know what? Here's another thing too, right? I don't want to, even if I was given a press pass, right? I would not go. Okay? That incident with, Adam Cole Thomas confirmed that for me. I was like, nope, good on the fact that they were able to neutralize him, or not even, neutralize him or off him in any kind of way, but obviously apprehended him, right? But after that, it made me realize, yeah, look, this event is a security issue. I'm going to be right here. I'm going to be watching it with you guys while reacting to it and talking to you guys on the stream. And if anything happens, then the algorithm is just going to burst into flames while all of that is going on. I'm going to be here all for it. So, yeah, but Andrew, you know what I mean? Like my man asked me. I know that's such an innocent question on your part, but I knew I had to throw some comedy into that.
She's so nice in real life.
I want to fight with guys who win. This is not like I want. I think this makes sense. I need something to talk about, fight about, like killing somebody, and I think this makes sense if I talk about this fight. This will be good, I think, because same path, same day. Yes, coach, we can fight with these guys. Yes. Maybe my coach can sit with me. Coach, sit with me. Coach, come to me, please. Give please. Coach, I have here.
Oh, he brought in Mike Brown. You got. Hold on, let me show you guys this.
This is my coach. This is best coach. Wait, best. We can fight with these guys. Yes. Now your interview. Coach, how are you? Next question. Sugar. You need training. Okay, guys. Next questions.
Що сьогодні вітаю тебе з перемогою. Це яскравий подарунок на день народження твоїй мамі. Дякую їй за тебе. У мене таке питання. На попередній твого бою боєць UFC Данило Донченко дав прогноз щодо...
Yes, Andrew, you're correct. That's very true. It will be history, that's for sure.
Того бою. Що ти фінішуєш у другому раунді. Скажи, будь ласка, це в нього такі гарні аналітичні скіли, чи ви домовились? Ти планував це? Right before your fight, другий раунд буде, чи перший? First of all, this was a...
Yeah, now what an amazing time for America, right? We got the World Cup, and then on top of that, we got the UFC fight, the White House fight. That's, great times ahead.
Wonderful fight, congratulations on the victory, and a beautiful present to your mom for her birthday. We thank her for bringing you to us. And second of all, right before your fight, the night before your fight, another UFC fighter from Ukraine, Daniel Dubois, had a prediction that you will finish the fight in the second round. This is exactly what you went out and you did. This is because he's got incredible prediction skills, or because it's something you planned and you knew you were going to finish in the second round going into the fight.
Who? Daniel Dubois? I don't know this guy. I don't know. No, I'm just, if I can, I do submission. But this is not like first what we did yet. We just training MMA. Whenever comes stage.
Як ти думаєш, що тобі не вистачило у першому раунді? Бо здавалося, що ти був дуже-дуже близько до фінішу, ти контролював весь раунд. Як, на твою думку, що не вистачило тобі?
What do you think, what was missing in the first round for you to actually get the victory in the first round? Because it seemed as though you were really overpowering him. There was just a little bit left for you to finish in the first round, but it just didn't happen. What was missing? Why did it not happen in the first round?
Ну, я думаю, просто не треба було типу, ризикувати так, може, там сильно. Ну, там була спроба, але, ну... але я просто, мабуть, не хотів ризикувати.
Just probably didn't want to take all that risk in the first round. I mean, I know there was okay. Just didn't want to take all that risk in the first round. I know there was one attempt, there was an opportunity in the first round, but probably just wanted to feel the first round out and not risk all of that, and wanted to maul him a little bit in the first round as well.
Хочу повернутися до твого танцю. Де можна навчитися робити такі вправи?
Just want to return to that beautiful breakdance at the end. Where can I learn how to do moves like that? Okay, just wanted to feature Mike Brown there. Obviously, very legendary coach of ATT. The guy that whooped Uriah's butt a long time ago, twice, I believe, right? So him and Uriah had some, had some moments here. But yeah, shout out to Mike Brown, man, one of the best coaches in MMA.
No, this is you can learn this in my city. It's been many years ago when I was very young, and we tried something like breakdancing, something like parkour. This is parkour, breakdancing. This was my young time. Yeah, this was perfect.
Дуже дякую. Ми ще раз тебе вітаємо з міста Харкова, з всієї України, та будемо чекати на твій наступний бій. Дякую.
Congratulations from the city of Kharkiv, from all of Ukraine. We're going to wait for your next fight.
Congratulations. With the situation in your country, how it's difficult for you to stay focused on the highest level, and how big are you as a fighter over there, and what it means for you when you win and for your country?
Що відбувається в твоїй країні, як для тебе важко сконцентруватися на цьому бої, і наскільки ти знатний там в Україні, наскільки за тобою слідять, там дивляться тебе і так далі.
So, of course,
all right, so Costa is walking into the cage right now.
This is hard time for my country. Long time, hard time. We have every time bad news. And when I train in the camp, I try not follow many news.
Not follow the news, not listen to the news, not to watch the news.
Not too much. Like, of course, sometimes I can open some link internet and I can see very bad news. And this is a little bit hard for my mind. Not little bit, it's hard. I talk with guys who in the front line.
He says, let's see if all the magu he ate will make the difference. Is this in reference to Costa?
Sometimes, of course, somebody can dead, and you never hear him. Hard situation, of course. Thank you who support country, and thank you guys who defend country, military guys. Thank you, and because guys defend country, and I can training and can live. And thank you guys. Best guys into this world. This is not MMA, not hard working. This is military.
Dominican Republic, got it.
Life, this is much different because I do defense.
As we're listening to a Ukrainian talk about the defense of his country, we're also watching Volkov come out. The irony of it.
My country, I remember what is it, and this is will be in my mind all my life. Thank you very much for your answer. So interesting.
Hello, Jaroslav. Amazing victory. Congrats from Spain. Is it possible to now? What do you say to Joel at the end of the fight?
Oh, Spain. First, what I want to say, Spain, please, not angry people. This is just sports. And I've been in Spain. This is a great country. People.
He says, do you think you could last 1 minute against Khamzat? 1 minute, yes. 1 minute, will I get finished? Realistically, probably eventually, right? I would have to have a real solid training camp just to train with him. You know what I mean? Like one of them things, you know?
Very great. Every time smile, every time like talk with you, like very comfortable, very good weather. So I like in Spain. This is very beautiful, very nice. And I watched a little bit about Joel. Great guy, have kids, family, positive guy, like real Spain guy. After fight, I said him, hey, if you want, you can bring your family, come to Ukraine, and I show you. It's safe place. We can like a little bit, like just come to country. I give safe place to be, and then
he says, I bet no, unless you're running away. Guess what? You know what I'm good at? Footwork. So yeah, I think I could last, a minute or so. You know what I mean? So when you're saying running away, guess what? I know how to do that in a real professional combat sports setting.
You will be with family, I will be with family, like 1 month, maybe 1 week, doesn't matter, like, just travel. That's it. Like, this is, for me, this is no problem if I'm fighting with somebody. I'm not angry about somebody. So, same guy, same like me. He wanna win, he wanna drop, he wanna, like, go.
Yeah, look, so, you know, whenever you ask me about fighting people, this is what I'm going to say, right? Whenever you ask me about fighting people, don't ask me about Muslims because, you know, I just, man, listen, they're hard to fight. I'd rather fight non-Muslims. It's a lot easier to fight non-Muslims, okay? Unless, of course, you're Daniel Hamid. And Victory knows who I'm talking about when I say Daniel Hamid. You know, yeah, that guy I'll fight. You know what I mean? That's the only Muslim I'll fight. But yeah, you know what I mean? But I don't think he'll fight me in MMA. I think he actually, challenged me to a boxing match, obviously. But yeah, you know, and boxing doesn't scare me, you know, the way that MMA does. So.
Same. Why I must, like, pressure him? Why angry? Why? Need to, like, smile every time. We have many shit in this world. Need to give the bro. Good one. Yes or no? Need more energy. That's it. Thank you.
I like that message by Amasov at the end of it, right? He said, guys, you know, we need to smile more. He says, Mighty Mouse can beat you in MMA. Maybe, you know, but size matters by the end of the day, you know, but yeah, maybe. Who knows, man? Yeah, Mighty Mouse is very good right now, man. He's still very good. You see him grappling with dudes the size of Volkov, so, you know, very well so, man. All right, Volkov with the braids, man, with the cornrows. So he's the number 2 ranked UFC heavy. So if Costa wins this one, yeah, you definitely got to give him the title opportunity. Definitely the title opportunity goes to him if he, yeah. All right, man. So one more fight before the co-main event and the main event of the evening.
Mike Beltran, the referee. Chrissy Blair, thank you. Salsa Boy, Waldo Cortez Acosta. And that man, Alexander Volkov.
All right, round number 1 is about to begin right now for Volkov and Costa. Okay, low kick by Volkov right now. He says Acosta got more padding and weight. Yeah, what do you mean by that? Like, are you saying that because he's a little bit on the chubbier side, perhaps, maybe? Says 349. Okay, yeah, I'm at 433, 432. I think both you and me, Marty, are probably watching on the dodgy sites, right? You know, just give me a little bit of a signal if that's the case, because they come out in different times. They're not like synced in as if, let's say, if we had a Paramount app. Man, a Paramount app is just atrocious. I'm gonna tell you, man. You know, it's kind of like, what did you even get? I mean, you know, other than Mobland, obviously, you know what I mean. I'm not gonna, you know, let go of Paramount. Okay, he says no. I'm actually on a legit Paramount. Okay, gotcha. You know, it's just sometimes there's a little bit of some technical issues going on with it. So, yeah, you know, the dodgy ones are. You know, are usually clear, a lot more clearer, believe it or not. And sometimes even, you know, with better, you know, definition, weirdly enough. He says, it's my parents' account, LOL. Okay, yeah. Yeah, older folks would be watching that too, huh? I mean, obviously there's some good shows there. Yellowstone, Marshalls, you know, older folks, you know, the boomers, they love, you know, stuff like that, like cop shows, you know, and all of that. Obviously, one that you and I shared an interest in, Southland, you know, and we can't, you know, give enough good praises on Southland, you know, can we? I mean, it's a great show. The era, he says, yeah, they love those shows, right? Like NCIS, they love that. Yeah, Southland was great. Because here's the thing about Southland, right? Ooh, there's some shots by Costa right now trying to take Volkov to Southland on that one. What was great about Southland, Marty, was that it was unique for its time period, right? Like, for example, you notice the cops there didn't have body cams yet. It wasn't as prominent, so it made the show create different storylines that otherwise would not be real in the modern context of police or gang activities. So, that's what made Southland special, and that's the reason why Netflix sort of put it in the classic section of Netflix. Andrew says Acosta looks good. Yes, he does, man. He does look good. But don't count Volkov out, man. But either that or maybe we're just looking at the new evolved version of the heavyweight division, right? Something that's been really needed for a long time. AR says, I'm watching it on HBO. Really? What country are you in that you are watching UFC on HBO? Let me know what country you are in. That's crazy that they even have an HBO deal, but let me know what country you are at where you're watching UFC on HBO, or maybe you're watching it, or maybe you're talking about something else. He says, damn, Acosta is going to catch him. I think he's slowly closing in. Remember, man, Volkov, tall guy. He says not in the USA. Definitely not in the USA. Remember, a tall guy, can use his length if he, starts waking up right now. But man, every time, look, he goes for that teep kick, right? Waldo catches it straight away. And then he's walking him down. Ooh, look at this power. Oh my goodness. The power of this man. Right? The explosivity that he's displaying here. He says a good matchup. I believe so, yeah. Oh boy, look at the belly on Costa right there. But that's kind of common in the heavyweight division, right? At a certain weight, you start to get a little bit of a belly at a certain weight, especially, I mean, look, he's like 265 and he's 6'3". It's, kind of short for, yeah. He says HBO TNT Sport. Okay, I'm from the UK. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, TNT, BT Sport. Yes, the UFC has always had a deal with TNT Sports, formerly known as BT Sport. Yes. They are a racist party. They are a racist party? Wait, the Reform Party won in the UK. Okay, got it. That's right. There's major elections going on right now. And then, obviously, next week is the March 16th St. George parade that they're going to have, which obviously is going to attract a lot of right-wing nutcase patriots, right? But I don't know, man. English right-wing people don't scare me the way that right-wing Americans do, because right-wing Americans got guns and all that, right? These right-wing British dudes, they think that, it's honorable to fight like a real man. Yeah, we don't use guns because you have no choice, you idiots. That's the reason why you can't use guns, because you ain't got no choice, fool. He says, what's up with some fighters with samurai tattoos on their back, Andrew asked. It is to show respect to the martial arts lineage that they are following, either from jiu-jitsu, judo, karate, or one of those compository sports that's obviously a contribution to MMA. I hope that explains it. All right, round number 2. All right, round number 2 with Volkov and Acosta. Okay, good body kick attempt right there by Costa. I'm sorry, by Volkov. Oblique kicks right there. John Jones style oblique kicks. Really aggressive in the way that Costa is moving forward at him. And Volkov has not really been able to use his range, right? His 6'9" range. Makes sense. Didn't know. Yup. AR says Tommy Robinson and the far right party marching on the 16th March. St. George was born in Turkey, Syria. There it is. But their whole entire beef is not necessarily with Middle Easterners. It's with the Islamists, right? Or I mean, you could add just Muslims, period, into that whole mix, right? That's just basically what they are primarily against, right? They're against Muslims. But yes, that is true. St. George did have a Middle Eastern background that spanned from Turkey. He says, what's worth more, 10 kicks or jabs or one big shot, in your opinion? I'm going to go with 10 kicks and jabs, right? But is that in reference to this fight and what you're observing right now? Let me know. Oh, nice high kick attempt right there by by Volkov. Don't count him out yet. 3 minutes left into the second round right now. Yes. Okay, so you agree with me, or do you agree more that one big shot is far more superior in the eyes of the judges? Let me know. Because when you're asking what's worth more, I'm assuming you're obviously asking about point system, right, and what judges are seeing. Yeah, let me know if you agree to that. But man, look at the size difference of Volkov, and then he's doing pretty good in these body kicks, man, and also these low kicks. He says Volkov is picking and landing a kick and jab, but Costa is landing the random big hooks. Yes, he says I agree with your take. Okay, well, we're going to have to see if the judges agree because, look, I think there's a bit of some rinse and repeat. Look at this right now. Costa is frustrated right now. He's doing the Max Holloway, come meet me in the middle, toe-to-toe, yeah. Oh, what is that? Costa just got rocked. Now he's walking back. He says, well, come on in. He just realized he hurt him. See, and you're right. This is the thing, right? I think it was Costa that was frustrated. That's why he asked him to do the little Max Holloway toe-to-toe line. Oh, there's another nice kick right there. And then Costa tries one of his own, but I think he's starting to feel those kicks already. Remember, man, this is a 6'9", 270-pound man that's throwing this kick at you. Volkov, now look at the numbers right here, right? Significant strikes is higher on Volkov than it is on Costa. Oh, nice head kick. I think if you were ambiguous about how Volkov is doing against Costa in round number one, make no mistake right now in round number two, this is Volkov's round. No doubt about it. Undisputedly, this is Volkov's round. All right, there's another nice kick, leg kick right there by Volkov. No, these guys are not checking it, right? But I would imagine there's another body kick right there. And that's connecting. Even if it's not connecting, eventually, as you're catching that in your elbow, you're going to start feeling that. You're going to start feeling that in your bones, man. So 10 seconds left. And in between the rounds, we're going to listen to the interview with Susurkaev in fast motion, of course, so we can get through all the interviews of the guys that had won tonight.
Have 3 pretty good wins in the UFC. You're still undefeated. Do you feel it's time for a step up now in names and quality of competition?
Yeah, 100%. I called Mick Maynard yesterday. We called him in a couple names. He said, we'll try something. And I'm 100% sure I need someone top 15 for me.
What do you do for the rest of the night? Are you staying here until Hamdat's fight? Are you leaving and coming back? Or what's your plan?
I want to stay here, but I think they will take me to a hotel. Maybe. I don't want. But if they will take me there, I will come back fast.
That's great. Were any of the names given to you, the big names, like the famous names that you say you want?
Oh, me? We talked about Maru Vittori, Armando Lizzi, and Bo Nickel. He said Bo Nickel and Vittori has fights on.
Oh, that's good. Susurkaev and Bo Nickel.
He
says, yeah, Volkov is mixed in the head kicks too. Yes.
So none of those names then?
Okay. Yeah, three names.
When would you like to fight?
When I want to fight? When I will feel good. They said 5-6 months I should rest, and I will try to come back fast. I'm fast recovery. I will try. And I hope 4 or 5 months I can fight again.
So maybe Madison Square Garden again?
Maybe, why not? I like it.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Bison go right over here in the middle. You started to wrestle in round 3. You didn't really wrestle in the first 2 rounds, and then as soon as you did start to wrestle, you got the submission very quickly. Do you think you should have started earlier, or do you think it was the perfect time?
No, it was perfect time. I want to show the people it's UFC level. I know this sounds like it. I hope you all like it, and I like it also. I know this my opponent like it, this fights like this, and it was a good fight.
All right, round 3.
But,
here we go.
I try when I start, I try win easy, something risky, something like this. But sometimes you can, sometimes you can, and if you can, I will start give the put the 100%.
Round 3.
And I did it.
So you get that $25,000 for finishing this fight. What's the first thing you're going to buy with that money?
No. It's I'm living in US. It's not big money, but they will spend for my family.
So another.
I agree with that. Take 1-1.
He said that he wanted you to win, so that he was the one to beat. What's your response to that?
I don't know, Damien. What's his record?
I think he's 1-0 in the UFC.
I didn't know that. I don't want to fight some guy on and off. Give me someone 10-0.
That's right. Congratulations. We see a lot of fashion shots like spinning back fist, spinning kick, high kick, stuff like this. What was the plan in this fight, and are you disappointed that it ended with a submission and not a knockout?
Submission,
It's okay. It's my second submission of my career. It's not bad. I also try to do grappling in the gym. I try, but I can't always. It's not bad. Finish knockout is better. I like knockouts. I try. You see, everyone I try to give him elbows, knees, something, and no bad submissions.
It was tougher your opponent that you think?
No, I know he's good. I know he will fight all 3 rounds.
And I have another name in mind. You talk about it. If Atiba Gautier wins fight,
a little timeout right here. What's going on?
No, I don't want to say his name like I once. Like they will give him no problem.
A little bit of a timeout going on here.
Right, sure. So round number 1, it started off a little. It was a little bit adversity for you. Was it frustrating in the moment, or were you calm and composed the entire time?
Can you repeat, please?
Sorry. In round number 1, you overcame a little bit of adversity. Were you calm and composed the entire time, or were you panicking a little bit in the first round?
No, I was. I know he will fight. I know I can finish it fast.
Oh yeah, it's a very good fight right now. Ooh, here we go, man.
Santos with an uppercut. That seemed to visibly rocket late. Halfway through the second round, would you say that was the turning point in the fight, the uppercut in round 2?
Oh, good body kick right there by Volkov.
You actually had an uppercut. He had the late reaction to it very slowly out. Okay, and then the final question, with your broken hand and the recovery time table being 5 to 6 months, what are you looking to do in these 5 to 6 months with your free time?
Yeah, Volkov's bleeding bad right now, man.
I try to learn English, try to learn grappling, something is something with it. And I'm young, I don't have time for this, I have to work. And my next opponent is better and better. And I'm also have to be better and better.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh man, this is a very good fight. Good jab right there by Volkov. Oh, good body kick by Volkov. But there's Costa coming back with some jabs.
Сколько времени надо до следующего боя?
Если меня спросить, то я бы хотел уже в августе бороться, я до этого уже говорил, но мне сказали, что у меня рука, скорее всего, сломана, но, скорее всего, сломана, мне придется полгода отдыхать.
Спасибо, с победой.
All right, we're all caught up with the post-fight interviews right now, unless, of course, they had somebody else. But, all right, we're still in the 3rd round right now. 2 minutes left between Volkov and Costa, man. Very good fight so far, man. Very, very good fight. Oh, and then we got Bobby Green, man. We got Bobby Green up next on deck. Let's hear what Bobby Green had to say as we're watching these fights.
Pretty flawless performance in there. Even the broadcast were wondering if we even got touched by Jeremy in that fight. So I guess, physically, emotionally.
Yeah, man. Bobby Green didn't really get touched up in that fight, man.
I don't even know, but be honest with you. I'm going to do another one. I'm going to fight next week, I'll be honest, I'll give him a Vegas card next week. Surprise, kind of surprise everybody and do a fight out really dope. I don't know, I feel like I got in the fight, and I didn't like the way I finished it. I wanted to knock him out and get that. Make sure to solidify myself as one of the greatest fighters ever step on his mats, and that's what I was saying to Dana's. I'm one of the greatest to ever do this. You go through my catalog and really look at my catalog. They fight this way, scrapping and making entertainment. That's what I'm about, and that's what I do. I don't care how old, I don't care what happens, what the day changes. That's what I do.
Why I guess, were you not satisfied with the finish? Because even like.
All right, about 90 seconds left into this fight right now.
Because we're in the business of entertainment, and some people be like, oh, well, you're hugging or you did this and you're that, and so I've always been standing for bringing the fight. And so a little bit of me is like, oh, you didn't fight, you wrestled, you took him down, But I do want to show people that, like, I got all the skills. I just should be choosing not to use them. I just like wrestling, I'll scrap you.
Did you get to talk to Jeremy after he seemed pretty defeated at the end?
I just get talking to me, bro. I even told him when we were standing on our face, like, listen, there is no loser. Work you've done in this cage, work I've done in this cage, like, there is no loser. You're great no matter what, And so that's all I was telling at the face off. There is no loser. We're great fighters, bro.
And I imagine I know the answer, but it doesn't seem like really care who stands across from you in the octagon. But at what point do you feel like your popularity, like you can demand specific name that you might want to fight? Because you have been doing this a long time. You are probably one of the more popular fighters in this division.
Thank you, brother, but I feel like I'm trash. I feel like I'm nothing, you know.
Oh, good head kick right there by Volkov. Another good front kick. He says, nobody wants to see the post-fights now. You should just talk and comment live. Okay.
You want more events now, or are you happy with these 3 round fights?
Man, I made it be dope just so I can get the extra 100,000. I don't know if you know, but they give you extra 100,000.
Okay, so the reason why I'm doing that is because the volume, he says it's more exciting for your channel. The reason why I'm doing that is because the volume that I have right now with the fight going on, I don't want it to trigger you know, any copyrights. But wow, okay, we got some banging right now. There's 16 seconds left. 1. Oh wow, man, we're gonna find out who won this fight right here.
What is it? July 18th. How long is it wait? 2 months. 2 months? What is it? July 18th.
All right, so that's the end of the fight, man.
2 months? That sounds cool. That sounds like that. Let's do it.
We're gonna find out who the winner of this fight is in a couple of minutes.
You get better with aging, and not in the same way as a fighter I have today. Can you explain why you think it is what we see in the cage, especially this last couple of wins for mid-stop level? So, yeah, I got you. This is the thing, bro. It's like, I try to explain to people this. Like, you can lose, and then people think, like, oh, you're a loser, you know? But, like, when I fought Patty, my leg got split, and then I fell into a guillotine. When I fought Ruffy douche, haymaker, and it just let our Hail Mary, and ball got caught. It's just like a football game where there's sometimes some things are going to happen. We're like, man, that team's good, but the other team was just better. And so, what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, skills pay the bills. I got all the skills and all the tools. So I'm like, man, I know y'all think I'm falling off, but I'm like, let me show you. Over time, like, my skills will show you who I am. And that's all it is that you're going to have fucking fumbles, and sometimes you fumble the ball. Like, oh, just fumble the fucking ball. And there's not that shit happen, but it's like, you don't know who you really are. And at the end of the day, if anyone lies at the top, the losers will lose, the winners will be the winners. It is what it is. That's one for me. You have a huge pace fan in my country, in France. Can we see you? Yeah. I swear. Can we see you in Paris one day? We have in Paris.
Of course, the French guy is going to be asking him, you know, hey, are you going to be fighting in France? It's like as if he got sent there and just asked everybody, hey, are you fighting in France? Hey, are you fighting in France? Andrew says, I know channels that put the volume up and then low. You can trick the system. Okay. You comment it mostly. Got it. Okay.
I mean, as well, so. Oh, man, sure. I'll go where they take you, bro. Be honest, I'm going to keep it real with you. After fought, like, I've been kind of going a little around the country. I'm like, man, I'm from USA, bro. I'm from the US, and I don't want to stay in the US, but if it was right and it was just all the stars aligned, I'll come. But I'm keep real with you. Man, I'm in the US. I'm USA all day, baby. Talking about USA, can you just give me a prediction on the main event of the White House? I'm going with Gaethje, you know. It's hard to go against the warrior, but Gaethje should be his honest blood. Gaethje's been taking care of him for years and stuff, and so I'm always with my boys.
All right, here we go. We're going to find out who the winner is of this fight right now.
Of all time. All right, now for the all-important official decision, here's Bruce Buckley. Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision.
Oh, man, you just ruined it for me. You told me that Costa lost. Okay, well.
29-28 and 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision.
Yup, I lost my parlay. Yup, there it is. I predicted that correctly right down to the T. I told you guys, right? It was going to be a very tough fight. And, but Volkov, look, his experience is what took him here. You know what I mean? So let's hear what he has to say. A very good victory for you, a dangerous contender. He says 3 for 3, Kyrie, not a robbery. Volkov won that fight. Correct. Because you know what, Marty? You brought up a very good question while the fight was going on. What do you favor more? Do you favor the big shots, or do you favor the small accumulative shots that's accumulating points? That is why. Oh, he said, yeah, this is a day that they won World War II, the Russians. Okay. Yeah, he said he wanted to finish him, but he's a tough mother effer, he said.
Good luck to win him tonight, so I hope a good luck with me next. And now real talk. I'm the first one contender to UFC KO belt. I'm hate to win this. Gun, I beat him before. George robbed me. Ferrari is not the KOA. I should fight for this title. I will be here. I will be sure one of the best of the world. I will do everything I can.
After this victory, do you have a specific opponent that you would like to fight next, other than a shot at the title?
He says, looking at the bleeding like a crazy. Yeah. But you know what? That's not what is indicative of the fight. You know what I mean? He put up more of the points than he did. So yeah, man. All right, back to Bobby Green. Great job on Volkov, man.
And it's USA all day, so King, right over here in the middle. Okay, you just said you're trash, you're nothing.
They asked him, who are you going for? Are you going to go for Gaethje or Ilya? He said he's going for Gaethje. He's going for the USA guy. There's 20-0. There's Josh Hockett right there, the idiot. Look at this idiot right here, low IQ idiot.
I don't think anyone in this room would agree with that statement. But is that mentality kind of needed for you to continue to put on performances you've been putting on? It's just what people tell me every day. You know what I mean? Every day. Like, I was just commenting on Chimaev and Sean. I'm like, man, they're talking a whole bunch of shit. Yeah, don't do all that talking and then be a fucking hug fest. And I just like that in the comments under the UFC and all people like, you shut the fuck up, you suck, you ain't shit, you ain't this and that. So that's what I'm saying. People tell you that no matter if you know coming off a win streak and blah blah. No, you got knocked out, shut up, you know. And so people tell you ain't shit all the time. And I still look at it like, I don't think the big head guy where you go, oh, you think you're the shit. I'm still being humble. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's what you're saying. Like, oh, you're not that good, or you can see me that way, and I can see that, and just be humble and understand that. Like, it's okay if I'm not shit, but I'm gonna do me. Like you just said, you're on this win streak. This might be one of the best win streaks of your entire career. It's like Jose said before. It doesn't seem like you care who you fight, but would a ranked opponent make sense for you next? Because that seems like it would bring in some more money. My check's still my check. It don't change nothing regardless of who sits in front of me. The check. You got a contract. A name that sounds dope, you know. I don't give a fuck, bro. Like, I'm keeping it real with you. Like, I wouldn't want to fight Mike Moicano. He's looking for me. But let's go scrap, you know. But I'm just taking this shit one day at a time. Whoever sits in front of me. So you were fired up about the post-fight bonus. I mean, you got to get it this time, right? I don't know. But I said my last performance was my best, and so I didn't get it last time. Yeah, the power of the beer in there. That's why I need to talk to him and say, hey, this is what I do. This is what I do. And I've done it consistently. I didn't take the easy way out. I scrapped everybody else put in front of me. I've been on win streaks like the pro, and then they asked me to go fight Islam on 10 days notice. I'm like, fuck, I'll do it, you know. And I think my win streak out there where I could still build myself and be more protective and try to like baby this career. I did all those things, and so I didn't ever try to show them exciting fighter.
Not only from Television Network, you know, what does this performance reveal to you about your growth as a fighter? But more so, kind of silencing the highly anticipated, matchup with Stevens. You know, how satisfying is that to you? But more so, what does it say about you as a fighter?
Look at that co-main event of the evening, and it's still the sun is still out.
I came with $600 and leave with 600 racks.
I respect it. You've been counted out before. Your performances like this kind of feel, the proof that your best days are still ahead.
I guess I'm just taking it one day at a time, big dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, just being humble and thankful for what I got and the way that things are going. The UFC is our story writers. Like, I'm a big spat with Sean O'Malley, and Sean was like, "Hey, you can't talk because blah blah blah. You don't got enough fans. You don't do this." And I just told Sean, like, "Listen, you don't understand. The UFC is writing your story. They all write our stories. You know, they pick who you fight, and they pick certain things. They write the story. And however that thing goes, you can say yeah, win and win. But there's certain fighters that certain styles is not your best. And so I'm just going with whoever they pick and they write the story."
King Green, I know you said you didn't really love the finish today, but this is your 12th finish, first round finish within the UFC. Do you want to keep obviously extending that number? And what does this mean to get the finish against Jeremy Stephens tonight?
No, I don't want to keep finishing those numbers. Like, of course I want you rolling, bro. Of course, keep them rolling, keep them coming in. You know? But shit, bro, it's like I don't know, it's just another one on the list. You know, another one on the list. It's been crazy. Like, I heard I lost $300,000 in jury and stuff, and so this shit is kind of so dark. It's great to have some light after all this. You know, I've been going through so much, bro. Like, this has been my hardest camp ever, and it's nothing to do with inside the camp. It's what's been happening outside my life. People now that they think you got some money, now they treat you and stuff. And I got a bunch of wolves around me, and I'm the big G, you know, or I feel like a big giant cookie, and everybody wants to bite.
And I asked you at media day what it would mean for you to get a BMF title shot in the future. That was a BMF performance there tonight, whether you wanted to knock him out or whether you got a submission. Now one step closer to that. I know you said it doesn't matter if you get a ranked opponent or not next. The check will always be the same, but a ranked opponent will push you closer to that possibly. I know you said Moicano. How do you feel like going forward, maybe if you do get a Moicano matchup, what are the preparations that you're going to take to
get ready for him? Keep socking both his heads off. I'm trying to sock his head off too. You know, like, this is important things like, me especially as Americans, we don't like fucking hug fest, you know. I'm winning, I'm full of hug fest. I'm trying to show those guys that do all that wrestling, like, yeah, I'll watch my down, but I was sucking the shit out his ass, you know what I mean? Like, make that shit exciting if that's what y'all gonna do. Make it fucking dope. You know, I can do that after wrestling, but it's still gonna be exciting. Make that shit dope.
So, Bobby, Gav from the main card minute and more on fights here. So, Jim Miller was here up earlier. He was saying how you gotta really love this game, especially if you've had this many fights in the UFC. You've got a lot of aches and pains going through it. I know that you're kind of connoisseur. I know, how does that affect in the recovery and rehabilitation process after a long fight camp? Tell me a little bit about how you, recover with that, whether it's CBD or dog stuff.
Shit, I'm gonna go out and smoke shit like it's free. You know, roll up something and enjoy myself. I don't know about helping your recovery. I wouldn't say none of that. I have certain things for recovery, but it's the only thing I got. You know, like I don't drink, I don't party or nothing like that, and so.
I'm gonna answer that question in a second.
So for me, it's just being able to have a smoke. That's my little vacation. You know, I don't need nothing else but a little smoking. That's good enough for me.
Awesome, thank you, Ben.
All right, man. Typical California guy. Obviously, King Green was like, I don't really need much for recovery other than, smoking some bud. All right, man. So, all right, yeah, 3 for 3 for me today, as Marty said. He says the people won. Yes, correct. He says, how does Tatsura win? Decision. I think that he wins by decision, and I think that he takes it that way. He says that's why you don't have 10 baby mamas, King Green. There it is, right? Yo, listen, that's the problem. That is the problem. Every problem that he's claiming he has outside of the cage is really all of that. But that's Bobby Green for you. You know what I mean? That's why we love him, because he's chaotic. Just as his fighting style, just as his lifestyle, all one and the same. So look at this, guys. Co-main event. And this is California right now. It's still, the sun is still up. I mean, not necessarily up, but it's still daylight out here, right? I love this new time slot that the UFC has going on. You know what I mean? Good time slot they got going on. What do you guys think? Do you guys like the time slot? Do you like it, 1 hour early, or did you like it better as it was back in the days? Let me know.
I've always wanted to do that. Shout out to Redman. We are here, not far from East Rutherford, New Jersey, site of American Dream. We are here for UFC 328. Chimaev.
All right. Oh, what is that? East Rutherford, New Jersey, American Dream. Okay. He says, love it. Love. Oh, you mean live it or love it? You meant love it. Okay, got it. All right, so it looks like they're gonna have they're doing a commercial on Shane Mosley right now. He says, "I can never stay up before. I would pass out listening to you before the main event every time." Wow, man. Wow. Yo, and you know what? Listen, that's what's crazy about UK MMA fans, right? And that kind of shows you, look, I know that we give credit where credit is due here. You know what I mean? Obviously, I don't got to like the guy, but the truth of the matter is he's the greatest MMA streamer of all time, MMA guru, right? Now imagine, right? Imagine MMA guru, if he were American, well, first of all, if he was American, I don't think that he would have the same sting that he has going on, right? Him being British, having that brash British attitude, I think really does well for him. I think British people do great in media, period, right? Their accent, Americans fall for it easily. But that shows you, he had an even tougher time but at the same time, you know what? He's an incel, so it's easy for him to, do all these long hour streams and whatnot. You know what I mean? So, with me, I'd have to, sort of plan something like that. Like today, I had to clear all my schedules today in order to be here with you guys and to, cover this fight. But, yeah, man. Shout out to the English fans because obviously they have a harder time watching these fights. But I think they're used to it because back in the days, even if they had to watch one of their own guys fight, let's say an American guy in boxing, right, they would have to stay up all night to watch these guys fight in Las Vegas. So, it's sort of in that same trajectory as well. All right, Joshua Van and Tatsura Taira ready to walk out of the cage right now. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get another energy drink just to get really fired up for this one. More water and energy drink. All right, boys. All right, sorry, had to go get a drink. But yeah, man, I'm ready. I am ready. You want me back at work? Here I am, man. Ready, working, and ready to rock and roll. Let's go, man. Ready to rock and roll. Tatsura Taira.
This kid is really, really good. And if he can become a champion from Japan, his star will move to the next level. And even the one bump in the road was only a...
All right, Tatsura not with the blonde hair this time, right? I usually would think that he would somehow have, you know, blonde hair for the fight, kind of like what Kevin Randleman did. He always had his hair dyed blonde. Sean O'Malley sort of has a Dennis Rodman feel to him where he dyes it different colors, different fights. Sort of like what Dennis Rodman did during the running of the Bulls. The running of the Bulls, the run that the Chicago Bulls had at the time, Dennis Rodman, every time they were at a new city or at a new game, every game he was dyeing it different colors, green, sometimes purple, sometimes red. He says, do you think the Wardley fight was a premature stop? No, it wasn't. I think the fight was very violent. Look, a buddy of mine, I'm going to read to you what a buddy of mine wrote today, right? Let me timestamp this real quick. Let me see here. So, 7:25. Okay. Let's see here. What is the time space of this right now? 56. 36. Okay. 7 hours and 36 seconds. Okay.
Representing Houston, Texas, USA, and his native Myanmar as the only fighter born in that nation to fight in the UFC. Here is the undisputed UFC flyweight champion, Joshua Van, 9-1 in the UFC. He has certainly seen some expeditious rises this year. Conor McGregor comes to mind, but my goodness, Joshua Van is all the rage with this man, makes him fight for himself. Yes, as he should be. This man has done things.
Okay, so co-main event continues. All right. So, all right. All right. So, earlier today, we had the Dubois versus Wardley fight. As we are covering the UFC 328 live event right now. Victory says O'Malley didn't get one question during the press conference. I mean, look at it was Josh Hockett that basically stole the entire show, right? But speaking of heavyweight, the other heavyweight matchup that was going on tonight was boxing, right? With Wardley and Dubois. I had a buddy of mine from England, right? He used to train with Anthony Joshua. His name is Michael Kelly. He wrote something very interesting about the fight that I think is interesting. Okay, I think it's really interesting the take that he had on this fight right here. This is as it goes, right? As we're watching a co-main event, he says, "I actually didn't like the fight. I like boxing as an art of boxing, but that was too far, too violent. I felt sickening. I felt sick watching that. It was not a movie. This was an actual human being being put through it. Not nice to be too brave." So that kind of answers your question right there and what I think about that, AR. I don't think that fight was premature, the stoppage, right? In fact, I kind of agree with Michael on that. It was too violent. But at the same time, they were in there, but it doesn't mean that it's right. Like, we know that that's common in boxing. If we know that you can continue and you can show the referee that you are coherent, then they're going to allow the fight to continue on, right? That's just standard in boxing. But is it right? And that's kind of the question you got to ask, right? Ethical versus non-ethical. And by the end of the day, it was a great fight between them. It was a back and forth. but it was a back and forth that caused a lot of violence and probably long-term damage for both of them. But I need people to understand also that damage, when it comes to a fighter's health, doesn't necessarily come from just one fight. Okay, it comes from a multitudes of fights. It comes from a multitudes of training camps, sparring sessions, in which causes a lot of these underlying health issues, such as dementia, such as brain damage, such as CTE. It's not just one fight, but certainly it contributed to it. At the same time, to answer your question, was it a premature stoppage? I think so. But at the same time, it was needed. And by the end of the day, the right man still won because they allowed them to fight to the end. And to the end, they fought. It just happened to have been Dubois on the good receiving end of that. On to the next fights. That's how the fight game goes. It's on to the next fights. Okay, Dubois and Wardley happened. Great. Now on to the UFC. Okay, they happened. Wardley and Dubois had a rough fight. Let's hope that Rico Verhoeven and Usyk have the same situation going on. It's how the fight game goes. All right, Andrew says there is a letter I. There is a letter I. What do you mean by that? You're going to have to elaborate on that a little bit with the comment. Oh, he says, oh, I bet Van. Oh, okay. Sorry. I bet Van. Okay. I'm reading something completely different from what I see on the phone versus what is on the screen. So forgive me on that. Okay.
For the undisputed UFC flyweight championship.
Okay. So, man, Tatsuro Taira, not with the blonde hair this time. Quite interesting. Okinawa, Japan.
Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding personal record, 16 wins, 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 125 pounds, fighting out of Houston, Texas, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC flyweight champion of the world, Joshua.
All right, Joshua Van. He says, show please, show the march. Show the march. The march isn't happening till next week. Hi, Patag. So sorry. All right, here they are. They're meeting in the center right now.
I'm sure a lot of fans can relate to this. It just feels different when an undisputed UFC title is on the line. I feel my blood flowing in a different way.
All right, here we go. Joshua Van looking, far more nervous than usual. Obviously feeling the moment right now. And then the adrenaline pumps. Here we go, man. Round number 1. Tatsuro Taira taking on Joshua Van. Let's see just how advanced Joshua Van is in his career right now. Oh, there's a low kick right there. A calf kick, rather, by Taira. He says Taira with a good start so far. So right now we are at round number 1. 30, 430. Ooh, good leg kick, good calf kick right there. Oh, there's a takedown once again. And 4 for 4 for the night. Right, Marty? That's 4 for 4 tonight, right? I told you the grappling was going to be the factor in this fight. That's true. Yeah, they're completely dry. He says he can't show the video, copyright laws. Yeah. You know, you're talking to people that don't understand these things, man. You know what I mean? But I'm glad that you do. I'm glad that you understand, man. Andrew, shout out to you, Andrew. All right, so he's looking to butterfly out in this mount position right now. Taira is right on top with side control positions, right on top of Joshua Van right now. Oh, man, right into side control. Very dangerous position right now at side control. All right, Taira is up right now. Looking to lock him in. All right, man. So they both get right back up. And let's see who's going to have the superior striking here. Obviously, we now know that Taira has the superior grappling. Andrew says Taira again. Or maybe you said something different. He says Taira again. Yup. Ooh, good jab. And then the takedown once again. We are at a rinse and repeat cycle right now, man. There is no fairy tales in MMA. I got to tell you that right now. I'm going to narrate that there is no fairy tales in MMA as the rinse and repeat performance of Taira is going to go on all night. He says Van's just waiting for him to get tired. Yeah, that's literally what Dominic Cruz said during the Khabib-Conor McGregor fight. Oh, he's just looking to get him tired. Watch. When Khamzat takes him down in half an hour from now when that main event commences, guess what? You're going to say the same thing. You're going to say, oh, you know what? Sean is just waiting for him to get tired. It's coping mechanisms to when a fighter is a superior grappler and he can't get up and he's constantly controlling him on the ground and just keeping him there. And then doing a rinse and repeat cycle, which is what Taira is going to clearly be doing from round number 1 all the way to round number 5 right now. So we got about 50 seconds, 45 seconds left into the first round right now. Easy win for Taira, and I'm going to predict that he's going to do the same thing from round 1 to round number 5, as I predicted from, let's just call it right now. I'm 4-4 right now in the main cards. I think that's safe to say. Bobby Green, I got right. Obviously, Bobby Green, that's a given that he was gonna, win that one. And then I got the other ones correct as well. So he says Taira going the wrong way. LOL. He says you're on fire tonight, man. Yup. Some nights are just some people's nights, right? And hopefully it's going to be Khamzat's night as well. He says I was wrong with the Buckley fight. I think the theme of this whole entire card, he says, Zane should have took your bets. I don't know what's going on with Zane. I think he shut out his Facebook account. I don't know what's going on. He did mention, though, that he was dealing with a lot of problems prior to that. So you know what it is with me, bro. I try to encourage him to do what it is that we do, right? We know of each other because we're both in the space of, MMA combat sports. And so we had a very similar background in a way that, hey, look, you know people in the UK boxing scene. I know people in the West Coast American mixed martial arts scene. Let's combine those together and be partners and whatnot, right? And we did. We were partners, but at the same time, I also encouraged him to do his videos as well, do his live streams, and he was doing that. But there's a lot of boxing news going on. You can't let that slip by. You know what I mean? Because yeah, it's just one of them things. But if he has some issues going on behind the scenes or whatever, may Allah make it easy on him. But I'm only saying that because this is something that he has mentioned publicly. Otherwise, I would not mention anything that is not said publicly because you know how I am with that. Andrew says 1-0 for Taira right now. Yes, I agree with that. So let me know what you think about that, Marty. What I just told you about that because I know that you and him had a bit of a little bit of a spat or some sort of disagreement of some sort, right? So yeah, I'm curious to know your opinion on that if you have any at all. Meanwhile, Tatsura Taira clinch wrestling Van right here and is on the verge of taking down. That's a good knee right there from the clinch position. And Joshua Van, rightfully so, was looking nervous before the fight. He says, oh, Joshua Van is coming back. Ooh. Okay, so Andrew, I think you're ahead of me. Yes, you're ahead of me on time. So, please curb your knowledge of what's going on in front of you right now for a couple of minutes in advance, okay? So you're a couple of minutes advance. I didn't see the comeback that you're talking about until now, so just keep that in mind, okay? Victory says, yeah, I'm sorry, I missed most of what you said about Zane. Oh, okay. Well, I said that he had some problems going on that he mentioned on Facebook. Obviously, I'm a Facebook friend of his. And then on top of that, he shut off his Facebook. Meanwhile, speaking of shutting off, Taira is shutting off the game of Van right now as he is right on top of Joshua Van in a full mount position. I told you guys, I love Joshua Van. I like the fact that he is one of the youngest champions in the UFC. I even like the fact that he's an Asian American kid, right? At 24 years old, a good way to sort of market the UFC. But you know what, man? Even with the great story that he had going on, there are no fairy tales in the world of MMA. He says, you think something is wrong? Clearly. What that is, I don't know. And if I knew, I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to tell you otherwise. But clearly, just from those indications alone, there is. I just don't know what that is exactly. But speaking of something wrong, there is something wrong with the grappling game of Joshua Van right now, and it is clear to see that it is once again a rinse and repeat cycle. And trust and believe you're going to see this same performance over and over again from round 1 all the way to round number 5, unless of course Joshua Van pulls off an Anderson Silva-like victory in the way that he did against Chael Sonnen when Chael Sonnen was out wrestling him, out grappling him, out taking him down all throughout 5 rounds, and then only for Anderson Silva to lock in a submission literally at the end of the 5th round to win the fight. Victory says, who knows what he's mixed up in. I don't even know if it's just that. I mean, it could be anything. You know what I mean? We all have our own issues in life. I wish the brother well, I also feel kind of helpless. Obviously, I don't live in London. You know what I mean? If he was to be in California, obviously I would be able to help him further with whatever issues it was. But then again, he wouldn't really have a lot of problems if he was living in California, right? You know what I mean? But who knows? But yeah, that's what it is. Taira still maintaining top control position right now. And that's all there is to it. He says Van almost got him there. Nice Van. Yes. Okay. He says nice Van. Okay. Ooh! Oh! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, Joshua Van. All right, now we're in for a fight, guys. We're in for a fight. I see what you mean. Remember, Andrew, listen, man, delay what you have to say, bro. Delay what you have to say. You know, otherwise, you know, just wait for it after the fact. You know what I mean? Like, remember, I'm watching this live, and you're probably a little bit ahead of me on, yeah, so just, you know, kind of keep that in mind if you can, please. Tatsura!
Okay, Tatsuro, breathe. You're good, right? Yeah. You calm down. Don't be heated. Keep grappling. Believe in yourself. Let's get that submission. Breathe.
All right, guys, shout out to everybody across the world. We got about, how many people do we have in here right now? How many people have we had in here? All right, 700 people. 711 people. 711. All right, here we go, guys. All right, Deep Waters. That is the podcast of Jorge Masvidal and Dustin Poirier. All right, there's Joshua Van. One and one now, you said. Would you give that round to Joshua Van? All right, I'll give that to him. Yeah, sure. 1 and 1. 1 and 1. You know, the youth, but you know what, man? I don't know if youth is the thing, you know, to say here, right? Because, you know, obviously Tatsura is 26 years old. They're not that far apart from each other in terms of age, are they? Yeah, man, now Van is mounting, you know, some offense right now. Okay, now the takedowns are not working as much, are they? He says interesting. Yup. It's very interesting, man. Oh, uppercut. Oh, nice jab right there, man. It's like as if Taira just walked in on that. Oh my God, he just hurt him. Oh, he just hurt Tatsura. Joshua Van's going off on him right now. Man, yeah, he's hitting him with those jabs, man. Oh! Ooh, good jab. Oh my goodness! Tatsura just got knocked down. Oh my goodness. Tatsura just got knocked down. I can't believe it. Arnell with the thumbs up. Shout out to you, my man. Oh, man, Joshua Van's looking to finish him right here. Oh, good takedown right here. Good drag. Oh, my goodness. He's got him in a submission. He's got him in a submission. He's looking to finish. He's looking to finish. Very good on the part of Tatsura fighting off those hands right now. Oh, wow, man. Joshua Van pounding away. Yeah, he had to let the fight cook a little bit. Notice how these guys were ignored during the press conference, right? I mean, not indicative of, you know, because they're boring fighters or anything. It's just the magnitude of Sean Strickland and Khamzat Chimaev, which is coming up next. But look at the fight they produced. I think I remember saying, I don't know if I said this on the stream or if I said this in a private conversation I had with someone, but I remember saying that imagine if these guys put on a better fight than Kamzat and Strickland did. Like, for example, if Chimaev just starches him in the first round coming up next, right? And the crowd is yelling USA for Joshua Van right now. They're saying USA. Oh, man. Come on, Joshua Van. Remember Pearl Harbor. Remember Pearl Harbor. Come on, for the Asian Americans. Joshua Van looks like a Stockton homie. Oh, man, he got taken down. Oh. Wow, man, he got taken down. But Joshua is right back up again. Oh, he got taken down right in that trip. From that trip, now he's on side control position right now. And you know what? We got 2 more rounds of this. 2 more rounds of this. I got to give a standing ovation for that one. I know it's not over yet. But standing ovation for that one, man. Standing ovation for that one. Look at that. And now it's dark. It's dark right now in California. Let me go close the window on that one. Yeah, man, he dropped him with a jab on that one. Yeah, who gets dropped with a jab, bro?
Some interesting decision making from Joshua Van going for the submissions.
All right, man, here we go. Round number 4, guys. Round number 4. What a fight. Right, man. Taira is a game. Taira is game. Yes, he is, man. He is. He is. All right, guys, round number 4. Remember, if you're ahead of me, let me lead, okay? Because obviously, yeah, let me lead. Because if you guys are ahead, then, yeah. So, 454, 450. I'm in the 450s. Let me know where you guys are at. 447, boom, 1-2 shot right there by Taira. Oh, wow, Taira is game. That's what I think you're talking about. There he is. He's shooting in on him again. There's another shot right there. And another takedown. Listen, guys, I think takedown wins fights. 347. Okay, so you're ahead. You're ahead. Okay, so let me lead, okay? Yeah, don't type it if I don't say it. You know what I mean? Like if I see a knockdown or if something happens, let me say it first before you do, because obviously you're gonna know before me. And yeah, you know, you understand. Yes, sir, got it. All right, so now right in the mount position. So 4 o'clock, 357, 356. Yeah, you're way ahead, bro. Yeah, I'm not even in the 47 yet. Actually, I'm about to be 49, 48, 47 in the 4th round. Here we are. 342 in the 4th round. And I think Taira is going to win this. Yo, Joshua needs a finish. He says, and a minute ahead. Yes, yeah, Joshua needs a finish, man. He needs a finish. Look, he got him in a mount position once again. This was oh wow, little shoulder strikes right there. You know who I saw do that back in the days? Remember the American wrestler who trained in Australia, Brian Ebersol? real old school heads, man, if you know who Brian Ebersol is, you're a real hardcore fan. Let me know any hardcore guys out there that know who Brian Ebersol is. He used to do that when he would mount you, right? He would hit you with the shoulder strikes as he was in the mount position. Now, Joshua Van is fighting to get out of this mount right now and could potentially give up his back, which, by the way, is going to expose him. He says, I don't know him yet. Old school guy. He had chest hair, right? So when he had chest hair, he would shape it with an arrow, right? As if it was pointing up to him, like some weird stuff like that. But you know, he was quite an interesting character, Brian Ebersol. But yeah, look him up if you know, if you have time. But anyways, yeah, right now the time that we have is 2:16, 2:14. So here's a control time, round 1. 3 minutes, 2 seconds, 2:30. Look at this. He's looking for a triangle. Okay, Joshua Van escapes that triangle with 2 minutes left. Andrew, listen, yo, stop doing that, bro. I'm gonna ban you, or I'm not even just gonna look at your comment anymore. You know what I mean? Because yeah, you saying that just literally happened right now. Nostradamus over there living in a time traveling machine, you know, where you're ahead of me. Anyways, yeah, 1-2 shot by Joshua Van right there. A good 1-2 shot. All right, high kick by Taira. Oh, good jab right there. Now Taira's face is busted up. Oh, good calf kick right there. All right, so now he's shooting in. Joshua actually stuffs it this time with 44 seconds left in the 4th round. Andrew says 2-2 now. 2-2 for nah. I'm gonna say 3-1 Taira, bro. You know, like I understand the first 2 rounds they were quite even. I don't think this was even at all, man. This wasn't even in this round. Not round number 3. No, not even at all. I'll go with 3. Yeah, 3-1. Yeah, I'll go with 3-1, man. Joshua needs a finish. He needs to knock him the F out, man. He needs to put him out. He needs to put him out cold. Yeah, the announcer just said that. Yeah, it could be 2-2, but I say it's 3-1. So, all right, here we go. .433, 430. Okay, good shots by Van. Okay, good jabs by Van. All right, so then he shoots in. Okay, shooting in, he missed that one. I'm gonna read all your comments in a second because I don't wanna get surprised or be spoiled in any kind of way. I'm not gonna look at any of your comments until then. So there's a shot right there by Taira. I can't believe it. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! How about that? Joshua Van with the finish. I can't believe it, man. Joshua Van with the finish, guys. Wow. Joshua Van with the finish. Wow. Joshua Van with the finish. The 5th round finish, guys. That is amazing. That is amazing. That is amazing. At 8 hours and 9 minutes into the stream and 32 seconds, Van TKOs Taira. Wow. Sent to the shadow realm. What an idiot. What an idiot. Like he says, victory, shut up, simp. Yeah, you didn't win that. You know, like, are you in Joshua Van's team? Like, do you train with Joshua Van? Like, are you, you know, are you some sort of like, you know, Joshua Van, you know, member, a team member or anything like that? Like, come on. He says, I think that was a good stoppage. I agree, man. I agree. Tatsura really protesting that one, right? Yeah, he was not feeling that one. Joshua Van, man. Legendary performance by Joshua Van. Look, he was getting his butt whooped in this one, man. That's why don't bet MMA, guys. Don't ever bet MMA. MMA is a very dangerous sport to bet on because you never know what's going to happen. You don't know what these guys are thinking. You don't know what is going on. And also, you don't know the variations that comes with this. By the way, guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I know I didn't get that one correct, but what I will say is that I got correct that Tatsura Taira stuck with the game plan that I knew he was going to stick to until he couldn't. Congratulations to Joshua Van. He says, hi, Kyrie in chat. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Hamza smash Chimaev versus Sean to races Strickland next. There it is, man. I like that. He says, good fight overall. It's also a mental game. You're right. Yes. Yes, man. And you know what? Joshua Van proved that at 23, 24 years old, he has a lot of strong mental fortitude in order for him to take him to where he's at right now. Notice how, you know, I changed the title of this live stream, right? I add at the end, Strickland, racist, anti-Muslim bigot, and all of a sudden there's more people that are popping up in here. It's funny how changing the title will attract more people here, but the truth of the matter is, Sean Strickland is a racist bigot. And on top of that, he was a former Nazi in Orange County. He joined a white supremacist gang in Orange County, okay? And you know what? He was a dropout. So imagine that. You're a racist, and now you got nobody to be racist with. Imagine that. That's Sean Strickland for you. All right, so now we get to hear Joshua Van and what he has to say. Of course, he's thanking Jesus Christ as a result of that. Let's hear what Volkanovski had to say real quick. Let me play what Volkanovski had to say here.
Right after from octagon naked, I need to steal this shit from my coach. Like, oh my god. I think you guys in a rush. Like, I'll have so many questions for me, so they took it so fast here. I'm ready to answer.
Well, Alex, physically, how you feeling after a fight like that?
Very good. Like, it was like fight was accuracy. I like so much in it right now, just wins. Maybe it wasn't so impressive, but Waldo is point down motherfucker. Nobody can finish him. I just put him down like in the second round, but I was so accurate with his tricks and.
He said he was a tough fighter after.
When Derek Lewis did the same against me, very end of the fight. Everybody reminds me this again and again. Every day they see me, so I'm not the best very good. So with this, damn motherfuckers who can punch like any minute of the fight, better to be very accurate and like just give him out of damage. That's it.
The broadcast bring up the Derek Lewis fight, especially in the third round. So what are you thinking about that in the fight?
Oh, it's flashbacks every time. You know, like I'm telling myself, be focused, be accurate, till the end, like move, don't relax, don't feel you can beat him. Like I feel fully dominated technique, so I feel he can touch me. I saw all his punches, his overhead. It was really hard to punch to catch him with my right. I think coaches will be really mad on me about this, but every time I try to find my right, he go really deep, he go lower, and I just afraid to miss and catch his overhead. So I try to fight.
Joshua Van said, "Doubt me now, guys."
It's smart, because smart is my one a best side. So that's why I just try to be this way, not do stupid things when I did my way down.
You call for the title fight, but obviously Tom has to come back in the interim fight. They might have to unify. Would you wait for this title fight or let's stay active?
I don't know. I just I understand the rules of the game. I just need to learn something from this. Like I'm so scared to fight the title. Honestly, like this guy is so big, so huge, like so talented. I don't know what I do here, like in top 2. Honestly, like it's so hard to be there. Like I need to do every time. Like you plan how to win. Like I was in a room today. I don't want to go out. Like I hid in my closet, and coach can find me. So I hope I'm always be the boss where I am. So, but I don't know what they will do. Like go fight the guy. I don't know why I tell this. I get like perfect focus.
I was great there.
Yeah, I was so great after the win, but now a little bit calm down. I don't know why I did this.
Did you see the drama with Josh Hogan and Derek Lewis at the press conference?
Like.
He says, I guess Van owns a sushi restaurant with all those sweaters. He certainly owns some sushi tonight. Ha ha! How about that? You know, he owns some sushi tonight, boy.
Hey, this UFC multiplies this heavy punch, guys. It's a division. Like, look at this division. Like, everyone, they just have one heavy punch. Like, Josh Hogan is the same. He just go for it. Like, if you play video games, these guys who go 10, they just need more guys who get a lot of damage and have just one punch who win. So, I don't like this way. I'm more about martial arts. I'm more about how to be a better fighter. How to.
You like that, huh? That was pretty funny, huh?
So, they multiply a lot of these guys who just have one punch. Now, look at the division. Like, Pavlovich, Derek Lewis, Josh Hogan, Waldo. They just have one good punch. That's it. So I want something more. I so bored to fight with this guy.
Oh, they're presenting the Freedom Belt right now.
What I think about this drama? Nothing. I don't care. Like these two kids, like fight each other across all world. Like it definitely means nothing.
Volkov, right over here. So you said you were getting flashbacks to the Derek Lewis fight. When the fight was over and you were about to hear the judge's decision, did you get flashbacks to the Cyril Gane fight? You think that they might try to score it for Waldo?
Oh, do you think so?
No, I thought you won the fight.
I was sure I won the fight. Like I have no damage. Like he maybe I can tell if he catch me with just touch.
All right, here we go, guys. Main event of the evening.
Give me one or two lobbies. Maybe I can't not so good in the fight. Maybe I just because I have just 10 fingers. I did like I count his punches with my fingers. So maybe I missed some. But I think I give him way more damage in this fight. He can do nothing. So absolutely no. Absolutely, it was the same fight as was this game. I dominate a few rounds. I take him down. I was on top. I put him down. He even broke his toe in fight with me. So he thinks it's excuse.
Andrew, inshallah, Andrew, inshallah.
I give him much more damage. And this commission, they something wrong with them. Honestly, like I was in power slap competition. It was exactly the same commission. I was cornering my friend Vasily Doubling. It was exactly the same judges. And one like Doubling win like pure like. And I understand one of the judges give like around his opponent, but it wasn't wrong. Like so, some of the guys don't like rushing or something. I don't know. That's why like fighting in Nevada, I need to be like to finish this fight good. I live right now in Las Vegas, so I don't know why this place welcome me like this. So I'm very upset with the Nevada commission.
Alex, right here, for almost a decade, you've been the standard of the heavyweight division. A win over you means more than a win over the majority of the fighters in most divisions, because it usually means you grab a title shot. And even after almost a decade, you're still getting better, you're still improving. Is it the drive for your first title shot that is still keeping you better?
It's just my parents' dream for me to be a champion. I just try to go around this. Like I need to do it. And this like I improve not because I need to get a title shot. Like I just don't give up on this, and I try to improve. Like improving is something I like in the sport. I like to learn something new. Doesn't show everything I have yet. I feel like. And just why I have the sport science I want to give to these days and try to learning something new, just like it's dedication, nothing more. That's why I improve. But champion belt, of course, my parents will be proud of me if I go get this. So that's why I feel everything.
Hey, Mark Haney, man, shout out to you, my man. Are you enjoying the fights tonight, man? He said, "What's up, Vato, man?" Shout out to Mark Haney and all my Norteños in Northern California, Stockton, Sacramento, Bay Area, all of that, man. Andrew says, I already lost a parlay already, but I betted Sean will lose. Let's see. Yeah, man, that's the thing with parlays, right? As opposed to like just single bets. But I don't know. I'm not a betting man. I wouldn't know. I let the chat speak for that for me because obviously they're more of the experts than I am when it comes to that department. So
Feel so bad, feel so stressed, feel like so scared, and still go, not gonna do this.
That's a very interesting take to have, and I'm sure your parents are very proud of you. You're the number 3 ranked heavyweight in the world, and you fought almost everybody in the heavyweight division. Tonight, Waldo Acosta Cortez, a very big power puncher. You fought plenty of those before, like Derek Lewis, Sergey Pavlovich, and plenty of others. Where does Waldo rank in terms of power punchers you fought?
yeah, that's true, man.
I
Volkov
think I should
fought
do it like
everybody, bro.
first, of course. I should give him a corner like a favor for his knockout on me. Like honestly, he'll take this. Pavlovich and Valda, I think have the same power, like kind of the same. Pavlovich is more accurate in his punching. Valda is more, like doing more less technical, but he's very explosive. So he's pretty powerful. Like I was scared all the fight, like so scared. Like my soul go to the hills during the fight. So yeah, I was scared. Like he's one of the hardest puncher in my career. And speaking of power punchers, with Alex Pereira moving up in the division, what would a fight like that mean for you at the stage of your career? You mean if I met him in Octagon? Yeah, in the Octagon. Oh, like I see him very interesting as a kickboxer. So it's for me, it will be like very interesting to meet him. Like it will be kind of a really martial art fight. So he did a lot of performance. He's not just a power puncher. He have like his specific technique. Very interesting. And I for me, I think one day fight with him or maybe train like the Michelin gym. So he did a lot of job. Like I respect him a lot. He does not heavyweight right now. I feel, but he can do this heavyweight. So we will see. All right. And if that fight were to happen, would we expect any grappling in that fight? Of course. Really? Wow, that's surprising. Thank you so much, Alex. Yeah, thanks.
Alexander, what's going on? Yeah, for more round fights in the main card minute. So there's been some circulation online of a meme where you had your hand on Waldo Cortez Acosta's shoulder. Was that a type of psychological warfare that you were trying to do, or what were you trying to do in that moment?
I don't know.
I'm gonna mute this for a second, okay? Because I want to hear the video package for this. Excuse me. Okay, we're almost there, guys. Just watch. I'm going to read your comments as soon as they start heading. All right, so Mark Hayes says, I was at the casino last night and walked out on the up. I was at Reno and left on the up. I would have been lucky lately. I would have been lucky. Oh, man, okay. That's how it went, huh? Andrew says this fight is going to be insane. Victory says if Sean wins, that will be insane. Andrew says Sean looks focused. Is it starting now? Yup, it is. It is. Andrew says you're smart. Don't gamble. Correct. Correct. Andrew says house wins most of the time. I learned that. I just do $1 bets. Yeah, and definitely Sean does look focused. So as I'm watching Sean Strickland walk out right now, we're just finishing up the post-fight interview of Sean Brady.
I don't remember exactly what you said. You were there. Yeah. What changed between then and now for this fight? There was just shit before the fight that happened. I was out of my control. That was hard to stay locked in for 15 minutes, and it cost me. But I knew tonight that there was nothing on this planet, whether betting lines or this or that. Nothing was going to take me off my course of doing what I had to do to Buckley. Last time UFC was in Philly, you were like 4 months away from making your debut. Yeah. Like that. You weren't even in there. So if you can remember back, did you have any thoughts? Were you at that event? Were you like, I'm going to get that octagon someday?
Yeah, Sean looks nervous the way that he normally does.
I think I just defended my belt for CFFC, and it's a dream of mine to fight Wells Fargo. I'm not calling it whatever it's called.
You know what I mean? Like he always looks nervous no matter who it is. It's the same Sean that I see all the time.
Your Sixers down 0-3, facing elimination.
Right, he always looks nervous in every fight, no matter who it is. I don't think this is any more or less nervous than what he looks like in any in most of the fights.
Yeah.
Fighting in Jersey right here, right across the bridge. What does it mean to you? And just can you explain, how do you embrace being from
Philly? The body language is astounding, though.
Back and forth. Like I said, our gym, we don't have a big super gym. We have a gym on the 4th floor in a warehouse. It's fucking hot in summers. It's cold in the winter. But
he says he's ready, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Correct. Think about how all the other fights were going, right? A lot of the fights were going at the direction of the grappler until it wasn't. And then even if we go punch for punch on who's the harder puncher, man, Khamzat Chimaev is the much more explosive puncher, probably the much stronger puncher, the stronger athlete. There's nothing that Sean can do here that's going to destroy him. He says if he comes out running, be careful. Who comes up? Yeah, like Ultimate Warrior style, right?
We literally had Saturday morning sparring practice at a gym 5 minutes from my Airbnb. We just made it a normal day, and I'm gonna drive home with my wife tomorrow morning. I'm gonna drive home tonight so I can wake up and be with my daughter. But I'll be home with my daughter first thing in the morning with my
way more powerful than Sean. I agree. All right, so there it is, man. Apparently, Sean Brady said that he had a Saturday morning sparring session. Just right before he went into the fight. That's astoundingly crazy, man. But hey, you know what? He says, interesting. I wonder if he will run out like the Ultimate Warrior. Yes, this is what Khamzat Chimaev does. He does the Ultimate Warrior run to the cage. And yeah, I think the first one who's ever done that was Frankie Edgar, pulling a Marab. Marab does that as well. DC has ran to the cage as well. Who else has ran to the cage? John Jones? Not really, although he does have a little bit of a, slow and methodical walk, but all right, man. So Sean Strickland is in the cage, and now we await the Wolf. I'm going to mute up for a second because I want to hear his music, okay? Excuse me for just a second. As you can hear, the crowd is going wild. I'm going to turn it off once the music comes in. There's the Wolf sound right now, as you hear. And, wow, the crowd is actually booing Chimaev. All right, see you in a second. Is that right? He spars in the morning of the fight. Okay, so Sean Brady sort of did the same thing as he was explaining. Albany, no, I have no idea who that is. I don't know who that is. Oh, wow, man. 1 million subscribers, man. Shout out to you, man, Albany. Wow. All right, I'm going to mute up for this one. I'll be right back. He says, yes, Morab. Hey, Albany, he says VJ is going to swear in as the chief minister of Tamil Nadu. It's a historic victory. You can watch his dance. Yeah, I have no idea who that is, brother. Man, hey, shout out to you, man. You're quite a big channel, bro. Wow, I'm honored, bro. First time I've seen you. Are you a fan of MMA, by the way? He says Kamzat can't wait to get in the cage. He says security is checking him like crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that is crazy. Bean Dini, let me know what kind of channel you do, my man. You know what I mean? I'm honored by your presence, man. A 1 million subscriber. A guy with 1 million subscribers in this is crazy, man. He says, yes, I know, buddy. You will get your 100K soon. Congrats. Oh, man, thank you so much, man. That means a lot to me, bro. That really means a lot to me, man. What part of the world are you from, man? I'm sorry, I'm not quite familiar with your channel. Are you a fan of MMA by any chance, man? This is an honor, man. You know what I mean? Like, let me see what your channel is about right here. Okay, so Abin Dini. Okay. Social media influencer. I'm a reliable. Oh, wow. Okay. So you are an influencer. Where are you? Are you from? Let's see, where are you from? What part of the world are you from, brother? Are you from India or anything like that? Let me know, man. Oh, wow. Okay, so it's this dude right here. It's this dude right here, man. Abindini. Shout out to Abindini, man. 1 million subscribers into my channel. He says, hello, Budgie. When will I get money on YouTube? Wow. All right, man. All right. Let's get to the fight. Let's go, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tail of the tape is brought to you by VJ for rewarding fans for download V-World today and earn
V-Chain is the wow, man. Abindini tapping into my channel, bro. Man, have you been watching my channel for a while, or is this like the first time you've been in here, man? Shout out to you, man. Man, send some subscribers my way, bro. You know what I mean? That would really help, bro. You know what I mean? Like, man, that's awesome, man. I'm honored by your presence, man. Really am, man, bro. And just right before the main event, too, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you really did me a solid favor on that one, man. Shout outs to Abini, bro. Abindini. Did I pronounce your name right, by the way? I'm definitely subscribing to your channel now. Yeah, you got a subscription off of me, bro. Yes.
your corner team for business insurance, the official small and medium business insurance partner of UFC. And by Masters of the Universe. Witness how he became He-Man. Masters of the Universe.
He says, look at the security. I know, man. Sean Strickland looks nervous. Here we go, everyone. Yup. He says, dude, Kamzat is going to come out so hard. Yeah, bro, look at him just jumping up and down the cage right now. He says, I never seen so much security between the fighters. Mike Tyson and the Lennox Lewis fight, they literally, it looked like this. He said he's chomping at the bits. Yeah. I mean, you know, at this point, the security is not really that needed, right? But, you know, just to kind of, you know, throw caution to the wind, just so they can somehow, you know, get through the ceremonies. You know what I mean? The ceremony of, you know, the announcement and whatnot. So,
Only professional record. 30 wins, 7 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 185 pounds. Fighting at a Corona, California.
all right, Sean taking a bit of some sip. I think he's a little bit, he says, Colby and Usman had security too, right? Kyrie, no, they didn't. They didn't. That's how bad this beef is, which comes and you know, and Sean, bro. You know what I mean? I don't remember Colby or Usman having that. You know, they were cordial enough to have a face-off. You know, this is not that type of thing. So,
Out of the red corner, an undefeated mixed martial artist, holding a perfect professional record. 15 wins, no losses. He stands.
he says, wow, you're right. Yup.
Weighing in at 185 pounds. Fighting out of the United Arab Emirates by way of Rasta. Presenting the reigning,
Defending.
undisputed UFC
He,
middleweight champion.
he says, they touch gloves. No way. Okay, listen, every round, I'm not going to look at your comments, guys, okay? Because I'm just afraid you guys are going to, some of you may be ahead, and I don't want, you know, any of that type of interference. So I'm not going to look at the comments as the fight progresses, okay? So forgive me if I don't read your comments right away. You can leave your comments, say what you want. Oh, wow, okay, so they did touch gloves, all right. I think that shows a little bit of some weakness on, you know, on Sean Strickland. By the way, I'm not going to look at the comments. Okay, round 1 is about to commence right now. You guys are just going to have to follow me on where exactly I'm at. Okay, so if you're ahead, you know, be ahead. But I'm going to be at my pace. So round 1 right here, they touch gloves for the second time. 456, 455. Sean Strickland in his regular stance. You know, the Muay Thai / boxing / you know, Philly shell. There goes the takedown right there. And Sean Strickland doesn't even give any resistance towards it whatsoever. This is just giving me Kevin Holland vibes right now. I told you guys, this was all hype for Sean Strickland, bro. You know, and now he's going to get his face smashed in. That is if, you know, Khamzat doesn't go and finish him off quickly. He might just let him survive for a little bit. 410, 409, 407, 406. So now he's looking for a rear naked choke. Doesn't have the body lock in all the way, but he does have his legs wrapped around the body of Sean Strickland conventionally, looking for a rear naked choke. Sean Strickland doing a very good job of going 2-on-1 at the arms of Khamzat Chimaev as he's looking to get up. Khamzat Chimaev has taken the back of Sean Strickland, doing a very good job of maintaining him on the ground. I mean, this is sort of what we knew was going to happen, right? By the way, I'm not looking at the comments right now, guys. I have to focus in on this fight first. So here's Khamzat Chimaev now taking the back of Sean Strickland. Now he's got the body lock position locked in. He has those Muay Thai ankle socks or padding that that he has on right now. Khamzat Chimaev does. Yes, Strickland doing a very good job of the hand fighting portion of it, but Khamzat is having none of it. Yeah, he is doing a good job, man. Good defense. I just think that Khamzat Chimaev, yeah, is going to continue to rinse and repeat at this. 225, 223, 220, 219, 218 of the first round. And Khamzat Chimaev has probably an accumulation of maybe 3 minutes of ground control time. Just a little under 3 minutes because he shot in for that takedown rather quickly. So it was a couple of seconds into it. Now comes up Chimaev right on top of Sean Strickland, maintaining top control position. Now throwing knees from the referee's wrestling position. And now he's looking to sink in his clinch in his legs again in the back. Sean Strickland just carrying the weight of Khamzat Chimaev. Notice, yes, that is a good observation by DC and Joe Rogan. They said, notice how every time Sean Strickland tries to go near cage side, Khamzat is trying to prevent him away from it. Look at Sean. He looks so defeated, doesn't he? Is it just because it's his style to, sort of fight very slow and methodical on the ground? Or is it that he's succumbing to the reality that, boom, throw him around. There you go. Yeah, throw him around. Ragdoll him. Ragdoll that bitch. Let's go, man. Okay, so Khamzat looks like he has a little bit of some blood coming out of his nose. Maybe it's just a bit of a minor cut that may have happened during the exchanges that they had going on in the ground. I wonder where that bleeding is from, right? Okay, so now he's going for a rear naked choke. What is this? Sean just gave up. Look at this. He's not even hand fighting this. Or does he know that there's a couple of minutes left or a couple of seconds left? 15, 13, 10. Okay, and then Khamzat tries again. You better not tap to this. You got about okay, he's going to survive round one. After round one, I'm going to read all your comments. And that is round number one. Here we go. All right, so victory. I'm going to start from the very bottom all the way to the top, okay? Sean looks so overwhelmed in the corner. Chimaev is bleeding, though. Yes, we're wondering where that blood is coming from. Andrew says, wow, takedown. No, we're going to take him down for 25 minutes. Takedown started. They touch gloves. At least they pound. Wow, you are right. Colby Usman had security. Andrew said, yeah, we need to hang out together in person. Yeah, man, shout out to you on that. Andrew says Sean already looks tired. Of course, man. What did I tell you guys earlier this afternoon? I said there's a difference between grappling stamina and striking stamina. Sean has all the striking stamina in the world, but you're going to be zapped, and it's going to be a little bit different when there's grappling stamina involved. Victory says, he's even better. He said that. Is that what he said in the corner? He says, love the beer, dude. Hey, shout out to you, my man. And give me a like, give me a subscription, and hopefully you join my members only. Shout outs to Top G. All right, here we go. Round number 2, guys. Round number 2. Here we go. Khamzat Chimaev. Once again, having more of the head movement in comparison to Sean. It just looks like Sean, all he knows how to do is just the 1-2 shot, and he thinks that that's somehow going to get him anywhere, right? Where if you look at Khamzat, I told you guys, he's a better striker, has better head movement, has that Soviet boxing style, very disciplined in the way that he throws his jab, very disciplined in the way that he throws his kick, a little bit of some Muay Thai there. But look at the boxing of Khamzat Chimaev right now in the second round. 420, 419, 418 of the second round, and Khamzat Chimaev is doing a very good job of hanging with the strikes against Sean Strickland. And Sean Strickland looks nervous. It's like as if he knows that, hey, you know what? Maybe Khamzat Chimaev would counter me. The way that Khamzat Chimaev looks right now, He looks like a guy that could counter punch Strickland, whereas Strickland is just actually the one waiting to counter punch, sort of like a Mayweather style of boxing that Sean Strickland wants to do. But meantime, comes a Chimaev moving left and right, jabbing, walking him down, using a lot of good feints, using a lot of good movements, using a lot of good side-to-side motion, and oh, okay, that's a good shot right there by Strickland. Some good shots right there. Now here's Strickland. Oh, wow. He shoots in. And it is Strickland that is on top this time. Wow, how about this? We are now seeing Khamzat Chimaev in a much different precarious position than we normally would. I think the last time we probably seen Khamzat Chimaev in a very similar position to this is when he fought Gilbert Burns, right? I believe, has Gilbert Burns ever gotten on top of Khamzat Chimaev? This is the first time I told you guys that I've really seen anybody get on top of Khamzat Chimaev. But the one thing that I will tell you about Khamzat Chimaev during his amateur days was that I've seen him pull off a few submissions. I've seen him pull off a few submissions off of his back. Marty, let me know what time clock is on your fight clock right now. What is your time clock right now? I'm second round, 2:25. He said Strickland with a little comeback. Yeah, right now. Let me know right now what is your time clock. Just so 1:28. Okay, wow. Okay. I'm not looking at your at you guys for the next 2 minutes. I'm at 2:08. Oh my goodness. There is a good reason why Sean Strickland was fighting at a very slow and methodical pace. Now look at all the people that are at cage side right now. They are out with their phones right now, like people trying to upload a World Star video at a 7-Eleven street fight, right? You know what I mean? And they're like looking at cage side just like, wow, we've never seen Khamzat in this position before. But look, maybe there was a reason why Sean decided, you know what, I'm going to fight in a very slow and methodical pace, because I know that I'm in for, a really hard fight. And as a result of that, yeah, man. So it's round 2, significant strikes is actually on the side of Strickland. Yeah, look, Chimaev needs to go and finish him right away, but I think he did try. And you know what? That's the thing with Sean, man. You can't just hang out and let Sean, work there. Right? You can't let him work. You got to finish him right away. And I think Khamzat genuinely really did try to finish him. Yeah, man, that explosiveness is leaving Khamzat Chimaev a little bit. But you know what? That was from just that, exchange right there. By the way, guys, I'm not looking at your comments right now because I have to run this one through. All right, so 4 minutes and 44 seconds, round 1 of ground control time. Round 2 for Strickland is 2 minutes and 33 seconds. I told you guys that this was going to be a very tough matchup for Sean Strickland and Khamzat Chimaev, right? They are both at a very tough fight right now. All right, and that is the end of the second round. Okay, he says, told you Sean would be a problem. Yes. He says, it seems Sean was saving his energy. That's exactly what it is, man. He says he's using it. He's using the way TH. What do you mean by that? He's using the TH. What do you mean by that? You're going to have to explain to me what that is. Wow, man, we got more people tapping in right now, man. Shout out to everybody across the world that is tapping in right now. We got about almost 800 people around the world that have tapped into this one so far. Boy, are we back in the Gilbert Burns fight or what, guys? He says, oh, he's using the techniques what they use against Mike Tyson. Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying. Yes. You know, to tire him out. Yeah, the body language of Khamzat. Look at this shot right here that he took, man. You know, very good on Sean. He sprawled. Yeah, very. All right, so here we go. Round number 3, guys. Round number 3. 455, 453. Khamzat, you know, showing his striking prowess. Hey, look, guys, look. Sean Strickland's not doing bad in the grappling department, right? But at the same time, guess what, man? Khamzat's not doing bad in the boxing department either. So what does that tell you? There's a little bit of some evenness going on there, right? He said Sean coming out stronger. Okay, so 425, 423 into the 3rd round. I'm not going to look at your comments till the end of the round or when the finish happens, if and when that is to happen. Yeah, man, that's crazy, man. It is crazy. Dean Thomas said he's never seen Khamzat pull guard ever. Stephen Thompson says, Chimaev looks tired. Strickland on top. This is crazy. We haven't seen this Chimaev before. Yeah, man, it looks like, from the looks of things, I will not be surprised if Khamzat boxes his way through this fight. Because, look, he's not doing bad in the boxing. It's like, you know what, man? Just like the Justin Gaethje approach. Wrestling takes too much energy to pour on. So guess what? If there's too much energy being put into wrestling, box him. And you know what? He's not doing a very bad job of boxing him right now. He's doing a very good job of his defense, even when he's walking him down, you know, putting his hands up like this, getting the jabs in there, getting some good feints while walking Sean down. And Sean's just looking to, there it is, an overhand right there from a stance switching position. There's some calf kicks right there. So just like Volkov earlier, what do you think about the striking of Chimaev? He's getting these short shots in. He's getting these points in. And look, I think that's how he needs to fight for the rest of the entirety of this contest, right? Just fight him, you know, with the boxing. And you know that a lot of people are going to, you know, try and bring some sort of heroism towards Strickland, right? Chance to win. So now people are saying that it's 53% Chimaev. Yeah, funny how that switches. But I think if Chimaev maintains this boxing, I think that he could win this fight. He could win this fight if he maintains this boxing right now, because he's doing good, man. He's doing good at the boxing. He's blocking everything that Sean has going on. He's actually connecting in some of these these exchanges, and he's walking Sean down. And he has the striking cardio to, you know, keep up with a fight like this. Here's the thing that I noticed about Khamzat Chimaev, right? It's either one or the other with him. He either has to be very dominant in the striking, indicative of Gerald Mearshad, where he just knocked them straight out, or he straight up out grapples you and submits you the way that he did Kevin Holland. But when you mix it up against when you mix it up against Chimaev, that's where he has the problem. He has a problem with guys that are that know how to mix up the mixed martial arts, right? Khamzat is only dominant in one aspect. Like, meaning that if it's going to be a striking match and he dominates, then it's going to be the striking match and he dominates. If it's going to be the grappling side of things, it's going to be the grappling that he's going to continue to dominate, right? It's never both. Like GSP was both. So right now in the significant strikes of the 3rd round, it is Chimaev with 44. So I need you guys to remember this. before you guys start talking about a robbery or some sort of mishaps by the judges by the end of this, because right now it is Khamzat Chimaev that is walking him down, and I think, ooh, he just rocked him right there. And look at Sean, he's busted up in the nose. He looks like he's got a Hitler mustache going on too, you know what I mean? Which is even crazy. He's got the Austrian painter mustache that he gave him. Right? The blood made it look like an Austrian painter mustache. And Andrew says Khamzat is getting him now. Khamzat, don't change the game plan, G. He said Sean is bleeding a little bit. Yes. AR says, is Khamzat injured? Are you talking about prior to the fight? Andrew says, like you said, mental warfare. It's true. Correct. I think what is also making both of them tired is the fact that there's a lot of hate and animosity. And here's Transcendio saying these guys don't hate each other, LOL. Well, I tell you what, man, I think there is genuine hate there. Don't get it twisted. I just think that they both knew that this type of fight was going to happen. They knew they were going to be in a very tough fight. And as a result of it, there's a little bit of respect. Even beforehand, they knew that there was going to be a bit of some respect going into this fight. But make no mistake, they hate each other. Things that Sean Strickland said and this and that, it's just, yeah. He said they keep dapping up. All right, so moving on to the next round. I'm not going to look at the chat. I'm going to listen into watch the fight, and then I'll get back into the chat and whatever you guys, type up there. All right. So championship rounds. Here we go. Here's Khamzat. All right, so now they meet in the middle of the octagon, sort of like as if they are back in the sparring room again. He says, why is Chimaev not taking down Strickland? Because I told you earlier in the third or second round, right? If Khamzat can maintain this, do it, right? Maintain it, because wrestling is going to take a lot of energy, and then also there could be a lot of dangerous and detrimental actions that can follow as a result of you trying to shoot in. Maybe Sean throws a knee. Maybe Sean, scrambles out of that position, and then he ends up taking you down. These are things that can easily happen, if Khamzat Chimaev attempts, these very dangerous things. Good low kick right there. Straight shot, straight cross into the body. Chimaev is getting him, and then he will switch to submission. That is if he does get him down. I mean, Sean is getting jabbed up in the head right now, and as I told you guys, right? I even told you that Khamzat Chimaev's boxing is going to look a lot better than Sean Strickland here, right? And it is him that's walking him down. He's fighting him Mexican boxing style right now. Oh, good shots to the body right now. Yeah, see, Chimaev is a better striker right now. So, once again, why subject yourself to, the potentiality of, why subject yourself to that, potentiality of, potentially, losing it. So, he says, Sean is getting tired. That's right, because Chimaev is walking him down. Look, I need you guys to understand, when someone is walking you down, they're positioning all their force into you. So every time they're walking you down like this, you have to feel that force every time. And then on top of that, Khamzat is doing this, right? This is causing performance paralysis on the part of Sean. It's making him hesitate. It's making him hesitate, throw combos, because you see a guy that's moving like this, you're like, oh man, what do I do? That is a reason why I fight like the way I do, and the reason why I use a lot of elusive footwork, because if we're in a striking battle and I can continue that type of pace and that type of rhythm, you're the one that's going to have a problem trying to keep up with it, especially if you're not doing that yourself, right? And Sean Strickland, all he knew how to do was, one shot, pitter patter, and this and that. Chimaev is mixing with kicks too. Correct. Because he knew that, I had to be in this kickboxing match because Sean is not a bad takedown defense artist. He's not a bad takedown defense guy. So Khamzat Chimaev learned a valuable lesson here in the highest form of you know, the 185 championship level right here. He said Khamzat hurt something in that second round. That's why he hasn't wrestled. We're gonna find out at the end of the fight when he wins the unanimous decision. And eventually he's gonna go for the takedown right here. Yeah, eventually he's gonna go for the takedown, kind of like what George St. Pierre did with Jake Shields, right? He took Jake Shields down literally at the, let's say, final minute of each round. And it was deliberate because once he took him down in the, there it is, he takes him down right there. Oh, and you said that. Okay, you were a little bit ahead of me probably when you said that. So the reason why George St. Pierre took down Jake Shields later in let's say the latter stages of the round, 40 seconds left, was because it didn't give Jake time to work submissions off the bottom, which Jake was also very dangerous in at the time. Jake Shields was one of the best grapplers of you know, during the time of George St. Pierre's era. And that's why it was such a big fight for George St. Pierre. Now, Strickland right now maintaining right here in a fourth round, mixing it up like what we said, right? Punches, kicks, takedowns, submission attempts. Khamzat is doing it all. And, you know, credit to Sean Strickland. This is a tough person to deal with. And, all right, man, there's another dap right there. He says Sean is panicking now. Both will go all out now. Yup. Eric Nixon giving him, you know, these, what do you call it? These little, you know, pep talks and whatnot. You know what I mean? Them pep talks are not going to help. Boy, they ain't helping. They are not helping you. This is not going to help you, fam. Mm-mm. Look at that dude right there in Khamzat's corner. He looks like me, but bald. That dude in Khamzat's corner looks like me, but bald. He's got like the big beard too. My beard can grow, you know, that big too, actually, if I don't, you know, like trim it, you know, after a while. Okay, Khamzat's got some, you know, real scratches to his face. Another dap. Man, listen, he's not going to finish Sean Strickland, bro. What is Sean Strickland saying to him? Oh, there's another takedown right there. He knows that Sean Strickland is tired and out of it. So, you know, he did a good job of, you know, getting that takedown. He's going to, there it is, man. Pick him up again.
We're being told that Khamzat asked his corner right before the round what round it was. If Strickland can get away and break space.
Man, maintaining cage position right here. Now he's shooting in. And Khamzat's like, you know what? I can go all out for these 5 minutes, right? Like, which is why I think he's going for the takedowns right now. I think he really wanted to strike for a little bit because he knows they could hang with Sean. And it was also a good way to, yeah, time to finish this project. Ooh, good jab right there, man. He busted Sean up's nose even more with that one. Yeah, very labored shot by Sean Strickland there. He said Sean is standing his ground. It's not enough though, man. You know, it's not enough. Stand your ground all you want, but you know, it's not enough. Yeah, man. I tell you what, you know, Sean Strickland definitely gave him a challenge, though. There's no doubt about that. Sean has nothing to be ashamed of here. He's still a piece of shit, you know, by the end of the day. But, yeah, man. I tell you what, man, I'm going to rename the title of this live stream. Flush asks who's going to win, bro. Khamzat Chimaev is going to win. You know, the takedowns, even the striking. He did everything right. Sean Strickland has to pull off a miracle right now in these last 2 minutes. 2 minutes to bring justice into your life if you can. Mm, 42% strikes for Sean for Khamzat Chimaev and 19 for Strickland. There's another. Yup. Yeah, Khamzat. Let's see if you can get the finish right here. Sean Strickland knows there's 1 minute left. He's just going to try to, you know, get a moral victory out of just, you know. I mean, look, Sean is a millionaire, right? He probably made $1 million for this fight, you know, yeah, it's just what it is, man. He knew how he was going to do in this fight. He trained with the guy. He knew. But did he give a good fight and a good account of himself? Of course he did. 30 seconds left. Wow, man. Man, this man, 20 seconds left, man. Good fight overall, I agree. And the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at Sean Strickland saying, oh, I won that belt. You didn't win that belt, bro. He says a lot can happen in a minute, but Chimaev clears this one. Correct. Correct, man. Okay, so far.
I once had an 8-leg parlay. An octopus, if you will. It came down to a game in Indiana. I heard.
All right. So at 9 hours and 7 minutes into the stream, we're going to find out who the winner is.
Did you win? Let's just say the next round of omelets is on me, fellas. Investment at $10, get $200.
Yup, Khamzat Chimaev won this one. It's close. The judges are nuts. I mean, look, wrestling wins fights, man. That's just what it really comes down to. Wrestling, my boy, wins fights. That's just what it is. You know, wrestling wins fights, man. Wrestling wins fights. That's just what it comes down to. So, all right, let's find it. He says, I'm a firm believer that if you want to beat the champ, you got to take it from him. I did not see that tonight. Correct, Mark Haney. Correct. Sean Strickland, you know, just he didn't do enough. He didn't do enough. That's just what it really comes down to. By the way, guys, I'm obviously a little bit behind compared to you guys, so just be on the lookout. You know, when they announce the decision on my screen right here. So.
Puts him down in round 4 to end the round. Chimaev with a big overhand right at the end of round 5. I mean, this fight was insanely close. And that 5th round is what's going to determine the fight. We'll peel back the numbers, and as we await the decision, as it goes longer, you wonder if there might be something
going on. Significant strikes advantage Strickland. You see the takedowns and force for Chimaev. 6 minutes of ground control time for him. 3 minutes for Sean Strickland, which all came in that middle round.
Man, that fifth round was going to determine the fight. Sean landed some good shots in that fifth round. Chimaev landed some takedowns in that fifth round. Bruce is in.
All right, here we go, man. So he says he did more strikes than Sean. Correct. Correct, he did. So here we go.
After 5 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. Santos scores it 48-47. Chimaev. Salvador D'Amato scores it 48-47. Strickland.
What?
And Eric Ho scores the contest 48-47 for the winner by split decision.
Split?
And
no way. No freaking way. No freaking way. No way. No way. No way. No freaking way. I can't believe it. He says, let's effing go. Wow, man. Wow.
Hey, I just want to apologize to my American fans, my Muslim fans, and my Christian fans. I went too fucking hard. I'll admit it. I respect all you guys. Chechen has great fighters. They're savage. He's a fucking savage. I should be a better fucking example, but I try to sell these fights for you fuckers. I appreciate you.
Well, Sean, you sold this fight in a huge way, and you fought this fight in a huge way. How happy are you right now?
That motherfucker would not go back. I'm hitting him with everything. He just keeps coming forward. Crazy.
This was one of the best middleweight title fights I've ever seen in my life because it was a perfect display.
Wow, man. Transcendo says, told you they don't hate each other. Well, there you go, man. He says, Sean stole this fight though. Yup. Flush says, unbelievable.
I fucking love you guys.
He says, let's go. He says, that's amazing, bro. Damn. Wow. Yup.
Christian fans, my Muslim fans, my white fans, my black fans, my brown fans. I fucking love you guys. We are all Americans, and this is the fucking dream. Thank you.
Sean, they love you too, and I love you. And that was an absolutely amazing fight. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner and new middleweight champion of the world, Sean Strickland.
Wow, man. Sean Strickland. He says the fight could have gone either way. Right. They're gonna have a rematch. Okay, man, listen, Khamzat Chimaev ain't going anywhere, bro. They're gonna have a rematch for this. It was close, just for the argument. Correct. And look, I told you guys, right? There's a rematch that's going to happen with this. You know what I mean? And man, he says, bro, what is happening here? That's what I'm saying, man. You know what? It could have gone either way. Hey, look, I told you guys, right? In combat sports, there is no fairy tales. None whatsoever. But maybe tonight there is some fairy tales for Joshua Van and for Sean Strickland. He says, I do not think he got hurt. He says, it's not going the way that I thought it would. Yup. Is he injured? He could have been. You know what I mean? He definitely could have been injured for sure. You know, that could have been a possibility, but we'll never know, right? And if he is injured, guess what? We're not going to know about it because Khamzat Chimaev is not the type of guy to sort of send that he's toxic gameplays. Shout out to you. He says, I'm surprised I didn't know Khamzat cardio would be harder. Man, you know what? Styles make fights, bro. Styles make fights by the end of the day, and and that's what it is, man. Sean Strickland, bro. Let me tell you, he says, "Do you think Sean actually won?" No, of course not. This is MMA, guys. You know, in MMA, look, Look, takedown and ground control time wins fights. They win fights, hands down. They win fights. That is what wins fights for me. But we live in an era right now where wrestling doesn't matter as much. If this was the George St. Pierre era, George St. Pierre would have won. Because George St. Pierre would have fought exactly like that. But it's not. We live in a completely different era. But it was an amazing fight nonetheless, man. I'm still proud of Khamzat. I think Khamzat, did a very good job. I think that Khamzat will come back and fight again. He says, "This is bad. Why change your game plan?" He didn't change his game plan. I think that he was doing exactly. You know what? Maybe if he would have shot in more, right? He says, "And Dubois KO'd Wardley." Bro, listen, this has been, the time for the underdogs, bro. This has been the time for the underdogs. And, I think Khamzat Chimaev is going to learn a lot from this. I think that he'll come back. Not only will Khamzat Chimaev come back, I think he'll win the next time around. And, of course, this fight, has gone, he says, Tonga Healing Channel. He says, paid to lose the Jays own the UFC. Dang, bro. He says, I think the judges were watching the jabs a lot and counting them more than they should have. Toxic gameplays, I think that's a good point, right? You're a boxing guy, right? I know Toxic Gameplays is a boxing guy, so I know you understand this, right? The more that you throw those jabs out there, yes, it does seem that, it seems like as if those points, are worth more or something to that effect. But yeah, if Khamzat wins, he needs to go up in weight. People were right about that weight cut. If Khamzat wins, he needs to go up in weight. Yeah, you know what? Maybe one more time, right? He says, Christ is king. Take that L, you moo-moo. You know what? So here's the thing, right? I told you guys that from the very beginning of this fight week, right? I told you that it really doesn't matter whether Sean or Khamzat win. It's not indicative of the real geopolitics that's involved with Muslims, right? By the end of the day, Muslims are still in the position that they're at least in Gaza. I mean, you can't speak for Muslims everywhere else who may or may not live a good life, but rest assured, we still have problems in Palestine. There's still wars going on in the Middle East. This war was not going to change anything for anybody. So, of course, I expect a low IQ, low vibrational idiot like yourself to go and make this about that. Oh, take that El Moo or this and that. But by the end of the day, you have people like Islam Makhachev, people like Khabib who win all the time. And sometimes they don't win all the time. And that's just how it goes. But regardless, I understand what you mean. Look, you're a random person. You're a person that, doesn't really have an identity, at least not a real identity online. You're an anonymous person. So, I mean, your opinion is, close to, he says, cope, boy. Look, by the end of the day, my man, I still have an MMA channel. I'm still on YouTube. So regardless of whether my guys win or lose, I mean, it's not indicative of anything. I mean, I probably live a better life than you. You know what I mean? Yeah. What do you want me to say? I live a better life than you, and you are who you are, whoever you are behind that screen. That's just what it comes down to. People over here thinking Khamzat is from the Middle East. They are both white. Okay, well, that's another narrative as well. He says the judges are all old people over 60 years old, barely have common sense and barely watching the fight. We need younger judges who knows they got paid to judge for a winner, even though they're losing. Yeah, man. He says, what the F happened? How the hell is Armin in his corner? He says, as a Christian, I have no animosity towards my Muslim brothers. Shout out to you on that. Toxic Gameplays. Toxic Gameplays says, funniest line from this week was, I'm gonna Shama on you. Yeah, man. You know, yeah, that was yeah, that's Josh Josh Hockett for you right there. I was gonna call him Koshek, but yeah. Dreezy says Islam losing next chump. I mean, Ian Gary is he's a tough fight, man. He's a tough fight. He is big. That does concern me though. I'm not gonna lie. That fight does concern me a little bit. But wow, man, you know the upset that that he just came up with right now, that is insane, man. I'm gonna stay for a while because you know people are gonna come in here and they're gonna give me absolute shaft for it, and you know I'm here to. I'm here for it all. I'm here for it all. He says, not Gary. I mean by protest or Morales. Well, Gary is the next one up, right? So Gary is the next one up. I think that is the next course of action. So he says, love you, bro. Hey, shout out to you. Love your channel. Thank you. Thank you, Humble Man MMA. You know, we're here for it, for the good times and bad. Obviously, you know, we're going to, he says, you're the reason you do this. He says, you're the reason you do this. Yes. Yes. Wait, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm the reason that I do this? Or are you saying that, like, I don't care who wins or loses, I'm doing this for me? Is that what you mean? And if that's the case, yeah, then you're right. Let me know what you mean by that. Elaborate for me a little bit. We're going to stay for the press conference. We're going to listen in on what Joshua Van has to say, and also what Kamzat has to say. He says, oh, you do this for you. Yes, yes. And Knife with the Christianity symbols. I mean, bro, I got no problem with Christians, bro. You know what? If you're happy about your win, you know, so be it. You know, you have every right to, like, you know, he says, YouTube, like, comment in, please. He says, do you think that Mahler Eastern European style is starting to fade out viably? You know what? It's very taxing. It's a very taxing style, that's for sure, right? So, you know, that is something to keep in mind. It is a very taxing style. So we're going to stay for the post-fight shows and then also for the press conference at the same time. And we're going to cover everything here. We're going to cover everything that is going on right now. Yeah, stay tuned, guys, okay? Because we're going to await Dana White right now, so...
All of a sudden, I heard my name. Like, I'm looking at me. I'm like, what's happening? We both worked the desk plenty of times. Yeah. I'm like,
oh, yeah, man. Chris Weidman, he says, yeah, it's cardio-intensive style. Kamzat, how much do you think they weight cut played into Kamzat's cardio tonight? A very big factor, in fact. You know what? I'm glad that you mentioned that. I almost forgot to mention that, but it is true. It is absolutely a big factor into what had you know, what had caused his performance tonight for sure. And look, this is why Kamzat needs to go up to light heavyweight. He's way bigger than what he leads on. Although, I mean, he looks pretty lean, but I think a lot of his weight comes from his legs, right? You know, because as you know, wrestlers have, you know, very explosive bodies that come from their legs. So, you know, that's yeah.
for the main and co-main, but great fights. You know, I had both co-main and main, 2-2 going to the fifth, so that means it was great. It's very difficult to get picks right in this game because of the reason why MMA is so good. It's so unpredictable. It's so spontaneous. It's unlike any other sport in the world. I was in a basketball game the other day, and I was just like,
he says, maybe I was wrong. He says, Humble Man says, I would appreciate him at light heavyweight. Who would you book against him? For starters, Paulo Costa. Paulo Costa, right there. He caught second when Kamzat did. Amish Man asked me, are you Amish? So how do you have a name like Amish Man and not identify that I'm not Amish? If you were a real Amish man, you would identify whether I was Amish or not, right? He says the judges are corrupted. They all got paid. It's mafia. AR says, I understand we cannot speculate. We make assumptions and we don't have the answers. What Khamzat Chimaev was injured, we don't know. We don't know if that's really the case or not.
They both knew each other from training, so there's that element to it. They kind of knew what to expect because they had interacted with each other before, at least in a sparring way. But man, what a fight! It's one of those fights where both guys just drained the tank. Yeah, but particularly in that fifth round.
Man, yeah.
See, as Sean's hitting him, it's like they had everything.
Wow. Yeah, they he says, well, we don't have mustaches, we only grow beards like you. Okay, awesome, man. Awesome. That is a good point. I wonder why the Amish do that. The reason why us Muslims do it is because we try to separate ourselves from other religions that have a similar style of some sort, right? So, yeah, man. He says, USA loves a good fight from any country. We've been like that always, as they're saying in the comment section of the MMA Junkie right now.
A lot of times the guys that fight Chimaev, they're lost.
He says everyone lost their parlays, SMH corruption. Is that what it is? I mean, Andrew, you're a gambling man. Maybe that has something to do with it. Humble Man says that's a massive fight. I'm not going to be surprised if that fight is in the Hall of Fame. Thoughts, Kyrie? Yes, that is a Hall of Fame fight. Khamzat Chimaev did not lose tonight. Okay? Sometimes you got to go through fights where, you know what, you really won, but you lost. You know what I mean? You lost on paper. And there's no shame in that. Because guess what? The rematch is going to be even bigger. And when the rematch gets even bigger, guess what? You're going to have a wide range of even more attention, even more fandom, and even more fanfare to it. He says, I actually don't know why we, the Amish, do it. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. If you find out why, let me know. You know, but then again, you're not really Amish because you wouldn't be able to identify me whether you are or you aren't. So I don't know. But like I said, you know, here in the internet, we can be whoever we wish to be. So, you know, that's just what it really comes down to. He says, Andrew says it was very close, so no lie. You said, like you said, mental fight. Correct. Could have gone either way, of course. You know?
That dude could have thrown it in multiple times in that fight where it looked like it was over. When he was battered.
Wow, man. Sean Strickland. Getting it in, man.
I mean, I start going back. Was it 10-8? He was hurt? Because then we might end up with a draw. If they didn't finish that fight, Taira won round 5. It could have been either Taira winning or a draw. But Joshua Van obviously did away with that by finishing the fight. But I don't think it's never better.
He should have done what Joshua Van did earlier tonight, which was absolutely go for the finish. He says, I really am Amish. We have Englishmen. Buy us phones so we can get online. Okay, got it. He says, I think Khamzat changed training with these guys. I think Khamzat changed training with these guys. He says, what would Coach Kyrie tell Khamzat after tonight? Wow. Look, I got to tell you, man, that's a tough question, bro. That is a tough question, brother. Let me tell you, man. Very tough question. You want to know why? Look, I want you to think about this, okay? Why that's a tough question. Because what is it that he did wrong tonight? Almost absolutely nothing. But sometimes it just fell down to, you know, guts and, will and tenacity, to which Sean Strickland had a lot of, but then also just having the judges on your side. Because, look, man, wrestling wins fights, ground control wins fights, okay? Ground control wins fights. Khamzat had all of that. He had all of the ground control time. Okay, so, all right. We're going to talk about the whole entire card, okay? I need to go use the restroom real quick. We're going to go over the whole entire card and then wait for the press conferences to end, okay? All right, guys. So I'm back. Let's see here. Let's get to the post-fight analysis right now. Let's see here. What do we got here?
That was normal activity. That was normal wolf behavior. Smothering, dominating, but somewhere the tide changed when Strickland stopped that first takedown. He kind of hipped into him, got on top of him, then whenever Hamza shot a second takedown and he stopped it, the tide completely changed. Something happened. Do you think it's like a sparring pace? Because they fought at a sparring pace them last couple of rounds. Do you think that's from the familiarity that they had with each other? Like, this is what it looked like in sparring.
All right. Full cap right now, and that's going to be in 30 seconds. He says,
Hamzat was trying to throw a couple overhands, couple power punches, but nobody really went for the kill. They were just
all right, 30 seconds. We're going to get right into it.
But not a lot of power. You know, the most shocking thing to probably everybody is that Chimaev stopped shooting after that second round. You know, after he failed.
Yeah, that was the thing, right? People were shocked that he stopped shooting after the second round. So, all right, let's take a look at the stats right here. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So UFC 328 is in the books and it has now concluded. So Sean Strickland did a very good job of jabbing Khamzat Chimaev tonight, but the percentage, even on the striking department, was not on his side. So a lot of people are skeptical of this particular victory. However, if you look at the striking percentage between Khamzat Chimaev and Sean Strickland, you see that even in the striking department, it was Khamzat Chimaev that was getting the better of these situations. 48% versus 45. Look at the takedowns. 9 out of 13 takedowns with a ground control time. How could you even give this to Sean to begin with? Okay, let's read some of the comments here regarding this fight. He says, I didn't see the fight. It was a robbery. Okay, you didn't see a fight. Fair enough. Ali Khan says, I'm really thinking it was fixed. Okay, Khamzat was too keen on accepting the loss. I think it was a sportsmanship on his part. But I think he understands. Look, it's a Muslim thing, right? We understand that everything is all willed by Allah. Dime Drawer says the whole fight from the intros was bizarre, just fell off. Okay, Khamzat, because Khamzat was advancing, should definitely have not won the fight because Khamzat was advancing. Okay, he was something that I'm not going to say. Okay, Khamzat was happy to have lost. If he won, people would have said it was rigged. See, I told you so. Genuinely think so because he did not make weight. He says, yeah, maybe. But they or Dana let him fight knowing he would have to lose. I don't know about that. I mean, that's some strange conspiracies going on. Don't think he made weight for the fight. Okay. And a lot of people are going to hang Khamzat Chimaev for that. It was a tough weight cut. Dime Drawer says, this is the first high-profile fight that I've ever watched that something seemed so amiss that I feel like it could have been fixed. Maybe I'm completely crazy. I don't know. Hey, you know what? That's a speculation that is out there from a lot of people. He says, where's Kyrie? I am back. So he says, both was mentally tired, especially with the stress, with the environment in the East Coast. I think that has something to do with it as well, right? Considering the fact that they are fighting in New Jersey and are both West Coast fighters, or at least in particular, Khamzat Chimaev trains his training camp in the West Coast. Ali Khan says, I can say I helped for his camp. I can say I helped for his camp, LOL, running at the Memorial Houston Park. Okay. Amish man who says who won the ahead of him. So, yeah, I still think he has a bright future ahead of him. So, something to think about. Hold on just a second here. Oops. Hold on a second. Okay, he says, I'm really starting to think that it was fixed. I wouldn't say robbery really, but it was a miss from the beginning. But the conspiracy with the weight cut, I am sure Dana doesn't use USADA, etc., or any other agency, so they would not risk comes at one, then people would investigate the weigh-ins. Okay, that is an interesting conspiracy right there. Definitely something to think about. Hold on a second. All right. He says, I'm not going to lie. This hurts for the Muslims. Don't, man, because remember, look, by the end of the day, we still have our life to live, and that's really what it comes down to. All right, so Dana White is up right now. Let's hear what Dana White has to say, and then we'll go through the whole entire card afterwards.
Sold out. The gate was 7.5 million, the biggest gate in the arena's history. We now hold number 1, number 2, number 5, and number 6 highest gates here at the arena. We broke the record.
All right, Dana White is up right now.
From the last time we were here. Fight of the night, no brainer. The van fight, Jim Miller and Yaroslav. They all won the bonuses.
Dana, first of all, well, King Green is going to be very mad at you that he didn't get a bonus. He just was shouting at you.
Who?
Bobby Green.
Yeah.
Very mad.
Well, we talked about it, when you looked at the opponents and the opponents and who they fought. But Bobby Green is going to get his own. He's been wanting his own shorts, so he's getting them. We're making sure he gets his own shorts.
Okay, cool. Let's look at that main event. A back and forth main event, very interesting. Lots of tactical decisions by both men. How did you?
And just for the record, Bobby's not wrong. I mean, Bobby fights anybody, anytime. Stevens was 4 pounds over. He didn't give a shit. He still fought.
Sean Strickland is talking to the
look at that main event. How did you
post-fight interview right now?
How did you score the main event?
King Green. Sorry. So I scored the main event. I had a 2-2 going in the last round. I thought Strickland won the last
Dana White had to
change
calling him King Green instead.
Portions of the fight.
No, what was interesting is, when I first started, the first 2 times I saw him fight on Fight Island, he used to talk about his stand-up and his team all the time. And I was saying, we haven't seen him stand up and really go toe-to-toe with somebody in a while. But I think, I think he had a rough weight cut.
Yep, rough weight cut.
In the second round, right, he went for a couple of takedowns and looked like he just sort of collapsed on himself. Is that what you attribute that to, maybe the weight cut? And were you impressed with the fact he was able to get himself back into the fight after looking so gassed?
Listen, he's a tough guy. He's a fucking savage. So I would expect him not to roll over and quit.
Sean Strickland now has wins over Hamzat Chimaev and Israel Adesanya at middleweight, and I think it's kind of wild, right? You look at his style; he's got a quirky style, but he has wins over some of the best in this division's history. Where do you view Sean Strickland in that division, and how impressed are you that he's?
Yeah, that's true, man. Sean Strickland has had some really good wins, bro.
You're asking me that because it's incredible. He looks great. He's got an awkward style. He's tough to fight, and
yep. Elevator says happy Sunday morning. Shout out to you, my man.
How did you score the Alexander Volkov?
It's Sunday morning where you're at, but yeah, not here.
I actually thought that Waldo won the fight, but I talked to Sean and Mick. They both thought it was scored the right way. The first round was, close.
A couple outside about the White House press conference we enjoyed the other day. When Josh Hockett is screaming at Alex Pereira and Ilia Topuria, and then Alex Pereira was like 11 years old. I'm doing this.
Can you brother
Stands up. What exactly goes through your mind?
I don't want any of these guys getting hurt over stupid shit that means nothing with guys that are never going to fight each other. You know what I mean? It's not like Ilya Topuria and Hogan are going to end up fighting. So it was just surprised you?
No.
You know, I think that whole thing is goofy anyway. But the guy went out and performed. Unranked guy went in and beat the number 5 guy in the world. So.
You've obviously done a lot of media for the White House this week, and you've had press conferences and stuff. How excited are you for that? How much are you feeling the buzz now that you've been out and done the media and we started talking?
Yeah, no, it's going to be the biggest fight we've ever done. I mean, the numbers are going to be... The numbers tonight were monstrous. The White House fight will blow this out of the water.
I'm not asking you to shit talk them, but obviously next week Ronda Rousey is fighting Gina Carano on Netflix. They are billing that as the biggest MMA fight of all time. Do you believe the White House event will probably eclipse those numbers, or is...
I love Ronda and Gina. I hope they do well.
Probably. Yeah, so he's
what did you make of? I know you gave fight of the night, but just Joshua Van's performance overall seems kind of like the promoter's dream. Like young fighter, has wicked fights, just seems to want to fight all the time. Just kind of what do you make of his kind of emergence as this?
Yeah, and the fact that after the first fight, I mean, when you win the belt, the guy breaks his elbow. He showed up and delivered tonight, man. He looked incredible. And what a war!
I assume it's safe to say Pantoja is next for him. They both seem to want to fight each other. Did you hear about the Sean Brady weird betting lines that were happening?
Yeah. Are you shitting me? Yes, of course I have. I've been hearing about it all afternoon.
Oh wow!
This card had a lot of heat on it, and I told you this thing pulled massive numbers tonight.
People try to poach
fight like that.
Sean Brady for illegal betting. A little bit of a very sad note. I don't think anyone was aware, but Grant Dawson was back there and informed us that his wife and him were trying for a kid and had lost it on Monday of fight week. I'm curious if anyone from the promotion had heard about that. And it seems pretty like he ignored it, but it clearly affected him.
Talking about the co-main event. The story of this fight, I guess,
and then just last one for me. You said that you were pretty confident Conor would return this summer.
All right, they're asking about Conor.
He had been tweeting a lot about his contract situation and everything over the last several months. Is anything new with Conor's contract, or is it still like this?
There's no deal done with Conor. I was just saying I'm confident. I was confident last year too, but I'm way more confident this year.
Did you anticipate that Sean and Hamza would be so kind to each other after the fight?
No, I was ready for the exact opposite.
And I mean, in a normal situation, like split decision, undefeated champion, it seems like everything would be set up for a rematch given their history and everything. But it seemed like Hamza really struggled to make the weight this time, and he literally walked up to me after the fight and said, "I want to move up. I don't want to fight this weight class." And I know it's very. Do you feel like he probably needs...
Okay, that's unbelievable. Did you hear that? Dana White literally just got a message from Khamzat saying that he wants to move up after this. That's crazy, bro.
The fight turned the title shot there and stuff like that. Carlos is injured.
Yeah,
you thought about that division?
I don't know. I'm not even thinking about that. But, him moving up's exciting.
And the other bonus went to Yaroslav Amasov, and he was a former Bellator champion. A lot of those guys had some struggles coming over here, but he's been unreal. 30-1. Is he kind of in line for a big push here and maybe another big opportunity?
Well, winning tonight and getting a bonus was definitely a step in the right direction.
And back to the thing with Hogan at the White House press conference. I know you don't want anything to happen, especially that fight week. Do you have to think about how that press conference is going to be during fight week? Like, can you have him and Ilya and Alex up there again?
No, I mean, Ilya and Alex are pretty chill guys normally. Ilya flips out every now and then, but we'll just be, didn't see that coming. They're all sitting next to each other in the same row, and O'Malley's scoots back, and I'm just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me right now. Because all I was worried about was the next, the weigh-in, and not anything happening there. But we'll be ready for it. I mean, this is the business we're in.
And as far as what could be next for Sean,
And then he got in a fight with Costa tonight too, I think.
Oh
as far as
wow,
what
he
could be
got
next
into a
for
fight
Sean,
with Costa. That's crazy,
Malov
bro.
obviously wanted this opportunity tonight. He was cage side. That's a rematch. They fought before. Kind of makes sense.
I don't know. I don't know if you ever heard this before, but I don't make fights in the end of the fight.
And can you answer one question for the internet? People want to know who the young man was up on the stage with the face-offs yesterday.
I have no idea. He was some kid from the crowd that was screaming my name.
And you just invited him up.
Yeah. I love doing stuff like that for little kids. He said today's the greatest day of my life.
Wow.
He started an Instagram saying he's going to be the next heavyweight champion.
He said?
Yeah, I think he started an Instagram page posting all those photos and saying he's going to be your heavyweight champion.
That's awesome. No, listen, he's got the personality, that's for sure. But I don't know him, and I just met him yesterday.
You said this week that you're going to promote Tyson Fury against Anthony Joshua.
Yep.
Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren
both
came out and said that contractually that's not the case. Can you comment on that?
Interesting.
They've said in the contract there's no mention of...
Yeah, Ali Khan, that's a very good question, right? You don't seem mad about the result. Why should I, right? It's MMA. You got to understand something, bro. I've been around MMA for a long time. I got friends that win and lose every week till this day. Guys that I've trained with, guys that are still active that win and lose every week. This is just another week. You know what I mean? I think after a while, when you're really embedded into MMA, where you have family members or friends and family that actually fight, you start realizing that, it just, I don't know, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, it goes on the next day. He says, same man, but this means Chimaev needs to change his team.
Every good division are built on rivalries. So as long as we keep them going, we don't have
what did he do wrong tonight other than fight the judges, right? He says Jackson team gym, him trying to do this, his own training is not working. But he's not doing his own training. He went to Sam Kavia, okay, the best, strength and conditioning coach, the guy who literally was touted by George Bush Sr. as the best mathematician of all time. He says even though it's a conditioning coach is on the best. He says you're right about that. Yeah. All right.
TKO or Sufa.
So now they're asking him if he's going to promote the Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury fight. This is what I mean, right? The fight world moves on. You know what I mean? Now we're talking about Anthony Joshua taking on Tyson Fury with Dana White as the promoter. And of course, Eddie Hearn is going to have a problem with that. Let's hear this.
So are you going to be the promoter of it?
I don't know. Let's see what happens. Do I ever say shit that really isn't true? That doesn't happen? That was a question.
I don't think you do, but Eddie Hearn has obviously come out and Frank.
But here's the thing. If Turki El-Sheikh is asking him to promote that fight, and Turki El-Sheikh has more pull on the Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury fight, then, how can you really say no to him? You know what I mean? It's kind of one of them things. You know what I mean? Dana White was asked and tasked to be the Terrence Crawford Canelo promoter. Now he's tasked to be the Tyson Fury and the Anthony Joshua promoter. Think of it like this. Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury are on the UFC game, right? At least number 4. Now, I don't know about number 5. I don't have number 5, and I don't know if they're going to put them on number 6, but Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua are in the UFC game. It was bound to happen that Dana White was going to promote them. Yeah, Dana has too much power. He can do whatever he wants and get pardoned. Yeah, that's true. He says, can I get your opinion on one thing? Dana does not use USADA anymore, correct? Dana's best friend is Donald Trump. Okay, he can do whatever he wants. Dana has too much power. So if someone was to get popped for missing weight, drugs, etc., no other agency comes in stopping the fight. Correct. That's how it goes. You're absolutely right about that.
Frank Warren and both shut it down and said that the fight won't happen.
Then it must not be true.
Another one from me, just Ryan Garcia against Conor Ben's being spoke about.
Who?
Ryan Garcia versus Conor Ben.
Yeah.
Is that something that we're going to see? Obviously, then you'd have to work with Oscar De La Hoya to make that fight.
We'll see.
How you win, like we said pre-fight.
See how this all plays out.
Especially in a stacked division with a lot of high-level.
Hey, Dana, you mentioned that you had a brief back and forth with Hamzat where he said he wants to move up. Did you guys say anything else? Can you tell us anything about the interaction between you and him after the fight?
No, that was it. He just said, I don't want to fight at this weight again. I want to move up.
What's your reaction to that? I mean, the guy did fight at welterweight and then having a hard time making it to middleweight. Are you like, do you think that he applied himself, or you think he just naturally, like, you're...
He says, I don't know, brother, after this result, the advancing, etc. I tell you what, man, here's one thing that I can entertain the conspiracy theory on this, right? The UFC has said behind closed doors that they need an American champion. They've mentioned this over and over again. They mentioned how they wanted an American champion. Okay? Joe Pfeiffer obviously fulfilled that role. He beat Israel Adesanya, so he's on his way. Sean Strickland, now the champion, right? Maybe they needed to advance that a little bit quicker. Maybe they needed to advance the idea of having an American star. Now here's Sean Strickland. He just had a big win over Khamzat Chimaev. Can you imagine? Look, America right now is at a stage where MMA is declining for America because the cost of living is so high that MMA is just not in the mind of average Americans, let alone Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck, right? In comes Sean Strickland. Now he's the hero to a lot of people that are looking to get into MMA that may not necessarily have the wrestling skills that Khamzat Chimaev has, or has the backing of famous and rich people like the way that Khabib did with the oligarchs and the type of people that were in Russia that were sort of, backing his career financially. So now Sean Strickland becomes a beacon of that hope, an inspiration to other American future champions or future American contenders or future American candidates to become MMA fighters. That is what Sean Strickland has become. So I think there is a strategic effort on the UFC to have an American star, and maybe perhaps rigging this fight has something to do with it. He says, yeah, but this win is tainted in my opinion. Well, what do you mean tainted? Explain what exactly is tainted. And I agree. Khamzat did win. We're going to go over that after the Dana White stuff. But yeah, Ali Khan says, oh, wait, no, I read that one. Toxic Gameplay says, under this damn press conference video, all you see is, religions fighting. Correct. Yes, I'm watching this. Well, I think you're watching the UFC version. I'm watching the MMA Junkie version. So maybe we're looking at two different chats.
Do you like that idea of him moving
Good question. Yeah. I don't know. You know.
Akash said, terrorist Chimaev got humbled. Humbled. I mean, listen. This is not one of those fights where he knocked him out. Look, Sean Strickland now has a win over Khamzat Chimaev, regardless of how you think that fight, went. But there is a rematch, in its potentiality. So, yeah, man.
Ever since Fight Island, he's gone and run. He's undefeated, won the world title, did everything that he said he would do. But with the level of success and...
He said if you're a fighter, Khamzat won. Correct. He said Khamzat did all the advancing, got all the takedowns. Correct.
Lifestyle makes tough.
Maybe that's an answer to the next question, but you obviously were drawn to him so much. That's part of what set him on his path, and then everyone knows the health issues and inactivity. Do you feel like he has lived up to what you first saw at Fight Island? Obviously, the champion.
When you see somebody fight for the first time and you're like, wow.
Yeah, Akash, I don't fault you for that statement. I don't fault you for that statement. He did say that. I mean, I can't defend something that he actually did say as well. He says Silas says Sean controlled Khamzat. I mean, in what department? Not even in the striking department.
So you're satisfied with what he's done. Not that he's done, but you would say that he reached his potential so far. Yeah, 100%. And the last question I have is about the White House, and then you mentioned when you're talking about success and numbers and everything. How do you even project? How do you even try to gauge something like this? Are you able to say that we have a prediction on this?
Yeah, it's no different than how we would do on pay-per-views. We knew tonight was going to be the guy at Paramount Plus, and it was massive. And the White House fight will blow this out of the water.
And you're able to do that just with like press.
What's that?
Well, it's just a unique thing that I was just curious if.
What's unique?
Well, the White House itself. Like, how do you estimate and predict something like this as a one-on-one? Do you like to feel like just projections and numbers?
This is the biggest event we've ever done by far, as far as the amount of people that will watch the show. Not even close. The biggest.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You're talking about like you do things for kids and that kind of thing. I saw you just like a couple hours ago, pluck a little boy out of the crowd, let him out there. What was the story behind it? How this kind of?
I just met him too.
You just kind of saw this game, like walk home.
Yeah. I see him on the phone. He said, "Yeah." So I brought him up. I mean, when you're kids, and I mean that's the easy shit. It's easy to do, and you can get those type of experiences at the UFC as a kid. I love doing that for kids.
Sure. And speaking of kids, obviously, Jim Miller goes out, picks up a big win in his home state. Obviously, a lot of emotions going through with his family and what his son experienced over the last year. How much have you been kind of familiar with his situation? And
I wasn't until tonight. Yeah, till tonight. And tonight was the last fight on his contract, and we signed him to 5 more fights.
5 more fights.
Yeah. That'll put him over. If he fights all 5, he fights 4, it's 50 fights in the UFC. If he fights the last one, it's 51. Pretty incredible.
I know he's trying to go for 58. He likes that as like a round number. So what happens with that kind of last one? He just kind of hangs there.
I just put it in there. Let's not go for a fight deal. Let's not go 5 fight deal. So, yeah.
Yep. Carolina, sure. I want to make a couple of questions in Spanish. A ver, se habla mucho en la UFC de las rivalidades, pero hemos visto que en los últimos tiempos Alex Pereira y Gato Puya han estado juntos, han estado juntos, y en la conferencia de prensa de la Casa Blanca vimos cómo Gato Puya entró a defender a Alex Pereira. ¿Crees que se puede estar forjando una de esas hermandades grandes que pasen a la historia que trascienden las fronteras, como pudimos ver en su momento de Chimaev y Daniel Dubois?
We know that there are a lot of talk about rivalries in this sport, but we just saw a friendship being forged between El-Kheer and El-Kheer lately. Without something to do with the White House yesterday, in the press conference, you saw El-Kheer kind of defend El-Kheer. Do you think that after so much time of the history of the sport, so many rivalries, you think we'll be going to an era of these super friendships in which people just kind of stick together, just like we saw with Hamza and Darren Till, for example?
Yeah, I think that once guys get in here, there are obviously friendships that are forged and rivalries. I mean, it happens both ways. I don't really understand your question, but
let's test this Wayfair verified sofa. Assemble it. Jump on it.
La otra pregunta es acerca del UFC en España. Hoy pelea Mayor no tiene su mejor noche, pero es un talento especial. Tenemos a Gautier Kos Diaz, que es doble campeón de la UFC y otros talentos también firmados por la UFC. ¿Podrías darnos una fecha exacta o aproximada al menos de cuándo podrá llegar a la UFC España? No sé si en 2027.
And much of the talk about UFC in Spain, obviously Joel Alvarez didn't have one of his best nights. We have El-Kheer, double champion, has a lot of new Spanish from Spain talent in the UFC. Can you comment on a possible date, something that's been in the works, possibly next year when UFC is
Yeah, we literally have no date set for Spain. But I want to go, and if you're going to go, you go with a guy like Ilya. So the answer is yes, we want to. No, we have nothing planned yet.
Alas, por mí, hemos visto cómo ha avanzado hablar contigo después del combate estelar del octágono y ahora también va a ser el peleador backup, el peleador de refuerzo por si se lesiona Ilya Topuria o Justin Gaethje. Quería saber si Amasov ha adoptado esa posición de contendiente oficial después de todos los incidentes que todos conocemos que tuvo en el pasado.
We saw Arman Tsarukyan speak to you before the main event directly, and we know that he's going to be the backup for Ilya Topuria and Justin Gaethje. Is he basically considered to be a contender given everything that happened in the past? Is that where he sits right now as the official contender?
Yeah, I mean, he was always a contender. I mean, he was supposed to fight for the title. Yes, he's a contender.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Just one, yes, sir. Paddy and BSG are teasing a fight for International Fight Week. Can you give us confirmation? Because it can be a huge fight for European fans.
Did we announce that?
No, they are teasing it. Like BSG said that you are waiting for the signature of Paddy. So everybody waits for officialization in France.
Well, we didn't announce it, then it's either not done or it's not happening. All right.
Dana, coming up on 10-year anniversary of 205 at MSG, you've had fights at Barclays Center, at UBS in the area, but Prudential Center here in Newark, New Jersey appears to have emerged as the secondary venue you guys do in the area. How has that happened, and how has the UFC's history here, going back nearly 20 years, influenced your desire to want to be at Prudential Center?
Yeah, no, the Prud's been great to us, and we sold out and broke the record last week in Perth. Then we came back in here and broke our record again at the Prud, and we will be back to MSG. And yes, MSG and Newark are the 2 spots that I'm going to keep being out here, and in this area. I hope I answered your question.
Just out of curiosity, how has the history going back to 2007? How has that influenced your desire to be here as opposed to other places?
We're in the wrong room. The history here is number 1, number 2, number 5, and number 6. ISJ here. We kill it in this arena. The fans are always here. The arena's been good to us. The city's been good to us. The state's been good to us. That's the history.
Hayden right here. Yep. So we have right now several French fighters in requisition in the UFC. Obviously, Cyril who's going to fight on the White House card. Benoit Saint-Denis, Nasser Imavov, Manon Fiorot. You guys already confirmed you're coming for the 5th time in September in Paris. Is there any chance this time it's going to be a numbered event with maybe a title fight on the line?
It's a good question, and you're not wrong. That's an incredibly smoking hot market for us. It's possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
John Arnold here from Television Network. Jim Miller is still finishing fights, fighting over several generations of UFC here. Is he having one of the most underrated careers in the UFC history?
Yeah, I don't know if it's underrated. I don't know if it's underrated. I don't know what you call it. I mean, the guy's special. At his age, I think it was a 3-1 dog tonight, and he wins in the first round by submission. That's why when we're looking at the performances of the night, it's hard not to give it to Jim. I don't know if I call it underrated. I don't know. He's special. What he's doing is pretty amazing.
Speaking of just overall performances tonight had several different top performances. Which fighter forced you to kind of
change your plans as far as the cards moving forward in the division?
Which guy made me change my plans on what?
As far as division moving forward, like there were a lot of crazy performances tonight. Which performance shocked you most?
I don't know if anybody really shocked me tonight. I mean, even the main event, I was talking to Chris Weidman, and Chris Weidman was like, "Man, everybody's sleeping on Strickland. Strickland's, his wrestling's not terrible, and blah blah blah." So I never thought that he was a 4-1 dog anyway. So I wouldn't say that anything shocked me. I would say impressed. The Van fight was incredible. I mean, what a war back and forth, and but nobody fight tonight made me change my plans or shook up anything in any of the divisions. But the Van looked incredible tonight.
Dan over here. There's an issue that's going on
The New Jersey State Athletic Commission oversees the weigh-ins, right? And Jeremy Stevens missed by 4 pounds, right? And then, cut a deal. But for Hama, they just gonna not let him make weight. Jersey and New York are 2 of the toughest commissions in the country. The internet's fucking stupid. I mean, I don't know what to tell you other than that.
What is the thing? I know maybe a question for the commission, but I was thinking about having the manual scale instead of the electric scale.
Why not use the manual scale? Why not use the electric scale instead of the manual scale?
I don't know. Hey, listen, Monday morning at 9:02, call the New Jersey Athletic Commission and ask them that. I have nothing to do with any of that stuff.
Another thing I wanted to ask about was of course, Conor McGregor, you're being confident he's going to come back, right? And I know that with the new Paramount deal, the structure of things does change. He's talked about how his contract was super heavily based on pay-per-view. McGregor.
Okay.
So he's one of these guys who could do a million pay-per-view fighting nobody, and then he's done 2 + 4 million against Floyd. How do you structure a deal with someone like that under this new Paramount? With this big different than the UFC fight?
There's a formula to it. McGregor's going to do just fine.
What's the formula? What's the formula?
No, based on if you take the average of his pay-per-view buys, what they do, there's an equation for that you can. I mean, we've done it with a lot more guys than just McGregor.
Right. I guess the concern would be that, like, Jones isn't fighting. That seems financial. Razzie is going to fight somewhere else, and then Conor, we're still waiting on the deal on that one. It seems like people who were like going to be making huge money on pay-per-view back when that was the thing. And it seems like the deals aren't necessarily getting done so far.
I don't believe everything you hear.
Another
Most of the stuff is bullshit about all the numbers.
Another economic kind of question was to do with this Conor Ben thing, right? So he signs for a 1-fight deal. And it's 50, or the word is 8 figures. That's what people say, right? So he does this 1 fight against Rivas Prograis on an undercard. Does that mean that like what he when he fights Ryan Garcia? That's a considerably bigger fight. Does he get another $20 million for that one? Like how does the structure work for his multiple fight deal after that?
I don't know. Talk to him. Ask him what the deal is. But I don't give out anybody's numbers ever. Conor, Ben, Conor McGregor, and anybody else here. If Conor Ben wants to talk about his contract and how she's making, then talk to him about it.
Last thing, I just want to ask you. So I heard Dinkum yesterday. I called him out a little bit, but I just want to read his quote exactly. I don't get his any words, not mine. But he said, "Such a clout chaser, not chance that you'll be promoting Fury and AJ. Contractually possible. Let me know when you find your balls." These are his words, not mine.
I'm a clout chaser. This Fruit Loop came out and said he's the fucking biggest fight in boxing. Well, he has Dan Rodriguez and AJ and all these other fighters and all the other guys that are out there. He's the biggest fight in boxing. Those were his words. You know what a fucking Fruit Loop you got to be to fucking say it. Nobody knew this guy was 4 months ago, and now he's the biggest fight in boxing.
Also, are you involved?
I'll answer your question.
Are you involved with Johnny Manziel and Bob?
I'm not sure what Green does as well.
Very fight.
I am not involved in that fight. They're doing it at the Apex though. They rented out the Apex for that fight.
How will you and Oscar go, or Oscar De La Hoya on stage at the press conference go if you have to work together?
How did what?
How will you and Oscar De La Hoya work together? Like, how will it go on stage? If you have to stand on the stage with him at the dais? That'll be a bit weird,
That's
right?
Going to be
Who's he got that we'd have to
Garcia.
We'll see. There are a lot of rumors floating around in the boxing world. Like I said, at the end of this year, look at the body of work that we do and look at how this all plays out. And
He's fun. He's fun to watch.
then maybe you guys will stop asking me all these questions.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Hey Dana, Travis Hayden of WQV Sports, Fordham University. With all the chaos in this fight week, it might have been tough to realize, but today is the 6-year anniversary of UFC 249. Another chaotic fight week for you and putting it on during the first show during the pandemic. What lessons did you learn in putting on that show that you're still applying to the business today?
What, the pandemic?
The UFC 249 show, the one in Jacksonville. Today was the 6-year anniversary.
Yeah. The pandemic taught me that nothing is impossible. We can do anything.
All right, that is awesome to hear. And so far, we can see that. We've seen it with the Sphere and the White House. Another thing that happened in the pandemic was this huge boom in the flyweight division between Figueiredo and Moreno. And since then, it has evolved so much since then, where those guys have moved up.
Shout out to you, John Dong.
And Van is looking to be one of the biggest star in flyweight in recent history. And I just want you to speak about the growth of the flyweight division a little bit.
Yeah, I think that, we have, when we go into matchmaking, we start looking at each division. The matchmaking team has done a fantastic job and working with some of the divisions that, we felt were weak or trying to figure out how to make some of them more exciting, how to inject more talent into these weight classes. They've done a fantastic job.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Dana over here. There is a lot of expectation on the main events for the UFC 329 and UFC 330. Is there a specific date to make announcements for that?
A lot of expectation for UFC 329 and UFC 330. Is there any announcement you can make about those 2 cards?
No, ma'am. If we did, we would have made them. Thank you. We done?
And another one to Yaroslav Amasov.
Mr. White,
Yes.
I'm a reporter from Tokyo Broadcast System. Although TKOs Taira lost the fight, could you share your thoughts on the possibility of the UFC holding events in Japan in the near future?
Any possibility of UFC holding events in Japan because we had such an incredible fight with a Japanese fighter headline?
Well, if tonight went differently, it would have absolutely positively happened. I'm excited to have an event in Japan again. I know the staff is too. But had you won the title tonight, we would definitely be looking at a fight in Japan.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Good night.
All right, so let's get to it, right? Let's get to the nuts and bolts of everything here. So let's see here.
He's been in the UFC, the best of the best. At his age, still coming out here, finishing fights. He's a legend of the sport, and he's not just leading the pack. He's far ahead with the wins, the fights, the bonuses.
All right, so 10 hours and 15 minutes.
And congratulations to his
We
family.
are on this live stream. 10 hours and 15 minutes we've been on, guys. Okay, so
absolutely, I'm blown away with his performance. To get a finish at 42 years old, everything that he was going through during his training camp that we didn't realize. He's got some cancer. I can't imagine dealing with that. His son beats cancer. This is all happening while he's trying to train for these huge fights. To keep your mind space in the right place is not easy to do. So I'm just so happy for him and his family. And
all right, let's see here.
To have a big win at 42, but also his son beating cancer.
Yes, sir. Amen. Let's send it down to Magna Levy. She's with the UFC.
All right, here we go. So,
what's up, guys?
Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, we got Joshua Van
from here. Congratulations on the victory and first title defense. I guess just physically, emotionally, how's.
All right, so as Joshua Van's thing is going on, okay, we'll wait for Joshua Van.
I think that was a great fight for the fans. But the only thing is that I told you guys I was going to finish him inside 3 rounds. And, Chisura is a tough guy, man. Nothing but respect to him.
Did you think you were close to getting him out of there in the first 3 rounds? It looked like you were pretty putting it on him, especially in the early round.
I think the first time I dropped him, I woke him back up. And then the second time, I don't know how he got up. But he's, like I said, man, he's tough. And I was trying to submit him, but, he's good, man. He's good.
Obviously, especially in the countdown and immediate day, he said, he would have the advantage on the ground. He obviously survived his grappling in there. So was it as did he excel in that? Was he as strong as that as you expected, or did he have a lot of tricks in there that maybe you had to work on the fly?
Like I said, man, I told you guys, I got ground in my sleeve. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things I want to do, but you know what I mean, that I can't do. But you know what I mean. We show our ground a little bit here and there, but next time we get better for sure.
Were you surprised that he didn't go down earlier? Because I think it was especially in the second.
All right, let's catch up with the comments here. Let me see here. Okay, so let's start from the very top. Khamzat did all the advancing and got the takedowns. If you're a fighter, you know that Khamzat won. Ayla says Sean controlled Khamzat. Ali Khan says, how did he control Khamzat when he was going on his back? Ali Khan says, you guys did not watch the fights. Yes. Ali Khan says Khamzat broke his nose. Wow. Okay. Silas says Sean is doing it again, surprising us with the upset win. Yeah, man. Very surprising win from Sean Strickland again. Ishli says underdog Strickland is a new mythical fighter. There it is, right? Might be the betting odds. People got paid. Ali Khan says, Silas says, even Khamzat knows he's already lost this one and accepted it. AR says, didn't Chimaev had an injury? We don't know. Silas says, the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. He said Khamzat didn't even make weight, but the UFC let him go. Look, you heard Dana White. He said that you guys are idiots for even insinuating that. Ayla says, and Sean still won. Sean is also heavy. He got big bones. Silas says, yeah, Khamzat didn't make weight. He is above the category. Not according to the state commission, not according to paper. Silas says, short story, Khamzat has the weight advantage. He shouldn't even have been in this fight, but someone in the UFC let him. Shout out to John Dong. He says, what's up? Chimaev let me down. Ali Khan says, man, you know what? It's combat sports. By the end of the day, it is what it is. It happens. And Silas with the laughing emoji.
In the third round, he wasn't moving his head at all. You just kept blasting him in the nose, and he kept coming forward.
Yeah, man. One thing about him is that he know like how to go back, or and things like that. So it was a little harder for me to find my timings and my distance because he just kept going backward and things like that. So yeah, that's what kind of like saved him.
Did his leg kick playing factor also like he was doing that a lot in the other rounds?
Nah, the last one he threw that shit hurt. But other than that, man, the first two two rounds it wasn't like a hard one. But the last one I think he landed. I think he hit my nerve or something. Yeah.
I was listening to one of your.
It's a pleasure to talk to you after a big win.
Mr. Pink says hello from Scotland. Sean comes up, bro. Bro, I think you missed the fight. But yeah, it was Sean that won. So
Interviews over there, and Pantoja's interview, and Dana White confirms that he's probably next for you. Pantoja seems to want to make this a 5 round. Wants to drag it 5 rounds to make it painful for you. And I think I heard your response was you better go drink some milk. Is that correct?
Yes. You better go get some milk, man.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
That's right, yeah. How this win feels comparatively at the one against Pantoja because of the way you finished the fight? Does it feel better, or for you?
Mr. Pink says you're joking.
Yeah, man.
All right,
win,
man.
but
Shout out
this
to
one
you on that.
is so much sweeter. Just because the Pantoja fight, man, nobody, I want to wish on my worst enemy. You know what I mean? So this is so much sweeter for sure.
But you felt bad after Pantoja win? Was they criticized of the fans?
Yeah, man, I feel bad. I told him, I walked up to him, because when I was celebrating, I didn't know his arm was like that, and I saw his arm on the screen, I walked up to him.
He says, I remember the last time Joshua Van won in the co-main event against Pantoja. You got a big upset win over Merab. Maybe the true mythical fighter is being the underdog after Van wins his fight. Maybe.
And I say sorry. He said sorry, this and that, and then next thing you know, he waited 3 months, and then he came and do an interview. His promotion hurt, so he's saying a lot of shit now. So I don't know what's up with him, man. I saw him yesterday. There's no hate for me. You know what I mean? I talked to him. I shake his hand, but I don't know what he got in his head, man.
Last one for me. Can we see you one day in bantamweight division? I know it's early for you. You guys still doing flyweight. Is it one of your goals to go up one day?
Yes and no, because I wanna accomplish more in my division. A lot of people when they win the belt, they just want to go up and things like that. But I want to make history because a lot of people don't know flyweight like that. You know what I mean? That was just popping up. So I want to do great things in flyweight division.
Do you want to make the records of Mike Chimaev?
Record is record, man. I think that was old time. Now it's the new generation of fighting. So I think it's a little different now. Yeah, congrats.
Josh, how important was it for you to stay behind your jab, stay patient, and eventually find that finish in the 5th round after going for the submission attempts in 3rd?
Man, patience was the key, man. My coaches, even the training camp, man. See my fight got moved, I was irritated. You know what I'm saying? I was just trying to hurt people, something, man. And my coaches, they're telling me to stop hurting my training partners and things like that. The whole camp, man, they were telling me be patient, stay calm and this and that, and that's what I see.
I know earlier in the year you were going back and forth on Twitter with Manel Pop and calling for him on the Houston card that happened earlier this year.
Rude Leo says Strickland dog walked that man. Man, listen, don't let the judge's decision sway what really happened in that fight. I mean, 9 takedowns for crying out loud.
Headlining a Houston pay-per-view.
For sure, that's the goal, right? Houston is what raised me. I was going to get more, but Houston raised me, so I do want to. I do see Houston as my own.
And 9 out of 13 takedowns at that.
City, so I do want to headline in Houston.
And building off that, what message do you have to your fans from Houston as you send the message from your walk-off to your fans in Myanmar? What message do you have to them?
Man, like I said, man, the world will know of us, the people of Myanmar. And Houston, Texas, man, we got a UFC champion.
Someone heard it.
Josh, right over here. You dropped him a bunch of times throughout the fight. Were you surprised that he was able to keep getting back up and even was able to take you down after that?
Yeah, he's tough, man. He's tough. Like I said, nothing but respect to the kid.
We've seen champions slow down before with activity, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case for you. When do you think we can see you back in the octagon next?
I don't know. I got to talk to my team, see what's up. And like I said, maybe heal up a little bit and things like that. So at least one more by the end of this year.
Do you feel like this fight, in Taira specifically, might have brought out the best version of Joshua Van we've seen so far?
Yeah, I always, I don't look at, a certain fight as a bigger fight or things like that, you know what I mean? The fight that I have in front of me is always going to be the biggest fight for me, so this is the biggest fight.
Before the fight, we talked about how you said, the hate and the fans in your comment section.
Rude Leo says, Van can stop the takedowns or cap, or Makai's going to change his diapers.
You like the hate?
He says, congratulations to Vans.
What do you think the fans are going to say about this
Strickland? Yes.
I think they're loving it, man. I think they're loving it. Hopefully.
Thank you.
Josh, over here. So we were talking before the fight about, you guys combined for 50 years old. It's the youngest championship fight.
Yeah.
25 years. I asked you if you thought that maybe you guys would be fighting again down the road someday because you guys are so young. Now that you've actually been in the cage with him, do you feel like he has what it takes to kind of be able to fight back up the mountain and give you a rematch or get a rematch with you?
For sure. Tesuro is a well-rounded guy. And he got nothing but respect from me, man. He's a tough kid.
Now, you got a fight of the night bonus on this one. You must have heard that right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously this is coming off a fight of the year last year. Amazing fight that you had with Brandon Royval. Do you see kind of your ticket maybe to getting a higher profile as just being that action fighter, the guy who just brings home the bonuses?
Yeah, man. All my fight, you ain't never see a boring Joshua Van fight. You know what I mean? So now that I get to fight on like the higher level, right? Coleman and things like that. So now a lot more people get to see me now. So it's a blessing.
You're kind of a laid back guy, you know. It seems like you almost like to just kind of chill most of the time. But like when you're up here, you getting more comfortable with these media interactions?
Yeah, for sure, man. It get a lot easier, for sure. Yes.
Thank you.
Joshua, you have won all your fights against Japanese fighters in the UFC. What do you think it will take for Japanese fighter to become champion?
What would Japanese fighters just train hard, man. They just train hard. So I think the main thing is just to train hard.
Yes. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Ben, after the fight, one of the first things you spoke about was your faith and how important that is to you. You know, how does your spirituality keep you centered, you know, as opportunities and just success continues to grow?
Man, my faith is everything. You know, without Jesus Christ, man, I won't be nothing. You know what I mean? So it's always to give glory to Him. And you know, like I said, my faith is everything.
How has your faith, you know, changed the way you define success outside of the octagon as well?
My faith, it kept me humble in a way. You know, like I said, I'm not the perfect Christian, or you know, I'm not the perfect believer, but it always lead me back to Him. You know, to Christ. So it helped me in a lot of ways for sure.
Joshua, I think tonight showed you were exactly as well-rounded as you've been saying all week that you are. That your improvements being like incredible to watch. I guess how much higher is the ceiling for you? How much further do you think you can go as far as evolving your skill set?
Man, I'm definitely gonna get better from this fight. You know, there's a lot of things that I gotta improve on. So, man, you guys will see. Yeah, a lot better Joshua, man. So.
Yeah, and you had that hilarious interview with Demetrius Johnson where he was trying to kind of teach you about the history of this division. Are you ready to, I guess, make your own history here with a long title reign?
Yeah, that's what I'm here to do, write my own history. Thank you.
All right, and that is Joshua Van right there, showing his championship belt right there, doing a little photo op. Yeah, man, great fight for Joshua Van. He won a bonus for that one, by the way. So, yeah, that's a bonus win for him on that one. All right, so as we move on, we're going to go into the, let's see here. Okay, shocking main event. Okay, here we go. Shocking main event results. All right, so let's start from the very beginning, okay? Sean Strickland obviously gets a win over Khamzat Chimaev. Very surprising, okay? He says Van needs a 300K bonus. I agree, right? Sean Strickland, look at him now, right? Upsetting one of the biggest stars of all time in Israel Adesanya. Now when it comes at Chimaev, he seems to be taking out all the big stars, right? Comes at Chimaev, Israel Adesanya, and then the list goes on. But for whatever reason, he can't take out Alex Pereira. And obviously Alex Pereira is advancing in his career in the way that he's at right now. So let's get to the nuts and bolts of this, right? First and foremost, obviously there is an aspect of what do you call it? Racism or a bit of some controversy going into this fight. Nonetheless, by the end of the day, if you notice, these guys were giving each other daps right before the fight. What does that tell you? That tells you that, you know what, they knew that they were in here to basically promote the fight. That was the main thing that they were trying to do was trying to promote the fight. And by the end of the day, it worked. They had a whole security guarding them as a result of that. So, you know, what more can you expect, right? So if you take a look at the stats right now, as we take a look at Sean Strickland right here in his post-fight press conference right now as we're watching this live, 9 takedowns from Khamzat Chimaev, right? Wait, what is this? 3 out of 6 takedowns? What is this? Earlier, they just said that he had 9 takedowns. Now they're saying he only had 6? What is that? Okay, so they're messing up with the stats here. Earlier, I could have sworn it said 9 and 13, but what is this? Let's refresh this again just to make sure. Wow, okay. But even with that, look at the striking percentage. Khamzat Chimaev, never mind the takedowns. Obviously, there was a takedown, multiple takedowns on the part of Khamzat. That should have won him the fight. But look at this, 49%. Khamzat Chimaev, 49%. Sean Strickland, 46%. Significant strikes, very close, right? But I don't know, man. These stats don't look like Khamzat Chimaev lost to me. But you know what? By the end of the day, that's how they see it. That's how they are viewing the fight. I mean, look, there's only 3 judges that can realistically call the fight, right? And everybody's saying, oh, Sean dog walked him or this and that. Right now in this live press conference, take a look at Sean's face and tell me if this looks like a man that dog walked somebody.
And I'm at Polino's gym, Cruz Gym, and he fucking shoots on me, and I hit his brick ass wall, and I separated my shoulder. So I had a grade 1 AC joint separation on Tuesday, and I remember laying in bed on Tuesday night. I'm sure Chris has.
So how about that, right? As soon as we were speculating that maybe Khamzat had an injury here, it's actually Sean that had an injury that he had just mentioned right now, which was dating back all the way this Tuesday, the Tuesday of this fight week, right? So, wow. All right, man. So there was some injury going on. Now, we don't know if Khamzat had all of that going on. He had a tough weight cut. A lot of people are saying that he shouldn't even have been in this fight because, you know what? He didn't even make weight, according to many people. But Dana White even just said earlier in the press conference that a lot of people have stupid conspiracy theories and that New Jersey is one of the toughest places to fight at in terms of a strict commission. So how is it that there's any any foul play going on there in any kind of way whatsoever? But that's what it is, right? They fought, and that's how the judges saw it. I necessarily don't agree with that, but by the end of the day, I'm sure there are other people that, you know, that will say Sean Strickland, you know, took it.
It's like, it's a fucking belt. It means jack all fucking nothing, dude. You know, it's like, and this is like the problem with the world that we live in. Like, you guys are always just chasing titles that men make, you know, like men will give you a title like, oh, I'm a CEO, I'm a CFO. Like, no one gives a fuck, bro. It's a title. It's not real, you know? And I've been saying it. The biggest superpower in life is gratitude, right? When I first got to Vegas, when I was like 28 after my motorcycle accident, and I got went everywhere. And I had my $1,200 apartment that I would go take you guys on tours over my crib, you know, and I'd go like flush the toilet. Bro, I was stoked, though. I was stoked, man. I had a fucking mattress. I got a fast cable, you know. It was real nice. Got my first house. I'm fucking stoked, dude. I'm stoked. Got my second house. I'm stoked. Whenever you have gratitude, it's amazing. If I would have lost this fight, I would have went home. The sun would have risen. I would have had a good breakfast. I would have seen my wife. And I was like, man, I'm the luckiest fucking man alive. And once you have that, it don't matter.
Love that. 2 more quick ones from me outside of tonight.
All right, so very interesting stuff right there by Sean Strickland. Right, very interesting stuff. Obviously, very wholesome type of you know, narrative that Sean Strickland is saying. But not only that, also reminds me of like the Leonard Skinner song "Simple Man." Right, so very good. Right. AR says, if they are selling the fight for clout, money, fame, hype, and show off, why do people fall for it? Because people are suckers for drama, and drama is exactly what they brought here. He says, this life is a test. We have people we have to people please in this world. Okay, yes, you're saying that life is a test. We have to people please in this world. Okay, I understand what you're saying in that regard.
Connor first started, well, guys, I don't party, I don't drink. All I do is train. Might as well fucking Conor McGregor's fucking hookers doing cocaine, like nothing like that. And at some point, you realize that it's way easier just to be your fucking self. When I first started, I was like, guys, listen, I got long hair. I was never racist. Like I didn't exist. I'm a real nice guy. Look at me, long hair. I wear a suit. And at some point, you're just like, man, I don't give a fuck. Judge me, hate me. Life is this. So, I mean, with Josh, you keep stacking your W's, bro. You could be whoever the fuck you want to be.
Congratulations. Sean, right here.
All right, so obviously there it is, right, with Sean Strickland. That's really what it is. By the end of the day, he won in any given night. Anybody could have easily given this to anybody else. So a little bit of some context of everything else during the night. So how about this, right? Fight of the night between Joshua Van and Tatsura Taira. So, man, this fight could have gone either way. Tatsura Taira was doing a very good job of taking down Joshua over and over again. 8 takedowns out of 21 attempts. Okay, 1 and 2 takedowns for Joshua, but the striking percentage was on his side, and eventually he was able to finish Tatsura Taira for a TKO finish in the 5th round. That could have gone either way, but it went to Joshua Van, and Joshua Van now advances. What's next? Maybe Pantoja. How about this one?
Fucking stupid motherfucker, Sean.
Alexander.
Wait,
let me hear what he's saying here.
Stupid motherfucker. Well, yeah, I was so salty, dude. And then I even said, like, what the fuck? And he laughed. Well, that's not cool, dude. That's not cool. No, you can't tell a man you're gonna do the man dance and then shoot a double leg.
All right, so Volkanovski. Okay, Sean Strickland still going on at the press conference. He says, "I don't care. I want a good fight." Sean is racist, according to AR. He is. By the end of the day, let's not forget, he still is, right? He said at least Conor did not try to change. Yeah. He says now he's trying to fix his image. Now he's trying to fix his image. What a joke. He says exactly, AR. He is racist. He just will not admit it. I agree with that. He's racist, but by the end of the day, he still won, and that doesn't change the fact that he's racist, right? Volkov won this one. I had predicted this one that he would win. Obviously, the striking was going to be on his side, right? The length. So it was like this, right? What would you prefer? Would you prefer the bomb throwing or the consistent strikes? And ultimately, Alexander Volkov won through consecutive strikes. Okay, Sean Brady and Joaquin Buckley, exactly how I predicted it to be. Ground control time, rinse and repeat over and over again. He had no answer for Joaquin Buckley had no answer for Sean Brady. A few times, Sean Brady even gone out of his way to mount Joaquin Buckley. Joaquin Buckley got up one time, tried to hip his way up out of it, right? He got out one time, but then Sean just kept taking him down over and over again. King Green versus Jeremy Stephens. How about this, right? He knew he had to get in here and submit Jeremy Stephens. Maybe he had the better striking. I mean, after all, he did come from BKFC. But I tell you what, I saw that King Green was well-rounded in here. He was a better striker, better grappler, better submission artist, all-around better mixed martial artist, and proved it with a finish. And get this, at 4:20 of the first round. Can't get any better than that. And that is the main card right there. The preliminaries, you had Gautier knocks out Ozzy Diaz in the 2nd round. Eventually, that was going to happen. He caught him. Joel Alvarez gets submitted by Yaroslav Amasov. Obviously, this is a guy that has been highly touted as a future champion in the 170 division, a former champion at Bellator. Made easy work of Joel Alvarez. He says it was a 50-50 fight, a Chimaev and Strickland. For real. But I would edge it still to Chimaev. Grant Dawson gets a submission win over Matthias Rebecki. Back and forth fight, right? As soon as he rocked them, they rocked each other back and forth. Eventually, Grant Dawson gets the submission. Jim Miller submits Jared Gordon. Look, this is where experience really came into play for Jim Miller, right? He's a submission artist. He can get you down there, and you know what? Guillotines is what he does best, and there it is, man. Jared Gordon gets choked out by Jim Miller. Roman Kopylov gets a decision over Mark Trujillo. Pat Sabatini gets a decision over William Gomis. A lot of grappling on that part right there. Bagzar Susurkaev gets a submission, third round over Jajon Santos. He had to cook him a little bit. And then obviously first fight of the night, Jose Ochoa, Clayton Carpenter. These guys came out like work, bro, like real work, straight up out of the gate. They went in here and just, you know, went for the finish, tried to go for the finish, but exciting fight.
Work together to
that right there is the rest of the fight. Now let's hear the rest of what Sean Strickland had to say here.
Fuck, dude. You know, I don't like to be threatened. Like, and maybe it's just like who he is as a person. But like when he was in the gym, he was really threatening, right? Like he just had that threatening demeanor. And maybe it's like the little man inside me. But when you threaten me, I just like I want to fucking murder you. I want to kill you. So like, and maybe he didn't take it that way. Maybe it's just his like Chechen sense of humor. But like always in the gym, he would like always kind of like punk me, you know, where I was like, well, let's go spar. And we would never spar. So like, I mean, maybe, dude, I could have manufactured the whole situation in my head. You guys, to be honest, there's times when you're mentally not well, you know, like you'll have interactions with people, and like sometimes like your brain thinks something else happened. Where like you got to sit back and you wait, and you got to start like come to the problem. It's not like training, and I train so much because like there'll be times where I'm leaking blood everywhere. I don't want to blow my nose. But there'll be times where, like, I'll have an interaction with somebody, and, like, bro, it's like my brain hallucinates the entire interaction. So there's a chance that I just hallucinated that entire interaction with Chimaev.
Last thing for me is I would just like to know how much was the nose bothering you actually in the fight?
I mean, it's a little broken, but I don't give a fuck. You know, what bothered me is the cut man was like shoving things up my nose. I'm like, dude, it's good. It's just blood, dog. I think he really wanted me to win. Thanks, dude. Like, it's just blood, dude. Like, he was like putting like Vaseline, like I can't breathe, just let it bleed. Yeah, no, it's all good, dude.
Sean, this is the second time now you've been a massive underdog, being a title fight and won. Do you kind of thrive off that motivation?
I mean, dude, I was like, my last fight was underdog.
Do you thrive off that motivation of being the underdog?
Let me tell you, I'm an underdog in the bets. I'm an underdog in my head. I'm an underdog in life. It's just like, I don't even think about it. If I was ever a fucking favorite, it'd be weird, you know? Huh.
There were USA chants and Let's Go Strickland chants flooding the arena throughout the fight. Does that like motivate you?
You know, I love it. I love it. Like I even posted on my my store before the fight, or my gram before I fought. When I'm at a fight, right, and like everybody looks at me like Sean, the racist white national, like that's kind of like what the media paints me as. But when I'm at a press conference,
but you are.
Like, man, that's what the media prates me. Sean the Nazi, like, you know, SS. Like, motherfucker, I was with my initials. Go fuck yourself.
But you were with them. You were in SS in Orange County.
But you know, so I'm painted this way. But when I'm at a press conference, when I'm looking at my fans, you think I see a bunch of fucking towhead, little fucking blonde hair, white kids? No, dude, I see Mexican, black people, you know, you see Christians, like Muslims. There are so much Muslims
who are also racist, by the way.
From this fight, but generally, you know, I have a lot of Muslim friends. But I see like so many non-white people looking back at me, and I'm like, it's crazy because like I'm representing these guys, and I love it. And what I love about UFC in America, there is no you're white, I'm black, you're brown.
Whether you're a professional or just love getting hands-on with your home projects, Harbor Freight offers quality hand tools built to last, backed by a lifetime guarantee. And the best part? Prices that simply can't be beat. From wrenches to pliers to ratchets and sockets, whatever you need, we've got it. Whatever you do it for less. Harbor Freight, your hand tools destination.
or you fucking don't. Well, unity is like the greatest country in the world, especially with the UFC. I want you to win for us. It's like, we are fucking American. Oh, you're what love about UFC in America? There is no, you're white, I'm black, you're brown. Like, there's none of that. It's like, we are fucking Americans. You're my guy. Like, I want you to win for us. And the level of unity that I see, especially with the UFC and American, like, greatest country in the world. Greatest country in the world. And, like, you know, unity is like, you know, these politicians, you know, left, right, fucking, all they try to do is, like, divide. And, like, well, motherfuckers don't realize that there is no left, right. It's you either have money or you fucking don't. You either have money, you fucking don't. And it's like, it's just really great to look at in the audience and just see, like, man, like, I'm representing the fucking Americans, and I love it, man. I love it.
Yeah, just to back up that point, I had friends of all races texting me that they were very happy that you won tonight. So
yeah, no, again, it's and honestly, it means a lot to me because I do have a really colorful past. I mean, I've been kicked out of school for hate crime. Like, I got a real colorful past. So, like, as I move forward and, like, you know, I get accepted by all Americans, like, fuck yeah, you guys. I always say that, you know, I've always been the bad guy who wanted to be a good guy. And I've always wanted to be the good guy, but, you know, teachers, courts, you're always told you're a fucking piece of shit. You are a bad guy. Like I said, my 7th grade teacher, this fucking watched or 8th grade teacher, Sean, they build prisons for people like you. So eventually, you're like, I'm just a bad guy, I'm a piece of shit. But, like, through fighting, man, and you guys know, I go to a gas station, some guy shakes my hand, and, like, says, hell yeah, you're Sean Strickland. Like, through fighting, I really discovered self-worth. And I've never had that. I would never have that if it wasn't fighters. But yeah, I was a big fucking bunch of faggots here, guys.
Sorry, Sean. Might make you try to get a little sentimental here too, but you did walk in here saying that you got into the sport wanting to be like George St. Pierre, and he was cage side tonight watching this fight. Like, does a moment like that, is Sean the fighter mean something to have this moment in front of the guy who got you into the sport?
Talking blood, my name broke my nose. No, George St. Pierre is a fucking legend. And you want to talk about someone who has, like, low self-esteem. I mean, every fight, that guy never wanted to fight. And I heard stories of him wanting, like, not the earthquake that happened to fight. He would go in and stack up and be one of the greatest fighters in the world. George St. Pierre is a legend. I remember my first fight in Houston. I told him, I was like, first fight ever in the UFC, I told him, like, man, like, I'm such a fan, like, blah, blah, blah. I know you've been a little fucking fanboy. And he said to me, well, hey, Sean, now I'm watching you fight. And that was my first fight in the UFC. He told me, Sean, now I'm watching you fight. And that's awesome, you know. But that being said, he was the icon. We all wanted to be George St. Pierre. We all wanted to fucking Nike money. We all wanted the sweatshop money. But in the day, dude, like, I'm not George St. Pierre. I'm a white trash motherfucker, dude. And I say a lot of off-color shit. And let's go, monster. That's good. All right, guys. Hey, anyways, man, I appreciate you guys. Let the hate battery recharge. I'll give you some better interviews later.
All right, so there's Sean Strickland right there, obviously concluding that. Let me read some of your comments right here, and we will conclude this live stream. Okay, so Ali Khan says, now they're trying to fix his image. What a joke. Ali Khan says, at least Connor did not try to change. AR says, I don't care. I want a good fight, but Sean is racist. Ali Khan says, yeah, exactly. AR is racist. Sean waffles now. AR says it was a 50-50 fight, both for Khamzat and Strickland. Ali Khan says means Morales is a beast. He made quick work of Brady. Okay. King Green did his thing. Yes, he did. Kumar says in reference to this main event, I told you yesterday mentioning God and terrorists and this and that. Okay. And then Kumar also says not good, even his own God not on his side. If he, I mean, you know, that's a bit of a harsh statement right there, right? So I know that a lot of people are going to look at this and say, you know what, it was because God was not on his side because he wasn't humble enough. I need you guys to understand something, right? When it comes to Muslims or when it comes to people that are religious, period, at any religion, no matter what, wins and losses in a sport does not indicate whether you are blessed or not. In fact, here's another thing. Being blessed or not has nothing to do with whether you are rich or whether you are poor or whether you have it going on or whether you don't. By the end of the day, life is a test, and no matter what, whether you win or lose in the octagon, by the end of the day, you still have to win in the eyes of God. And how you do that has nothing to do with the sport or the career that you live by. So something to understand there. AR says everything is race with Sean. Well, it's the way that he grew up, right? And once again, I told you guys, we don't have to like anybody in mixed martial arts, but the one beautiful thing we have in mixed martial arts is that we respect anyone irregardless of their behavior, right? Sean is a waffle now. AR says Sean is the type of person to speak the truth. Everyone needs to speak like this and not keep it inside of them. I tell you what, man, it is quite shocking the type of disclosing that Sean Strickland is willing to put out there, right? It is quite shocking. But at the same time, there is an element of there is an element of, let's say, healing derivatives or therapeutic derivatives that we can sort of take from it. Because remember, there's a lot of people out there with different variations of life experiences, and sometimes as traumatic as what Sean Strickland may have experienced as a kid, right? So for him to talk about that, I think brings up motivation for some people that have gone through that. So that's one thing that we can say about this. Now, listen, I know this has nothing to do with whether I like him or not. I'm just here speaking facts on the reality of how you can interpret this fight. And by the end of the day, he said it best, right? You know, it's a belt that we all chase. We all chase titles. We all chase being the CEO or being, you know, this, that, or the other. Man, Sean hit that right in the nail. He's right. But you always got to remember this, right? A broken clock is correct how many times in a day, right? Sean is a broken clock, but there are some things that he says that are correct. And here's something that I can relate to with Sean, right? That I understand. Sean has a certain level of aggression that came from his trauma. And he used that. He used that to catapult him into the position that he's at right now. Renta Go says twice. Jack says, I can confess my sin. Can I confess my sins here? I'm not a priest. It's not what we do here. I would recommend that you don't do that. But with that in mind, that is all that I have for this one right now. I will see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe, inshallah. And I'm not going to read your comment at the end because that is just absolute atrocious. Okay? In fact, I'm going to erase your comments right there, and there you have it. All right, guys, like and subscribe. This has been a good one. It's been real. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah.